ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. The Victorian government says it's monitoring developments on the AstraZeneca vaccine after a 44-year-old man was admitted to a Melbourne hospital with a rare blood clotting disorder following the jab. The Therapeutic Goods Administration is currently reviewing the case to establish whether there's a direct link to the vaccine. Some European countries and Canada have suspended or altered their AstraZeneca rollouts after similar cases emerged. Victorian Government Minister Luke Donnellan says the state will continue its rollout of the AstraZeneca vaccine as planned.
We'll take our advice from the Therapeutic Goods Administration and the immunisation specialists at the federal level who are continually monitoring this and ensuring that it's fit and safe for use.
Meanwhile, Victoria has recorded 36 consecutive days without any new local coronavirus cases. Queensland health authorities say a locally acquired coronavirus infection recorded overnight poses no risk to the wider public. Leah Walsh reports.
Health authorities say Greater Brisbane's snap lockdown has served its purpose. The locally acquired case is a close contact linked to one of the two recent clusters. He visited a potential exposure site, Black Hops Brewery in East Brisbane, and went into quarantine testing positive last night. Chief Health Officer Dr Jeanette Young says she's grateful for about 2,000 others who are quarantining as potential contacts.
We never know which is the person who's going to end up infectious, but here we have one who's been in quarantine.
More than 25,000 Queenslanders were tested in the last 24 hours.
St Kilda Football Club Chief Executive Matt Finnis has promised to address the wrongs of the past after former player Rod Owen revealed to ABC Sport he'd been sexually abused during his time with the Saints Little League team. ABC Sport editor James Coventry reports.
Rod Owen debuted for St Kilda's senior team as a 16-year-old in 1983, but before then he'd played 52 games for the Saints Little League side between 1976 and 1978. The team was coached by Darryl Ray, now a convicted pedophile. It was managed by Saints life member, the late Albert Briggs. Owen has told ABC Sport that he was abused by both men. Saints CEO Matt Finnis says he's heartbroken by the revelations and shattered that some of the abuse happened under the club's name. St Kilda has issued a formal apology to Owen and offered him ongoing support.
A police officer has been killed in an attack near the US Capitol building in Washington after a man drove his car into two officers before getting out of the vehicle and lunging at them with a knife. President Joe Biden says he's heartbroken over the death of the officer William Evans, who had served for 18 years. The BBC's Alim Makbul reports.
The attacker rammed his car into officers close to a barricade outside the US Capitol building in the centre of Washington. He's then said to have leapt out of his car and lunged at police with a knife. The attacker was shot dead, but two officers had already been injured, and it was later confirmed that one had died. Congress may not have been in session, and President Joe Biden away from the White House for the Easter weekend, but just when some of the barriers that had been erected were starting to be removed, this latest dramatic incident has led to renewed calls in a nervous city for strengthened security around government buildings.
The US State Department has welcomed the scheduling of indirect talks with Iran to revive the 2015 nuclear deal. No immediate breakthrough is anticipated, and negotiations in Austria's capital, Vienna, are expected to be difficult. The European Union says talks will take place on Tuesday with the current participants in the deal, including Iran. A White House spokeswoman, Jen Psaki, told reporters that restarting talks for the deal, known as the JCPOA, would be challenging.
These talks will be structured around working groups that the EU is going to form with the remaining partners in the JCPOA, including Iran. And the primary issues that will be discussed are the nuclear steps that Iran would need to take in order to return to compliance with the JCPOA, and the sanctions relief steps the United States would need to take in order to return to compliance as well.
At least 50 people have been killed and dozens more injured in Taiwan after the train derailment carrying nearly 500 people crashed in a tunnel. The 8-carriage train reportedly hit a construction vehicle that had slipped onto the tracks at the tunnel's mouth. Rescuers searched badly damaged carriages inside the tunnel to find survivors, some of whom smashed windows to flee. The train from the capital Taipei was carrying people travelling for a long weekend annual holiday. To the weather now for the state. A dry, warm to hot and sunny day. For Melbourne, sunny with a top of 32 degrees. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, 23. Monday, cloudy and a top of 20 degrees then. Right now in Melbourne, it's 27 degrees. ABC News.
Know the story with ABC News Digital. Get the latest breaking news with live notifications whenever you want, wherever you are.
We are considering going to zero emissions.
We'll go ahead as planned.
And abruptly ended the case.
It will help us all get back to normal and back to all the things that we love.
Those are the kind of things that work.
There's hope for a brighter future.
ABC News, Australia's most trusted news source. Head to news.abc.net.au or download the ABC News app.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Duncan kicks from just outside the 50. The kick never deviated. Superb!
The Lead.
This decision to drop Stephen Cornelio says, we're not exactly sure if this is the guy who's going to lead us into the future.
Can you take us into the euphoria in the rooms last night, what it was like?
It was exciting. The emotion of the players and people that have been starved of it was sort of, a bit of a relief personally. Like, you get to this point, you want to play final.
There's been talk the premiership won't mean much this year, which I think is quite ridiculous.
A bouncing ball, but Dacos swoops. He's dangerous here. He throws it on the right boot. A snap for goal. Of course he's kicked it. Dacos by name, Dacos by nature.
I heard Nathan Buckley talking about a premiership won't define him. Where do you sit on that?
That's the cherry on the top. That's the thing that I look to and strive for more than anything.
Bolton, great pickup. Siren, celebration. Heroes everywhere.
This is The Lead on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
The lead items this Saturday. Record-breaking Bulldogs. North Melbourne mauled in its marquee fixture. Bruce Almighty. Bailey Williams goes for Bruce. He couldn't, could he? He could! Josh Bruce joins us live after his amazing 10-goal haul. Lost Walker found.
He goes long and strong, and Taylor Walker comes from behind and takes the mark.
Is the resurgence of Adelaide's much-loved spearhead the story of the season? Lead journo Alicia Muling will have the latest footy news, including the prognosis for several injured players. And we'll preview today's finals doubleheader in the AFLW. Hello and welcome to The Lead at the MCG. We're looking ahead this afternoon to our first broadcast match, Richmond and Sydney, and that is going to be played in near perfect conditions at the MCG. It's a glorious afternoon for football. 3 games in the AFL men's coming up this afternoon. The Tigers and the Swans, the Bombers and the Saints, and tonight West Coast and Port Adelaide will be a cracker in Perth. 2 AFLW finals as well this afternoon. Melbourne and Fremantle in an elimination final at Casey, and Collingwood and North Melbourne at Victoria Park. Alistair Nicholson in the commentary box at the MCG with my usual lead partners in crime, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling. Welcome to you both. Good Friday. Goodness gracious, what a performance from the Western Bulldogs.
Unbelievable. Good afternoon first. Yeah, unbelievable. 130-point win. It's very rare that we see those in modern day football, but they filled their boots in the end. North Melbourne, the Bulldogs, as you should. If you want to be a dominant team in the top competition, when you got a chance to put a foot on the throat, albeit against North Melbourne, you take that opportunity. Their percentage now is enormous after 3 rounds at 181%. So that holds them in very good stead now for the future.
It was a remarkable night, and we got there and we had this almost sense, didn't we, Al, that okay, if North Melbourne can just hold on, if they can be competitive, we might get some sort of competitive game. But deep down, I think that was a bit of false hope, because we were there and thinking, geez, they get on a roll here, North Melbourne could be in a world of trouble. But I don't think I ever envisaged 128 points and 10 goals for Josh Bruce. I thought, this could blow out to a 10 or 12 goal win for the Dogs and be a bit of a nasty one for North Melbourne. But it turned very, very nasty last night.
Well, interestingly, Lingy, at the 10-minute mark of the second quarter, Nick Larkey kicked what was originally declared a goal, and that drew North Melbourne back within 5 points at the 10-minute mark of the second quarter. And then on review, it was adjudged to have hit the post. And from that point onwards, the Bulldogs went berserk and absolutely destroyed them. It was the Western Bulldogs' greatest ever margin of victory in a match, going back to 1985 when Mick Malthouse was coaching them against Melbourne, and they won by 120 points. And also, Josh Bruce became the first player for the Bulldogs to kick 10 goals since Simon Beasley in 1987. And it's the first time since 2009 the Dogs have started the season with 3 consecutive wins. Where do you fit them in? Obviously, they're at the top of the ladder at the moment, but broadly in the landscape, where do you see the Bulldogs at the moment?
I like them coming into the season because of their midfield. I had 1 or 2 little doubts around their defenders. I had 1 or 2 doubts about their willingness to actually get the ball forward and want to score rather than just a heap of possessions through the middle of the ground. But you know what last night showed to me, Rama, and I really like this, and I spoke about it on the call last night with Mick Malthouse, that it showed an edge to their approach and to their game that the really great teams have, the premiership teams have, and every other team in the competition, bar Richmond, has to train this edge and live this edge for the whole season. Richmond know and can trust that if there's a flat patch throughout the season, not the end of the world. We know what it takes to deliver in finals. The Dogs, you can see, are already trying to train that ruthless approach to every minute. After three-quarter time, they came out in that last quarter as though scores were level and they were playing against Richmond and the game was on the line. Their approach to that game made me feel even better about the Bulldogs' chances this year.
The interesting part for the Bulldogs, and we all spoke about this prior to the season started, where does everybody fit in this midfield? They've got so many midfielders. Players hear that. They hear that. Players say, we don't read it, we don't. Of course they do. They listen. Sometimes as a team, you have to prove to yourself it works. And I think over the opening 3 rounds, they've proved now to themselves it worked. So Collingwood, round 1, albeit it was only 16 points, but it worked. West Coast, obviously last week, was a terrific game of football, terrific win. And now last night, in a game they should have won, and we're all thinking, they should win, probably 6 to 8 goals they should win, 130-odd points. Now you're saying as a team, yes, this works. There's something here that could be quite special. So I think once you prove it to yourself in your own head, that's when good teams become really good teams.
Gee, it sets up perfectly for Saturday afternoon next week in Ballarat. The Brisbane Lions coming off a goal after the siren to win the game against Collingwood on Thursday night, taking on the Western Bulldogs, who are up and running big time at the moment. What do we conclude about where North Melbourne is situated at the moment? Yesterday looked like the very formative stages of the Gold Coast Suns or GWS when they first entered the competition, and they were fairly uncompetitive.
North Melbourne are exactly where I thought they were going to be. I mean, I didn't, as I said, I didn't predict a 128 loss to the Bulldogs and conceding 10 goals to one player. But they look like a bunch of kids who are underdeveloped, and that's natural because they're in their first or second years. It's going to take a long, long time to get this North Melbourne list looking any good. Rama, we were touching on it off air, so I'd like to actually talk about it now. The balance of all these kids, of Powell and Phillips and Lazaro, clearly are talented young players and have been picked for the right reason. How you balance that with still remaining competitive? Yeah. And the need to have Zeeble and Jed Anderson and these types of players playing at their absolute best to almost nurse these young guys through for the next few years. But I think they need to bring more experienced players in to just buy some time. Otherwise, last night will become a regular thing. Yeah.
What happens if everybody will look at the overall result? Okay, so it's a win-loss. We live in a win-loss industry. But when you're a developing team, you've got to look at quarters. I think that's more important. And I was speaking to Lingy about this. 2 goals a quarter. So 8, you can wear an 8-goal margin is probably what you want the limit to be in a game. Other than that, anything other than 8 goals, you get 0 out of the game. Yesterday, as a North Melbourne supporter, you look and you go, what did we get out of the game? What did we get from our young players? So 1 to 2 year players, you can excuse them, but your 3 to 6 year players is what you're looking at. Did we get a great game out of any of those guys? And that's the tricky part for David. Although I listened to David Noble after the game speaking about where Brisbane were and 1 and 10 and this, that and the other. But I can't remember Brisbane having a 130-point loss. So, there's a lot of questions to be answered for North Melbourne. Lingy mentioned one of his old teammates. Why wouldn't you tap Harry Taylor on the shoulder at the end of last season and say, Harry, we need some experience. Can you give us a year or two? And it just brings a calmness, a steadiness to the place. So the weekend is one thing. Monday to Friday is a complete other thing.
On the SMS 0437774774, get involved in the show. Let us know your name and where you're listening, and let us know what you're thinking about the football at the moment. If you're a Dogs fan, we'd love to hear from you. Josh Bruce is going to be with us in just a moment after that superb performance yesterday. Already one texter asking how secure is the coach at North Melbourne. Well, I'm sure David Noble's going to be given plenty of time to put his imprint on what's happening at that club. This is The Lead on ABC Grandstand. AFL, we're at the MCG. I can see Nathan Broad and Jake Arts out on the ground. Out in the sunshine, it's a glorious day. Richmond and Sydney, our first match for broadcast this afternoon. But we're reflecting on last night. The Crows were superb against the Gold Coast Suns, who were very gallant, but ultimately beaten by 10 points. And the Western Bulldogs so impressive against North Melbourne, with Josh Bruce kicking 10 goals. He's our guest next on The Lead.
Jump from behind, straight down to Bruce, snaps on his leg. How about that?
Treloar in tight, did brilliantly. Away to English, gives to Williams. He balks, now bounces, hand pass Treloar. Could he do it again? Through the 50, you bet! The galloping Johannesson kicks to the on-fire Bruce. Mackay knocked it down, lost it. Bruce has got 6 again against the Kangas. Vandermeer the Rove, hand pass to Bailey Smith, defensive hand pass Treloar. He's kicked 2. How's about the left foot snap? To go with 2 crackers on the run. Out of the middle, McRae to Bontempelli. He's got a look at them from 60 out. The Bonds, long. And how they love it. McRae, a hand pass to Williams. Bailey Williams goes for Bruce. He couldn't, could he? He could! He marked between 2 defenders. 14 goals last season in 17 games. Maligned on the outer. Today he kicks 10. Show no mercy. The ruthless Bulldogs emerge as a serious premiership threat, recording their greatest ever victory. It did have the ruthless edge of a premiership contender. The Western Bulldogs winners yesterday, 25 goals, 17, 167 to North Melbourne, 5-9-39, a 128-point win. The star of yesterday, Josh Bruce, with his 10-goal haul, joins us live on The Lead on ABC Grandstand. Josh, congratulations. Great to have you with us.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Was your head just spinning last night? That was phenomenal.
Yeah, it was a little bit, but it was. It kind of didn't really sink in until after the game, to be honest, or very late on in the last quarter when it kind of starting to sink in with kind of what was happening, because I was just seemed to be so in the zone and everything was kind of falling my way. And as I said last night, like our midfield ascendancy was just out of control. So it was nice to sit on the end of a few.
It did seem like that wonderful space that athletes talk about that you got into, the zone, as you mentioned last night, where you almost, there was nothing you couldn't do seemingly, and that mark you took to kick the 10th really personified that.
Yeah, it was, and I mean, I've been doing a fair bit of work in that space over the last couple of years. Obviously, last year was under extremely trying circumstances with the hubs and the shortened season and everything that came along with that. And yeah, it was one of those nights that you dream about as a little kid. And yeah, the reality's kind of sunk in this morning as I've woken up, and yeah, the phone's still blowing up, and yeah, it's definitely a good one for the history books. And but it's just 3 games into a long season, and hopefully continue the form run.
Josh, well done on last night's performance. It was fantastic, very entertaining for us. We loved it. Can I go back? I know you've talked about this a little bit last night and even in the lead up about just what you did in the off season to you'd obviously identified where you needed to be fitness-wise and some of the sacrifices you needed to make, and you got some of the rewards last night. Can you take us back to the off-season and the decisions you made?
Yeah, well, I got to my exit meetings at the end of last season after we lost to the Saints in that final. Obviously an extremely bitter loss for me personally. Obviously losing to my old team in my first final and not having the impact for my new club and in that game nor the season. And, you know, I had a couple of really strong conversations with some people at the club about what I wanted to do and what I wanted to achieve the next year and how I was going to achieve that. And, you know, it's one thing for you to say these things in exit meetings and stuff, but it's another one to do it. So I got back to Canberra, where I'm from, my family is, and hired a personal trainer 3 or 4 times a week. And then, obviously, I think you might have seen I did all my training with Jack Steele, so we're pushing each other running-wise. So I was running with an All-Australian midfielder for the entirety of the off-season, so that definitely pushed me along and helped kind of light the fire under the belly. And then kind of when I got back to Melbourne, you know, I just decided that I'm going to absolutely do everything that I can from a professional sense and a preparation sense, in terms of extras and in terms of off-field stuff and in terms of everything at the club, and starting to pay a little bit of dividends. So, yeah, it feels good.
Well, you've done so well, and some of that off-field stuff that you spoke about, I think you've got off drinking, is that right? And I think you mentioned last night.
Yeah, I'm trying to go for 100 days sober, and I'm currently 93, and everything in my life is going really, really well. So maybe I'll have to extend it out for the whole year. We'll see how we go. But yeah, it's definitely one of those things that just kind of creeps in, I guess, as a professional athlete and as a sportsman, or even as a human, you know, in trying times last year, and, you know, the years leading up to that, a couple of beers might lead into, you know, a couple too many. And, you know, as I'm sure you've seen in the system, Lingy. So it's nice to have a kind of reset button from that side of the game and that side of kind of our culture and society. So, yeah, it feels really good.
You're abstaining, Josh. I can confirm, as I wandered out of the ground yesterday and made my way back to the car, I just slipped into a little pub in Spencer Street, and there were 3 people sitting at the bar. The bartender came over, poured some shots, including one for themselves, and they toasted your 10-goal effort and downed a shot in celebration. So
wow,
a few people out there were very pleased with your performance. The Dogs fans were absolutely just so pleased with everything yesterday. It was a brilliant game of football from your perspective. Josh Bruce, the 10-goal hero, is with us on the lead on ABC Grandstand with Cameron Ling and Adam Ramanauskas.
Is 10 the most you've kicked in a game, including juniors? Because it's a lot of goals, and you hear some weird and outrageous numbers of what players kicked in juniors, but is 10 the most you've kicked in a game?
No, I've kicked 12 once in about under 14s. Yeah, I had a big day out down in Canberra. There was a team, an old team called Tuggeranong that didn't have the numbers that day, so I think we had to send a few players over there, and yeah, but that was a long time ago, and it's the most goals I've kicked, for a long, long time, so it's a pretty special one, and it's just good to have the fans there yesterday, to be honest. That was almost the best part about it, because everyone's had such a tough year last year with COVID and not being able to go to the footy and all that, so yeah, it was really, really pleasing to do it in front of our home crowd.
You talk about the sacrifices that you've made over a pre-season, obviously with an off-season with a personal trainer, not drinking now, but is that also on the back? Do you feel the pressure? Obviously a number 1 draft pick comes in that you know is a key forward, and that you've also got Josh Shackey sitting there. Do you feel the pressure of that? And that's what, okay, the penny's dropped here. I've got to work my backside off, or these guys are just going to go straight past me?
No, not really. I mean, I've dealt with those kinds of things before. I mean, I was at the St Kilda when Paddy McCartan obviously got drafted as number 1 pick as well. So it's kind of not really something that I think about too much. All my reflection was all internal, and my motivation was internally based. You know, I don't really look for things outside of that and things that I can't control about, you know, to motivate me and to make me better. But, I mean, I've been really enjoying working with Shackey and with Jamar and trying to make them the best players that they can be, and, you know, preparing them for the next 10 years of their career, you know. So hopefully we can leave a legacy at the Dogs amongst the key forwards of, you know, hard working and preparing well, and hopefully it can, you know, become a a fruitful period for the club.
Your partnership with Aaron Norton looks like it works. I don't see you too often getting in each other's way. Norton flies, you lead. How much work do you two do on that partnership? Is that mainly out on the ground on the training track, or are you watching a lot of footage together to see what positioning is?
Yeah, it's a combination of both. So we sit on each other's tapes a lot with Ash Hansen, and obviously having last year, Aaron had a few injuries last year and didn't get the continuity that he was after, and he was able to complete a full pre-season this year for the first time in his career. So just that continuity on track, working out what each other wants to do and the way that we want to be predictable to the mids and with our leading patterns. And as you said, not necessarily getting each other's ways has been really good. And, I think he's been underrated for his performance last night. His contest up the field essentially allowed me to kick goals a bit deeper. He was phenomenal, bringing the ball to ground, 2 against 1, 3 against 1, and just his second efforts. And he's a special kid. He's one of the hardest trainers I've come across, and his day's going to come. He's had a great start to the year, and I think it's starting to see the fruition of that.
Josh, I'm just intrigued about the game in general. We've seen Tex Walker after 3 games is on 17 goals. Yourself, you've kicked the double figures last night. Is it too simplistic to say it's because of the man on the mark? Has it changed it that much that we're going to see more scoring? Or is it something else that we're not quite picking up that's meaning teams are a lot more attacking?
I think a majority of it is the rule changes. I think, just the ability for guys to have that extra couple of metres to make their kicks a little bit lower and not kicking over fingertips and hitting those 45s and not necessarily having to kick it over the man on the mark has made a huge difference. And it just makes the ball movement a lot quicker, and therefore it doesn't allow teams to get back defensively and have huge numbers in the back line and supporting them. So you're in a one-on-one contest as a forward, or a 2v2 or a 3v3. So it's exactly what forwards are after. And I think a combination of that, the kick-ins, and then, I think the game, I love Queensland. I love playing in Queensland, but it was slippery last year. Like, it was very slippery footy. Yeah. Like, it was playing wet weather for the majority of the year. And I think shorter quarters, slippery footy, back under the lid in Melbourne. I think we're in for a good year of footy, and I think a short sample size already, but there's been close games, high-scoring games, and just exciting footy. And yeah, the forwards are benefiting at the moment. I hate to be a defender right now.
Josh Bruce is with us on the lead. Josh, we romanticise about the days of 100-goal seasons, and we haven't had one since 2008. With what you've seen out on the field as a forward, do you feel like that possibility is open again for someone to achieve that 100 at some point in the next few years?
Well, potentially, yeah. You obviously need an absolute freak of nature like Buddy to kick one in the modern day game. I think just based purely around the way team defences are, I think it'd be pretty unlikely still. But I think it's definitely within the realms of possibilities for the Coleman medalist to be kicking, north of 70 goals. What's Tex on? He's kicked 6, 5 and 6
already.
Yeah, in 3 games. If he keeps up that ratio, then he'll kick 100. But I think, and it'll be interesting to see how the game settles over the next month or two as well. As a bit of fatigue and travel and weariness gets in. But at the moment, it's a good spectacle for sure.
Just back to Lingy's point, Josh, about the man on the mark, and you spoke about kicking over the hand, so the ball now comes in a lot lower. Have your cues then as a forward changed? Does that make you lead differently? Does that make you position differently?
It does, yeah. It allows, because you know that they're going to be able to crib off the mark and play on a little bit more, it allows you to set your man up a little bit more and come at the leg and be able to lead in pockets of space that just simply you wouldn't have been able to kick in last year or the years previously, because it was definitely a much more contest long down the line side, because there's pockets of space that are just inaccessible for kickers. And now just being able to literally just have that little bit of sideways movement, and it just opens up so many different pockets of space that as a forward, you're licking your lips, you're just waiting for them to get shoulders out, and then when they're shoulders out, you can get to work inside 50. So.
The fans loved it, Josh. There was unbridled joy in the stands yesterday. I don't think some of them could believe how good it was, what they were witnessing in terms of your performance and more broadly the Bulldogs yesterday. Congratulations and all the best for a huge clash in Ballarat next week against the Lions.
Thanks, boys. Yeah, big one coming up. Appreciate it.
Good on you, Josh. Josh Bruce there, who wound back the clock. That was a brilliant performance. 10 goals in that 128-point victory. The Western Bulldogs over North Melbourne at Docklands yesterday.
I think Alan Lingy, as a great question too. Great question.
Is that the first compliment you ever got from Rammer on air?
We recorded that, didn't we?
But if you're a leading forward playing with the Bulldogs, how much ball they are generating at the moment, you'd be loving life. This is going to continue. Tex, he's a leading forward. The rule change has suited him to the ground. So all those, like Jack now, he's kicked 4 in the first 2 games, so he's got 8 for the season. Those leading type of forwards now with the ball movement, the guys finding those smarter pockets.
And flick that around too from the Bulldogs midfield perspective. Remember round 1? We thought there were just hundreds of possessions in the middle of the ground and they didn't go forward. Now they've got to have total belief. If Josh Bruce is down there, Aaron Norton's down there, we can get it in quicker than what we've done in round 1. That will be big for the Western Bulldogs as an entire team. They've got a good enough midfield to win the ball. They've got a good enough midfield to share it around a little bit. But now they can go with total confidence deep inside forward 50.
This is the lead on ABC Grandstand. We're going to dig deeper into the Adelaide Crows victory over the Gold Coast Suns last night by a margin of 10 points, with Taylor Walker again kicking 6. 17 goals now for the season, Walker. That is his best start to a season ever.
He kicked 15 in total for the last season.
Yes, he did. 15 goals, 9 last year. He kicked 63 for the season in 2012. That's his best return. He's already got 17. So who knows what he's capable of. It's not a flash in the pan, though.
Wasn't there a line through him end of last year? Finished, done, hang the boots up.
Why Adelaide?
Well, he's only 30. He's 30, Taylor Walker.
It's crazy.
30 years old.
We're so quick at retiring players sometimes. It's craziness.
Yeah. Jack Rewalt's another one who people were starting to question. He's kicked a couple of goal bags, not quite a bag, but 4 each. In the first 2 weeks, many handfuls. We'll see what he can do against the Swans this afternoon. Lachlan Sholl from the Adelaide Crows, one of their star youngsters, is going to be joining us on the program shortly on the lead on ABC Grandstand. But coming up next, all the latest news with Alicia Muling.
Hi, Heather Hewitt here. Join me for Back Roads as we travel to the more remote towns and regions of Australia, from Cobar to Cloncurry.
Really good life, really.
Strawn to Cooper Pedy, and many more in between.
There are sand, there's dust, there's lots of flies, there's very large mosquitoes.
We discover all that magnificent rural and regional Australia has to offer and celebrate the amazing people living life just off the back roads of Australia.
Back Roads, Thursday nights at 8 on ABC TV and streaming on iView.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital, this is The Lead.
Nice to have you with us wherever you're listening around the country. 0437 774 774 is the SMS number. G'day, Al Grant here in Hobart, where it's 30 degrees. I heard this morning that in the under-20 competition in the Northwest Tas Soccer, Ulverston beats Somerset 28-0. Got to be a record. Somerset would still beat our Blues, though. Yes, he's a bit pessimistic about Carlton at the moment. 28-0 in a soccer game. That's like Archie Thompson with his 13 goals against American Samoa back in the day. Even if Josh did not score at all, North still lost by more than 11 goals, says one listener. And Tony in Castlemaine, Hawthorn won an expected flag in 2008 and then took another 5 years to get another and get on a roll. The Bulldogs won an unexpected flag 5 years ago in 2016. Just saying, says Tony. Yeah, it's a good point. Very good point. 0437 774 774 is the number if you want to get in touch. The lead, Journo, part of our program on a weekly basis and part of our call team as well for Saturday afternoon football is Alicia Muling. Welcome to you, Alicia.
G'day, Al.
Good to see you. Lovely to have you in the box on such a pleasant day at the MCG. It really was a nightmare yesterday for North Melbourne, and a nightmare worsened on the injury front as well. What's the latest there?
Yeah, so 2 key injuries. Jared Pollock, another hamstring for him. He'll have a scan today. We're unsure of the severity, but probably just a standard, maybe 3 to 4 weeks. And then the other one is Jed Anderson and an ankle complaint. David Noble said last night that it didn't seem too severe and that he could play next week, which is some good news.
And what about the Bulldogs? Ryan Gardner was out of the game very early yesterday.
He was, and that seems to be a similar injury to the Hayden Crozier one from a couple of weeks ago. So he's already booked in for some surgery over the next few days. So Luke Beveridge said today that probably around the 6 to 8 week mark that he'll be out for.
All right, the Gold Coast Suns started so well last night. We're going to get to that match against the Adelaide Crows in a moment with Lachlan Sholl to join us on the program, but 5 goals 6 to 5 goals straight. They weren't able to capitalise in the first quarter, and Adelaide won the game 14-11-95 to 12-13-85. And Gold Coast's cause certainly not helped by the injury to Jared Witts, the ruckman.
Yeah, the co-captain, so he certainly creates a massive hole for the Suns. So they arrived back on the Gold Coast from Adelaide just in the last hour. So the club says that they believe he'll probably get a scan on Monday. But Stuart Dew does seem that he will spend a couple of weeks or certainly some significant period on the sidelines. Here was Stuart Dew last night.
It's not great. We're obviously not sure without a scan, but it's going to be a number of weeks. So we'll have to get creative. And work out where to from here. But for now, just take a breath, work out how bad it is. But it's obviously not ideal, both in the game and moving forward for us at this stage. Probably more just check medial and or cartilage. Yeah, just that's just from the visual aspect of the nature of the hit.
That was Stuart Dew speaking last night after Gold Coast's 10-point loss to the Adelaide Crows. And we've woken this morning to go onto the ABC News website and another staggering piece of journalism from the acclaimed journo Russell Jackson on the ABC website. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend you go and have a read regarding a further stain on St Kilda's history, Alicia.
Yeah, well, just fresh from scooping up Victoria's highest journalism honour last week, Russell Jackson has now written another amazing piece on Rod Owen, who the St Kilda player whose career was over by the time he was 25. Russell goes into his Rod's battle with illness, with addiction, the death of his father, and also the sexual assault of Rod when he was a St Kilda Little League player, and how that just affected his life. Matt Finnis, the CEO of the St Kilda Footy Club, has also been in contact with Rod, with his family, over the past few weeks. So an incredible piece of journalism. If you, as you said, Al, if you haven't already seen it, to head onto the ABC website.
Yeah, abc.net.au/news for Russell Jackson's latest feature, which is again revealing a fairly dark chapter in the history of our game. At St Kilda on the front foot, apologising as they were with the Robbie Muir situation and looking to put the right foot forward in response. Alicia, thank you. You'll be on the boundary for us this afternoon. It's the place to be today with Richmond and Sydney.
Absolutely.
Going to be fantastic. Thanks for coming in. Alicia Muehling there, the lead journo with us on the lead on ABC Grandstand. We've touched on North Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs and that massacre at Docklands yesterday. Next, we're going to have a chat about the Adelaide Crows and their 10-point win over the Gold Coast Suns, which continued the Crows' strong start to the season.
Sloan enters forward 50 with a kick, looking for Walker. Used his body, took the mark. Walker from 25 out, eases the ball home. Crows first for the night, comes in, hits it well, hits it strongly, and hits it through the big opening. Taylor Walker with a team-lifting goal. Another centre break for Adelaide through a free kick. It's to Rory Sloan, and Sloan plays on and just goes deep and low with the kick. It finds its way to Walker. Off the left foot, goal! Oh, amazing, big Tex. Duday goes long and high up. It gets over the back. Walker was waiting. He tackles Collins and he disposes of the ball badly. Picked up by Rowe.
Ball trickles out the Crows' way. Sloan gets it to Sholl. Kicks into the 50. Walker at the front. Didn't matter that he had two opponents on him. Just stood up, took the mark. Walker will start from inside the centre square. Comes in, Kicks on the paint of 50, has the distance and the accuracy. Crows all-time leading goal kicker just roosts it from 50 and has a handful. 5 for the Texan.
Kelly was there running. He drops it in short down the line. Picked up by Keys. He's a left footer. He can go long. He goes long and strong. And Taylor Walker comes from behind and takes the mark. Straight out in front. 25 metres back. Walker happy with the result.
Taylor Walker wasn't the only one happy with the result last night. The Adelaide crowd getting right behind their team. In fact, Matthew Nicks, in the aftermath of the match, felt that perhaps his team wouldn't have been able to run it out to the extent that they did had it not been for the vocal support of the big crowd at the Adelaide Oval. A 10-point win to the Crows, their second win of the season. 14-11-95 defeated Gold Coast 12-13-85. And one of the young stars of the Adelaide Crows joins us on the lead on ABC Grandstand. His name is Lachlan Sholl. Great to have you with us, Lachie. Have we got you, Lachie? We'll come back to Lachlan Sholl shortly when we can get that line established. That was such a good game of football, really, last night. And the Gold Coast Suns beaten by 10 points, but had their moments in that game. Inaccuracy was costly, but Adelaide are finishing quarters really strongly. We see it with Richmond, red time goals. They're clearly a very fit side at the moment.
They are, and their senior players are really nailing those crucial moments. I mean, the Suns were affected by Jared Witts going down, no question at all. But the Crows, just their key senior players, and Tex obviously had another wonderful game, but Rory Sloane and those types of players, that support they provide for the younger players like Lachlan Sholl just means they've got more confidence about what they're doing late in quarters.
Well, he's looking very confident out on the field, Lachlan Sholl, at the moment. That match against Carlton last year was superb. He started the season well as well, and he's with us now. G'day, Lachie.
G'day, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolute pleasure. Sum it up from your perspective last night, being out on the ground in the midst of a very tight tussle with Gold Coast, the crowd heavily involved, Taylor Walker kicking 6 again. What was it like playing in that match last night?
Yeah, obviously it was an awesome night, really. Obviously to play it at home as well at Adelaide Oval in front of all our fans was a huge bonus as well. And you know, they certainly give us a huge lift. You know, going into the last quarter, and you know, when you got Tex, you know, kicking bags of 5 and 6 each week, it makes life very easy. And it's great to see Tex in some great form. And yeah, obviously last night was an awesome night.
Your coach, Matthew Nicks, talked about your fitness levels and ability to run out games and quarters in the aftermath of last night. Just how much fitness work did you put in during the off-season to get yourselves to the point you are now?
Yeah, I think it's been pretty well documented that due to obviously the COVID still being quite prominent in Victoria, a lot of the Victorian-based guys stayed back for the off-season in South Australia, and you know, a lot of us, you know, stuck around and put some work in over the break. Yeah, as I said, I suppose it has been pretty well documented, but you know, that certainly gives us great confidence, you know, going into games that, you know, we can run out games. And you know, it's a credit to all those guys who put the work in over that break. And yeah, hopefully we can keep, I suppose, keep this form up and you know, continue to run out games well, I suppose.
Lachie, well done on the win. A terrific win. It was a terrific game of footy. Just from your own perspective, still so early on in your career, 11 games in, but just can I take you back to the end of last season and made your debut, and I'm sure that debut was a bit of a whirlwind, your head spinning, but the time when you started feeling a little bit more comfortable right at the end, getting the Rising Star nomination, moments like that, did you sense that realisation that, oh, actually, I belong at this level and I can cope with the pace and the physicality of AFL footy?
Yeah, obviously it was, thankfully, obviously, but yeah, it was a great feeling to, I suppose, be able to, you know, contribute in terms of, you know, or in that way towards the end of last year. But, you know, I really went into games just focusing on it's pretty cliche, but what the team wants, and it's obviously quite true. But going into games, I just wanted to play my role, and to be able to, I suppose, get on the end of a couple of solid games towards the end and contribute in wins was an awesome feeling. And that day against Carlton does keep getting brought up a little bit, but it was a crazy day to be able to play against a side who I actually grew up barracking for, and getting to play against guys who I idolised growing up. So that was an incredible day, and then also to play in Bryce Gibbs' last game as well was a really special feeling as well.
Look, take us back to round one against the Cats. Obviously a massive win. But how much confidence does, particularly the younger group, does that fill you guys with that all the work you did over the pre-season, one, has paid off, but also that what you're doing as a team is actually working? Because, easily Geelong could have came over there, wiped the floor, and then you got question marks. But in your own mind, how much does a win like that help just with the momentum of the start of a season?
Yeah, no, that was another incredible day, really. To be able to, not just compete against the grand finalists of last year in Geelong, who, mind you, are a really good side. But to also come away with the win, against the Cats was awesome as well. So, it was a crazy day, and obviously it's still, in terms of the age demographic of our group, we are still quite young, and that certainly there's no doubt that we took away some great belief out of that game, and to be able to string together a four-quarter performance like that against such a strong opposition was really fulfilling, and hopefully we can continue to carry that throughout the season.
And you look at last night's team yourself: Butts, Schoenberg, Berry, McPherson, Hamill, McHenry, Rowe. There's so many young players in there, but you're still obviously very early in your career. Who's the leader of that young group? Who's driving the standards? As obviously you got your older leaders in Sloaney and Tex and the like, but who's the young guy that's really driving those standards for you guys as youngsters?
Yeah, obviously we're really fortunate as a young crew to be able to have such great leaders who have been around for a very long time. You mentioned a few there, but to be able to have those guys to bounce off and work together with is really awesome, and there's no doubt that it's helped us fast track our development, in particular as a young group. And when you talk about leaders, there's not really one that comes to mind. I think it's really more of a group mindset that we've sort of taken into this year, and we've been able to obviously get together a really good training block throughout the pre-season together as a young side, and throughout that pre-season we were able to put a lot of work in together, and it was very much a group mentality, and I think overall it really was a group mindset that I suppose really drove our development over the pre-season. But you've obviously got those older leaders, and then young guys in our group that are really driving the standards as well. You got Andy McPherson is one that comes to mind in terms of his professionalism and the way that he goes about it. And obviously his first few years were I suppose, not ideal with injury and whatnot. I'm sure he'd be the first to admit that. But to see him come on and do so well is awesome to see.
Lockie, great to chat with you today. Terrific start to the season from your team as well. All the best for the rest of the year.
No worries, guys. Thanks for having me. Cheers.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for joining us. Lachlan Sholl there with us on the lead on ABC
impressive
Grandstand.
Young man.
Terrific. Yeah, when you asked that question about who was leading the young guys, I think Lockie might be.
Yeah, well, that's what I sort of half wanted him to say that. But they're impressive, the Crows. The way they're going about it, it was obviously the first three quarters of last season was a disaster for them. But you've got to remember, they finished strong last season.
Yep.
I think they won 3 of their last 5, and they look good.
Yeah, but can I bring it back to your first point we made right at the top of the show about North Melbourne? these young kids that you just reeled off, and that's a big group of them, they are still supported by the likes of Tex Walker. Matty Nix could have easily said, oh, actually, yeah, you're right, Tex is done. He's out of there. I'm just going to play a kid.
Yeah.
He said, no, let's back him in, get him fit, get his body right. He is going to provide leadership, maturity out on the ground for these young guys. Rory Sloane, Rory Lett, reel them all off, Seedsman, all of those good experienced players are supporting these kids and complimenting them.
One guy I do want to mention is Ben Keys.
Yep.
He was at Brisbane. He was never going to get a game there. He came in on a rookie contract there, and Matthew Nick said, we want you to do this job. We want you to be a defensive-minded midfielder. He got the reward last year. I think he finished 5th in their best and fairest. But now he's backing it up. He's had 26 possessions last night and still shutting down the opposition's best midfielder. So that's it doesn't need to necessarily be a name, what Lingy's saying, but if you get the right-minded person into your football club that's willing to do what the coach says as an experienced player, that leads the way so much for these younger guys.
On 0437 774 774, Andy says, weren't the Crows last year's easy beats? North is playing the kids, and no, Lingy, we don't need an ex-cat. Zeeble is there to provide behind-the-ball decision-making, so thanks for your text, Andy. Traralgon Tiger reckons after a mild summer, cricket weather brings cricket scores. Go Tigers, says the Tiger from Traralgon. Let's see how your Tigers go this afternoon. I have to say this is going to be it's got me going a fair bit more than I would have expected when I looked at the fixture earlier in the season. The way Sydney are playing at the moment, they could really give a challenge to the Tigers today. The man from Carlton River says Ablett's 1993 9 games was at 105 goals. Is that true? Not quite.
I think it was 13 games, wasn't it, for his 100?
Yeah, and in 17 for that season, he kicked 124. After 9 rounds, he kicked 72. That was the year where Salmon and Ablett had the shootout at the G. 14 goals for Ablett
if you remember,
in a losing side.
If you remember, Ablett brought up his 100 against North Melbourne that year and then proceeded to kick 10 on Mickey Martin, just to emphasise the fact he topped the ton.
How many goals do you reckon Gary Ablett Sr. would have kicked if he played his entire career at full forward? Kicked over 1,000, obviously.
He did, yeah.
But, what, to 90, 91-ish?
Yeah.
He was half-forward flanker.
Yeah, half-forward wing, maybe a pocket.
Yeah.
Well, he only had the 3 full seasons at full forward, 93, 94, 95,
100
and kicked 100
every
every year.
Yeah, Andy from Rock Vegas says, so the Dogs beat up on the Roos, who without Tarrant, Core, McDonald and Bonner have a cobbled together back 6. Whoop-de-doo. Doesn't tell us anything we don't already know about them or North, says Andy. Thanks for your text, Andy. 0437 774 774. 2 finals coming up this afternoon in the AFLW. Melbourne versus Fremantle. We do have a call of this match, the elimination final at Casey Fields. If you want to get access to it this afternoon, go to the AFL app, click on the match button, and you can click on the listen section of that match centre there, and you go to the ABC Worm to get the call. So Melbourne Freo at Casey, then Collingwood and North Melbourne at Vic Park this afternoon. Joel Peterson's heading up the call team at Casey, and he can join us on the lead on ABC Grandstand. Joel, set things up for us.
G'day, Al. Thank you. First of all, the sun is shining here at Casey. It is hot as usual out here. It is windy. And we've got 2 sides that are ready and raring to go. The first of the finals in the AFLW today is Melbourne and Fremantle. 4th playing 5th in the competition. Melbourne are the form side. They've won 4 in a row. Freo have lost their past 2. Carlton co-captain Kieran Harrington, part of our call team on Grandstand AFLW. Shapes is a really interesting game. They played 2 weeks ago, Kez. It was a thriller. We could get a repeat today.
I think Casey's fields out here is really going to favour Melbourne. Obviously, the loss of Daisy Pearce last week is going to be a really interesting, discussion for us and how Melbourne is going to, combat the loss of her. Freo, on the other hand, they don't like to play away from Perth, so I'm really interested to see how they're going to come out today. They haven't had the greatest of form, but they've managed to find themselves in a position to compete.
And, of course, the second final a little bit later on is Collingwood and North Melbourne, that game at Victoria Park. Collingwood could have had the chance to go through and maybe host all the finals and get home field advantage. These 2 sides met last year in a final. It was a thriller. North Melbourne won that. And, again, 2 sides that play a pretty high-tempo brand of footy.
Collingwood's certainly the informed team at the start of the year. I think many players and fans alike would have tipped them to be the premiership favourites early. They've let themselves down in the last 2 weeks. 2 losses leading into finals isn't great form. However, they are a really tremendous team, the way that they play. The keys for them is going to be Chloe Malloy and Bree Davey going through the middle. And the combination of Jazz Garner, Emma Carney and Emma King for North are going to be heavily relied on to get them over the line.
So there's plenty of stars in action across these 2 games. Al, of course, the winner of our game here at Casey Fields plays Adelaide next week. The winner of the Collingwood-North Melbourne game plays Brisbane as the 2 sides who qualified first and second and have this first week of the AFLW Finals series off. So conditions very good for footy out here at Casey. The wind is up. It's going straight down the ground to the southern end. It's a really blustery northerly, so we could see some high scoring out here, Al, and we could have a really dominant scoring end of the ground. But should be a great game. Looking forward to all the AFLW action unfolding throughout the afternoon.
Good on you, Joel. Thanks to Joel and the Carlton women's captain there, Karen Harrington, part of our call team for that match, alongside Nathan Burke, the Western Bulldogs women's coach and former St Kilda champ. And Jess Webster's calling the action with Joel this afternoon. If you want to pick up the call of that match, you can do so on the AFL app. So that match starting in around 10 minutes' time, and then later today it is the clash between North Melbourne and Collingwood. Melbourne have been in very good form this season. We'll wait to see how they go against the Dockers in that match this afternoon. We'll keep you across it throughout the course of the day. This is The Lead on ABC Grandstand. Great to have you with us wherever you're listening around the country. We've got enough time for our favourite little segment. Now, Adam Ramanauskas, I know he had a crack last week, but Cameron Ling was so disappointed with his performance on hospital handballs, he asked if he could do it again. He's going to try again. Last week was so poor, Lingy. We're giving you another crack. You're on notice.
Hang on.
It's time for hospital handballs.
It's a hand pass away to Gawn, and then a heavy bump. Sydney Stack bouncing straight off Viney.
Hit me with your best shot. Why don't you hit me with your best shot?
Baker has been completely flattened.
Hit me with your best shot.
That is the definition of a hospital hand pass.
All right, I tried last week to hit him with my best shot, and he just swatted me away with these last week.
Honestly, it was like Dustin Martin Fens flicking you off. I thought you were a tagger.
How have you avoided this, Al?
We'll get to Al shortly. Don't worry.
It's not about me, Ramo.
Adam Ramanauskas.
You're the premiership
Come
players.
on, Liggy.
Well,
let's go.
Put on your player manager hat. One of the esteemed player managers of the competition, and one of your high-profile clients changed clubs in the off-season. Ben Brown.
Yes, correct.
When's he playing?
He's playing a half next week. So
when's he playing senior AFL football?
I would say probably 2 weeks after that, I would imagine.
Okay.
Yep.
Good.
So VFL scratch match for him, Ramo?
Is it round 1 next week for the VFL, or is it scratch match still?
I think it's round 5 of the AFL.
Yeah, so he's playing a half next week. All going well, obviously, on the training track, and
straight into the AFL after that.
I hope so.
Excellent.
I would.
Speaking of those who aren't in the AFL at the moment, one of your other clients, Mitch Wallace, left out of the Western Bulldogs team.
Yes.
Have you already got him searching for other clubs?
No, he's vice captain of the football club. Totally invested he is. Disappointed, though, that he got dropped.
Did you ring him straight away?
Of course I did.
You're a supportive manager. What did you say to him?
There's a couple of choice words in there.
Okay, excellent. Now, I'm led to believe you are part of the Drew Morfitt Memorial Quaddie here at the ABC, and we've had some terrific success with that.
Correct.
But I'm led to believe you are part of another punters club that puts on the Saturday afternoon Quaddie as well.
Correct.
Given the choice of only one landing the Quaddie, would you prefer it was us or them? He's not answering quickly here. Yes. Round 2 knockout.
No. I'll answer this
Good fight,
question. There's a lot more money at stake in the other one than there is in this one.
Where's small fry? Small fry.
Just us little battlers. Can you give us some of the names of the players in the others? People in the others?
Mark Harvey, Dustin Fletcher, Matthew Lloyd, Dean Solomon,
dogs.
Mark McVeigh.
Well, he's still scared of those blokes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So it is.
High stakes, eh?
Fair enough. Given the choice of only one, last week I asked you about Fantasia, Danaher and all that. Did you keep them or go? If Essendon could only keep one of Sard,
Danaher or Fantasia, who would you keep?
Danaher, every day of the week. Key forwards are impossible to find. Impossible.
Okay, Razzle Dazzle and Sardi. Rama doesn't rate you. That's okay.
Great fight back, Lee.
Good.
He's only just getting warmed up. He wants to go again.
I've got another
Maybe
8
next
questions
week.
here.
Maybe next week.
Right, okay.
You had a good hard look at yourself.
We're playing this game. Okay,
And needed
that's
to.
fine now.
And needed to. Coming up next for most of you, Clinchy and Sellers with no excuses here. They're going to be speaking to the Swans recruiting boss, Kinnear Beatson, and also Bron Goulden, mother of Errol. If you're in South Australia, the build-up to Richmond and Sydney.
ABC News with David Rowlands. Queensland has detected one new locally acquired case of COVID-19, a close contact linked to one of the clusters that saw Greater Brisbane locked down earlier this week. The state's health minister says the snap lockdown has served its purpose. The new case is a man who's been in quarantine since March the 27th after attending a potential exposure site. Chief Health Officer Dr Jeanette Young says the case is of no concern to the community.
He's been in quarantine for his entire infectious period, so there is no risk here at all. So I'm very grateful for those over 2,000 people who've been in quarantine as a result of these recent 2 clusters. That's been very, very important.
The Victorian government says it will continue its rollout of the AstraZeneca vaccine despite a case of a Melbourne man developing a rare blood clotting disorder after receiving the shot. The Therapeutic Goods Administration is reviewing the case of the 44-year-old man who was recently admitted to hospital with serious thrombosis and a low platelet count. Some countries have suspended or altered their rollout of AstraZeneca vaccines after other similar cases emerged overseas. Victorian Government Minister Luke Donnellan says it's important people continue to get the vaccine to protect themselves and the wider community from COVID-19.
In terms of the direct link, that is something that needs to be looked at. There is no certainty there is a direct link, so that is something the Therapeutic Goods Administration will look at. But we will continue to roll out the vaccine because it's just so important.
A police officer has been killed in an attack near the US Capitol building in Washington after a man drove his car into 2 officers before getting out of the vehicle and lunging at them with a knife. Authorities say officers responded by firing on the suspect, who died. William Billy Evans, an 18-year veteran of the force, is the second officer to be killed protecting the US Capitol this year. Metro Police Chief Robert Conti has told reporters the motive behind the attack was still unclear.
It does not appear that he is known to the Capitol Police or the Metropolitan Police Department at this time. It does not appear to be terrorism related, but obviously we'll continue to investigate to see if there's some type of nexus along those lines.
The top homicide investigator for the US city of Minneapolis has told the murder trial of Derek Chauvin, the former police officer who was seen last year kneeling on the neck of George Floyd, that the use of force was totally unnecessary. Lieutenant Richard Zimmerman told the jury that since joining the Minneapolis police in 1985, he had never been trained to kneel on someone's neck. He also said that once a person was handcuffed, the threat reduced, and officers were responsible for the care of anyone they arrested. Mr. Chauvin denies the charges against him. Taiwanese prosecutors are seeking an arrest warrant for a construction site manager whose truck is believed to have been involved in a train accident yesterday in which at least 50 people died. Taiwan's worst rail accident in 7 decades occurred after an express train hit a truck that had slid down a bank from a construction site next to the track. The site manager is suspected of failing to engage its brake properly. The train was carrying almost 500 people, many of them holidaymakers from the capital Taipei to the east coast, when it derailed and crashed in a tunnel. Back home, a massive police search operation is underway in remote central Australia after a 4-year-old girl went missing yesterday afternoon. NT police say they're using local trackers, drones, police dogs and a helicopter to try and find the child who's autistic and hearing impaired. She was seen yesterday afternoon at the outstation of Alice Well, around 150 kilometres south of Alice Springs. Temperatures in the desert region are forecast in the low 30s today. Acting Superintendent Michael Potts says an Aboriginal tracker managed to find some footprints and a bike believed to belong to the girl.
We're obviously concerned for her age.
only being 4.5-year-old, and not having access to water since around about 3:30 yesterday afternoon. So it's extremely important that we locate her as quickly as possible.
Turning to sport, and in AFL, Sydney's rate of improvement will receive its most severe test when they face Richmond at the MCG this afternoon. After missing last season's finals, the Swans have won their first 2 games this year, including an opening round upset of 2021 preliminary finalists Brisbane. However, they will find the 2-time premiers to be an even more formidable opponent after the Tigers open their title defence with successive victories. Later today, Essendon meet St Kilda and the West Coast Eagles host Port Adelaide. You're up to date with ABC News.
Open your kids' ears to the world with these podcasts on the ABC Listen app. For answers to curious questions, listen to Short and Curly.
What are some things you think robots will be able to do when you're an adult?
Delve into Imagine This, a science podcast for the whole family.
What makes a star fall out of the sky?
Or explore the diverse languages and stories of Indigenous Australia with Little Yarns.
We've got some very clever jargons here.
Open their ears to the world. Download the ABC Listen app today.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
They've got players who looked lazy last night, didn't look interested. You know, there's lots of blokes getting lots of money there and not much output. You want to challenge Richmond? Good luck. Bring your best game or you just get rolled over like everyone else does.
Paul Kelly's with his Brownlow medal. Do you have it on display or is it tucked away somewhere safe?
No, it is on display.
Sid Jackson, welcome aboard.
Thank you. To be put alongside some other great players, it's a great honour.
Jim's given us a call from Warrnambool.
I want to speak to Sellers about St Kilda.
I'm here, Jim.
Marilyn's given us a call from Shepparton.
I want to speak to Mark and ask him if he remembered leaving a big photo of himself in white favours in a house in Mornington when he was in his 20s. A very show-off one it was.
I hope maybe, Matt, you can adjudicate because I think that Mark's not going to like what I got to say.
I like it, Ian. You've bounced out of the corner. Righto, Sellers, over to you.
Stay there, Ian. Stay there, Ian. Hang in there.
Now here's Matt Clinch and Mark McClure on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital with no excuses.
Easter footy has been a big tick for footy fans, delivering some compelling storylines. Zach Bailey's winner for the Brisbane Lions on Thursday night. Josh Bruce's 10 goals in the Western Bulldogs' 128-point win over North Melbourne. And Taylor Walker back to the Tex of old with 6 goals in Adelaide's win over the Gold Coast Suns. The Wooden Spooners from last season are inside the top 8. No excuses perhaps for North Melbourne. No excuses on a perfect Saturday at the MCG with the sun bathing down. And 2 interesting sides, Richmond, who have for so long been the pinnacle in the AFL, and a young and emerging Sydney side who have topped up with the draft and seem to have some really exciting prospects. Matt Clinch with you. Mark McClure, welcome.
Clinchy, how are you? Beautiful day at the MCG. The ground looks superb, and I'm not certain what sort of crowd we'll get, but let's hope we get a good one because they're worthy opponents when you think about it. Richmond are the Stars. We know how they play. We know what they do. Everyone knows what they do, but not many can combat it. Can Sydney with their youth. This has been an extraordinary change from 16th last year, and they built a side on the back of youth. And some of those kids are Warner and McDonald and Goulden, and then you got McInerney and McLean and Wicks, and and those guys are a mass. Some of them have played 2 games.
Yeah,
I mean, it's extraordinary, and they stand up and be counted. And it's all about your character and the culture of the football club. And Sydney have one. And they build kids and they grow.
And you wanted to give our listeners a real insight. So Kinnear Beatson, the Sydney Swans list manager, is going to join us in a couple of moments' time. Also going to chat to Bron Goulden, who is the mother, of course, of Errol, who was one of the Rising Star nominees in the first couple of rounds. So we've got Sydney covered this afternoon. Out of the highlights over the weekend, I'd imagine you wanted to kick the goal after the siren for a win, or would you want Josh Bruce's 10, or the storyline of Taylor Walker? Even though North were disappointing, there are a couple of good storylines there.
Well, the last 10 years, if someone kicked 5 goals, it was unbelievable. So to me, it's been because they've flooded back lines, they've destroyed the actual structure of our game that we've had for 150 years. And it's not just the coaches wanted to control it, and actually the AFL have pulled it back, which is a great job by them, and I really employ them. That game on Friday night was spectacular. They got back the one they lost the week before. because there was a
Adelaide,
free kick in the air.
Thursday night. You've gone back to Thursday night with the Brisbane Lions.
Brisbane Lions. I thought that was unbelievable. They lost that game down at the Cattery on the back of an umpiring decision that was poor. And the AFL admitted it and all those. But all of a sudden they get back with a goal straight after the siren. And same kid, same person. Zach Bailey was there at the same time. So he could have been done it twice. Look, that was a really good game. And they're two good sides, and we all understand that. We know about North. North have got some building to do and some rebuilding to do. They've had some poor times, and you've got to give them some time. Okay, and Noble's there to try and help them out, and he understands and sees exactly what's going on, and I think, he's the right man for that job. But the Bulldogs were spectacular. Josh Bruce with 10 goals. Well, we haven't seen a 10-goal kicker for 20 years?
No, not that long. Couple of years. Ben Brown kicked 10 a couple of years ago for North when they had a day out. Tom Lynch has kicked 10.
When did he kick 10?
Let me have a look in my book. I'll work it out for you.
Anyway, I'm saying 10 years. Anyway, to me, anyway, but it's unusual. But we used to have lots of them who'd kick 10s and 8s and 12s. Hutto and Lockett and all those sort of guys, and also Lloyd and all the really good full forwards. And Josh Bruce, who's not the greatest kick I've ever seen, but the kick 10 is a great feat. And I love what he did there. So for mine, footy's back, and the excitement's back, and the scoring's back. We've got a couple of good... Adelaide's the other one with Tex. Tex was gone.
You're having a bit of a look at Adelaide's fixture as well. You can see them winning a few more.
Well, I'm actually looking at Sydney's fixture as well. The Adelaide Crows, right? They've won 3. Geelong, Sydney, and Gold Coast. Two, okay. Yeah. So then they play North. They should beat North. Then they play Freo. They should beat Freo. Then they play the Hawks. They should beat them, and then they got GWS to make it 7 wins or 8 wins in the first part. It almost locks them into the finals. They've come from, I think 16th were they last year?
Yep.
16th last year to build a side, and Matty Nix should be applauded for that. He's got a team of kids and people around the place, and the style of football. It's quick, it's movement. They were in trouble yesterday, down a little bit, fought their way back in, and won the game quite comfortably against the Suns. Who's to know that couldn't be 7 wins? Isn't that fantastic? And
Absolutely.
Sydney could be exactly the same way.
They could indeed.
And they were 16th and they were 18th. It's incredible.
Adam doing great work in the studio telling us Ben Brown was the last player to kick 10 goals against Port Adelaide back in 2019, round 22.
I missed that game.
Not surprising. We're loving the work of the Swans. Kinnear Beatson is the General Manager of Recruiting and List Strategy at the Sydney Footy Club. He can join us on No Excuses. Kinnear, you must be like a proud parent watching these young kids run out on the AFL MCG for the first time. How does it make you feel?
Oh, it's terrific, Matt and Mark. I mean, we couldn't be happier. Yeah, they've had a significant impact in the first 2 games. It's going to be really interesting to see how they shape up today against a very, very good team in the Tigers, obviously.
It's a great test. After many years of finals, and all of a sudden you fall out, the 16th last year, the bounce back has been extraordinary.
Yeah, we were pretty lucky, Mark, just in the sense that 2020, we did have a pretty ordinary year, so we ended up with an early draft pick in a year where we didn't see a lot of the kids play at a national level because of COVID, but then to also have 2 really talented players coming through the COVID, it couldn't have happened in a better year.
Tell us a bit about a couple of these kids from your perspective, Kinnear. So for Logan McDonald, who was a key forward, and it's always challenging taking a key forward because you know they're going to take a while to develop. Braden Campbell, who looks lethal with his left boot and a natural fit. And Errol Goulden, who is a great story in itself and looking really comfortable as well at AFL level.
Well, I think the beauty about Logan was just through circumstances, he played seniors all year at waffle level. So when you're assessing key position players, if you can assess them against senior players, it's a hell of a lot easier to be accurate with them rather than plucking them out of under-18s where they're not necessarily playing on like opponents, if that makes sense. When they're playing seniors, usually their defenders have got a lot of experience, they've got bigger body mass, they're stronger. So to see Logan play well and I think finish second in the waffle goal kicking for a year, you're pretty sure with what he's going to be able to deliver against men. Braden's been with us since a young age, as has Errol, and Braden has always stood out for that piercing left foot kick that he's got. It's a real weapon. He can kick it, close to 60 metres and get it to his target quickly and flat. And then, of course, Errol, who I rate personally as a better all-round kick. Errol's ability to weight the ball on either side of his body is very, very good, almost in sort of the Whitfield class, I believe.
And obviously the Sydney Academy and trying to get some of these players to convert to AFL where they might have been playing rugby league. Braden Campbell sounds like the perfect example of that.
Yeah, as was Nilsey and Isaac Heaney. And that's the frustrating part at times when we hear people sort of arcing up about the benefits of the academy. I mean, because they're pretty naive comments a lot of the time, and they don't realise that most of the players in the academy, they play 3 or more different sports up there in Sydney or New South Wales, including rugby league and rugby union. And because they're talented, naturally with their ball handling skills and ability to read the play quickly, etc., to be able to get them into Australian rules and secure them is just critical for the growth of the game, we believe, especially now with 18 teams where the normal talent pool is spread quite thinly.
So how do you really start them? You start them at 11 or 12 years of age. They get into the academy, and you just cultivate them to the time when they are ready. And all of a sudden, they've populated other clubs as well, just not yours.
No, that's right, Mark. I mean, say, for example, this year there's about 780 kids participating in the academy from 11 to 19 years of age. That's both males and females, because at the moment, whilst we don't have a women's team in the AFLW, we will in time. So we need to prepare for that. And these kids come from sort of 9 different areas, if you like, locations through our zone. And they enter the program usually around 11, 12 years of age and 19. And the good thing about the academies is to try to grow the talent pool overall from the northern market perspective. And if we look at Brisbane, well, there's 2 players on Richmond's list that are from the Brisbane Lions Academy, which is great. Carlton will debut a boy tomorrow, Luke Parks,
yes,
who's from our academy initially, and he went to Glenelg last year and has been drafted out of Glenelg. But most of his foundation work was done through the academy. Tommy Highmore, who's on St Kilda's list, played for South Adelaide last year. Well, not many people would know, but he's through the Giants Academy, so most of his formulative years of footy was in the Giants Academy. And we've actually got a young boy today called Angus Baker who's playing for Essendon in their VFL trial this morning. So, you know, we want to get it to the stage where we're providing players for all clubs, because the talent pool needs to grow like that to be able to service 18 clubs at the minute. And, you know, I think the AFL will have plans to expand that, but we can't rely on just, you know, the majority of players coming out of Victoria, South Australia and WA. Otherwise, the talent pool will be diluted.
It sounds like
too much.
Scott, sorry. It sounds like it's a raging success, to tell you the truth, what we hear from you now. A lot of people say, you've got an academy and they're jealous of it, but everyone else benefits.
Yeah, well, they do. I mean, you know, what people that hold that view wouldn't realise that since 2011, when the academy started, we've had over 2,400 players participate in the academy. Of that, we've taken 12 players, or 12 players have played for the Swans, which are Brandon Jack, Jordan Foote, Jackie Hiscox, James Bell, and Dan Robertson and Sam Naismith. Now, not many of those players played a great deal of AFL footy. Currently, we're lucky enough to have, you know, Isaac, Callum Mills, Gordon Campbell, young Sammy Wicks is coming along now, and Nick Blakey. But, you know, when you consider it's been going for 11 years, there haven't been that many elite players come out of it.
How much does it cost a year to you guys? What's the cost of Sydney Swans?
We invest just over $1 million a year in it.
Well done.
And part of that is, you know, the program is designed to not only discover and develop elite talent, but it's to grow football in the state of New South Wales, which is critical for us. So it's about participation levels, it's about the audience in Sydney, it's about people coming and watch the Sydney Swans play. So it's an important area. I mean, you've been up there, Mark, and you realise that there's a lot of different things to do in Sydney and a lot of different sports to play. And to try to compare it just with Victoria, doesn't really make a lot of sense because they're completely different marketplaces.
They certainly are, and it's just full-on footy here, but there's hardly any rugby league. But there's some coming, as we see with Storm and those sort of guys. I just want you to go, just to finish off when we finish that. You've been fantastic with that stuff about the academy, but tell me something about the small thing about Warner that got your eye, so you drafted him.
There was a couple of things about Chatty. Chatty's a little bit like a smiling assassin. He's got this cheeky grin on his face most of the time, but he's really competitive. And in his 18th year during the national championships, we noticed that in big moments, critical moments of games, Chad was the one that got across and laid a strong tackle or put on a block or something physical that helped sort of turn the momentum of the game. And another thing we really liked about him, we saw him late in the year for East Fremantle, his home club, and he missed an option by hand and ended up having a shot for goal which missed. And in our interview, we brought it up with him. He knew exactly what we were talking about, and this was a good month later when we were talking to him about it. The fact that he could recall that incident and actually knew it, had analysed it and had learned from it, you put that, in my mind, you put that down as a tick, that this kid's thinking about his game and wants to get better.
A bit of self-assessment's never hurt anyone. Next bloke is Stevens. Tell me about Stevens.
Dylan's, again, he played a full year, or half a year, of senior football with Norwood, including finals. He's just off the pace a little bit at the moment, but he'll be fine. He's got to work his way back into the team, but with the likes of Blakey and Goulden and McInerney on the wings, it's not that easy for him to do that, but he'll be fine. He's a good player and a good ball user, which is something we've really been targeting, is to try to get better kicks into our team. We felt that we weren't a great kicking team and therefore was making it pretty hard for our forwards with our delivery, and it appears as though we've been able to correct that over the last couple of years, hopefully.
Kinnear Beatson's with us on Grandstand AFL. Finally, Kinnear, such a challenging year last year with a lot of under-18 players unable to play footy. So where do we find you on a Saturday? You're watching the next generation in action?
Yeah, it's a big weekend this weekend. The NAB League's spread across 4 different days. So we started off on Thursday night up at Ballarat for the Greater Western Victoria Rebels play Falcons. Yesterday we had a double header out at Craigieburn with 4 of the Metro teams playing. Today we're down at Morwell watching Gippsland and Dandenong. Tomorrow up at Shepparton, Deakin Reserve, to watch Murray Bushrangers play Bendigo. And then we finish off on Monday at Moorabbin for Sandringham Dragons play Oakley, which should be an absolute ripping game. Sandringham have got a lot of players that will feature in this year's draft. So a pretty big weekend this weekend, but you wouldn't have it any other way after last year.
Sounds like a lot of kilometres in the car. Keep ABC Radio on. We'll try and keep Sellers to entertain you, and thanks for joining us on ABC Radio.
My pleasure, guys. Good call.
Hey, Kinnear, is there a Carlton recruiter up there?
I hope so, mate.
See you, mate.
I tell you what, it is amazing when you look at some of the clubs that aren't going too great, and that just amazes me that some of the clubs, all their recruiters sit side by side next to each other.
Yeah, I find that ridiculous too.
Mate, it's one of my rules. Don't sit together. Don't group think. See the game from different angles, and then we'll talk about it later on. But don't sit side by side. You're influenced too much by the bloody people you're sitting next to.
I agree with you, and that's why your club goes well.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Kinnear Beatson with us, the General Manager of Recruiting and List Strategy at the Sydney Swans. So you can see the tactics as to how they've done it, similar to Port Adelaide in 2018 when they got Rosie at pick 5, Butters at pick 12 and Dersma at pick 18. What about the personal side of it, the experience of making your AFL debut and getting to run out onto the MCG for the first time? Bron Goulden is the mum, of course, of Errol, who made his debut in round 1, the first ever player to kick 3 goals, 19 disposals and 10 marks on debut. He was the round 1 Rising Star nominee, and Bron can join us from the Ponsford stand. Bron, welcome.
Thanks for having me. How are you?
We're very well. Matt Clinch and Mark McClure here. What's it like being at the MCG, and how exciting has it been so far?
Look, it's a nice build-up. It's fairly warm. It's pretty unusual weather for footy, but I guess we're quite used to it in Sydney as well, so we should be able to adapt to that. But it's been an amazing journey, amazing few weeks for Errol, and we're excited to be at the G at last. Brought all the family with. Being real locals from country Victoria, we've been able to bring a lot of family and friends today, which is fantastic.
And one of the great things was Errol calling his pa to tell him the news. That was the first phone call he made, and Sydney did that well on putting it up on the website. Has he been able to come along today?
We did manage to get him here as well too. So he's just been regaling me some beautiful stories about when he was last here at the G. Well, actually, when he was played a few games, Melbourne under-19s back in the early 50s, and via a nice little letter from Norm Smith inviting him to come and play. So back when he was doing his national service and those eras. So, he's regaling me with a few stories while we're sitting here, but it's fantastic we've been able to get him to get to the G today.
Oh, beautiful. And the story goes that Errol wouldn't have found his way to AFL footy. We just heard from Kinnear Beatson with the Sydney Swans Academy if it wasn't for your influence and your love of footy.
Yeah, look, probably I have been one of those unusual mums in New South Wales that really pushed my kids to play AFL. But, again, being a country Victorian, I grew up with football. Unfortunately, not in the era where girls were allowed to play, but, all the kids have embraced it pretty much and have been given a share and pretty much in the day they were born in hospital. So they didn't have a great choice. My husband would tell you different, being of the round ball code, but... we know who's in charge.
Bron, how's he handling it? It's been a pretty weird and wonderful sort of start to his career, and is he handling it well?
He is, actually. We keep him very, very grounded at home, and I think that's pretty important. He's one of the only guys at the club that's still living at home, which is courtesy of us being quite close to the SCG. So, he's handled it quite well. He's a pretty level-headed sort of a kid, Errol, but he's also pretty calm. Like, nothing phases him. He's always been like that, and he takes most things in his stride. And I think what we're noticing is he's just really having a good time. He's enjoying every moment, and he's embracing it in that way. So not being overawed, just enjoying the moment.
It's exactly what you're supposed to do, have a good time, because if you don't enjoy something, you won't do it.
Correct.
The other side is your daughter plays too.
Yes, she does. So at your old stomping ground, I believe, Sellers.
Is it?
Yeah, UNSW Eastern Suburbs.
I am. I used to at Eastern Suburbs. I was a long time ago, I can assure you of that.
Well, it's still a fantastic club. And she does play. I actually help coach the senior women's team. So they've got a really strong club there at the moment, just gone 140 years, which is amazing last year. But, the breeding ground for quite a few of the Swans. I know Dane Rampy, Nick Blakey, there's a few of the boys there that have come through from UNSW, Bulldogs, and it's a fantastic club. And, we're very, very fortunate to be part of that as well.
Sounds like you want to play yourself. I think you would have if you had a chance, wouldn't you?
I might have to start my own comp, I think.
Good on you, Bron.
Bron, great to chat. Braden Campbell as well came through the schooling and the academy through Errol. How important has it been to have those two side by side to share the journey?
I can't begin to tell you actually how important it's been for the boys. They're both quite opposites in personality, but they have bonded to... there's a real bromance happening there at the moment, and it's incredible actually when you look at the stats about what they've done together, and from the age of 10 and 11 in the academy, and all the way through to even, the last 2 weeks, Rising Star, week 1 and week 2. Like, we sit with the Campbells now, who we're quite close with, and we're just riding this dream going, and it's fantastic for the boys to have that support. It really is.
So recommendation for the academy from a mother would be high?
Oh, yes. Yeah, definitely. And look, it's been fantastic for the game as well too. It happened at a time way back when, Rizzy took the reins in the academy, and it was needed in Sydney. I don't think the standard was anywhere near what it was, and you were only sort of going to fluke to be able to get through to the higher level, whereas they've come in with this incredible professionalism and, led by blokes now like Jared Crouch and Nick Davis, who are there, and it's phenomenal what they've done at the academy, the professionalism they have, and what they teach the boys, not only on the field but off field as well too. I have no doubt that at the end of Errol's football career that he'll come out a pretty good human, and I would put that down a lot to what they teach them at the academy.
You might get a job on radio.
It's
soon,
a great
Bron.
insight, yeah. Bron, we really appreciate your time. Enjoy the afternoon at the footy, and hopefully Errol's career continues on the trajectory at which it started.
We hope so. Thank you so much.
Good on you.
Bron
Bye-bye.
Goulden, the mum of Errol Goulden, who's one of the three shining lights for the Sydney Swans, alongside Logan McDonald, and you heard Braden Campbell there. We get plenty of time to focus on Richmond once we get into our full match preview, but I need to just gauge your temperament on the Blues. They take on Fremantle tomorrow. It's a big game with the Blues 0-2. How are you feeling?
No, I don't feel really well about it, to tell you the truth. No, look, to hang your hat, they've played against a couple of good sides, Collingwood and also Richmond, and they've got to the last quarter and been well within range of winning that game, but failed on 2 occasions. You've got to build some character in this time. You need some. And I heard Kinnear Beecham talk about one of the young kids who self-analysed himself, and I love that. And he's tough and he's strong and all those sorts of things. That's what you want. You want the best. You want the tough ones. You want the ones who are desperate to be successful and sacrifice their own game for someone else. I haven't seen that. If you see that tomorrow, they'll probably win. But if you don't, all hell may break loose.
Spoken and delivered by Mark McClure, and perhaps some of the former Carlton champions who are just a little bit nervy as the Blues take on the Fremantle Dockers tomorrow afternoon. Here at the MCG, it's the Tigers taking on the Swans, the reigning premiers Richmond, the benchmark of the competition against this exciting and emerging Sydney lineup. How they fare against the reigning premiers, we'll find out shortly. Stay with us for the full match preview. Al Nicholson and Adam Ramanauskas to come in and join us. Of course, your thoughts welcomed as well on the SMS 0437 774 774. This has been No Excuses.
Conversations.
Crime and police, and that was my reality.
Spend an hour in the life of someone else.
Man, dilapidated houses and cockroaches and mice.
Someone who has seen and done remarkable things.
These people are trying to mould me into a murderer. And what did she say to you? She wanted to hear, what am I going to do differently?
Hear the latest conversations, weekday mornings from 11 on ABC Radio, and follow on the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
ABC Sport. AFL.
Get set for the deafening roar. The pent-up emotion is about to flow. Listen to the crowd roar.
AFL.
Fans are on their feet. Can't believe what they're about to see.
The 2021 AFL Premiership Season. Grandstand AFL.
We've got a game on our hands here. This is really good, fierce stuff.
This is a fantastic game of football.
Someone told me there was something wrong with our game. I can't see it today. Actually, it's a spectacular contest.
Dreamers, keep on dreaming.
Oh, the impossible angle.
Sinners, keep on sinning.
Don't go anywhere. The theatre of it all.
Winners, keep on winning.
And he dribbles one through and blows a kiss to the crowd.
Just a new day beginning.
Breaks the paint, has a shot, makes no mistake.
Sends it for home. A sublime strike.
Hard against the boundary. That's a classy finish.
That is sensational. Can he slide it through for the finish? Yes, he can.
Right angle on the paint of 50. May have just snuffed through an incredible goal. Tries the fend off. Got him. Takes him to ground. Back to now Nui. Second don't argue.
Go to your best players. Go to your match winners.
Plays on man down from behind. Holding the ball.
Perfect tackle.
It might be a game saver.
Dreamers, keep on dreaming.
Ricochets to Martin. You know the rest. The razzle dazzle has arrived.
That is spectacular.
It's a new day, new day, new day beginning.
Wonderful. Kicks the goal. Welcome to the big time.
Oh, the great mark. Outside of the boot, Eddie. Oh, he has kicked it. Makes no mistake. Goes back.
Straightens up towards goal and brings it back superbly. Here's that familiar roar. Double fist salute to the crowd. They might have a new fan favourite. He'll snap. He'll go. A ripper from Gripper. Snaps off a single step and fans approve.
Grandstand AFL. The 2021 AFL Premiership Season.
Dribbles it through and ends the game.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Two of the competition's undefeated sides go at it at the MCG. Perfect conditions for football. A glorious afternoon at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Richmond's credentials well established. Sydney has been very much the surprise packet so far this season, with a brilliant win over Brisbane in round one at the Gabba by 31 points and a 33-point win over Adelaide last week. Richmond by 25 over Carlton and 29 over Hawthorn. The Tigers look like they're in for a test from the Swans this afternoon. Great to have your company wherever you're listening around the country. The Swans are out on the ground. No late change for either Sydney or Richmond. James Bell is the medical sub for the Swans, and Daniel Rioli will be the medical sub for the Tigers. The jungle drums are playing. The Tigers are about to run out onto the MCG. Alistair Nicholson to call the action alongside Matt Clinch for you this afternoon. Clinchy, when I looked at this fixture at the start of the season, I thought, the Saturday of round 3, I'm not sure that's going to be a great contest. I'm feeling very different about it now.
Absolutely, Al. Good afternoon to our listeners. We've been denied the Lance Franklin v Dustin Martin showdown, but as you touched on, there's plenty to get your teeth into this afternoon. The three young and exciting Sydney players with Logan McDonald alongside the likes of Errol Goulden and Braden Campbell. So, yeah, throw in as well Chad Warner. So, Sydney, there's a lot to like, and what better way to find out how they're tracking against the reigning premiers, the benchmark of the competition over the last 4 years, and they weren't quite at the peak of their powers. I called them last week against the Hawks, and Hawthorn were serviceable for 3 quarters, but really Richmond are one of those sides that when they're challenged, they have that other gear. So we'll see if they have to find it today.
We've already heard a smidgen from him. Let's hear more from Mark McClure. Good afternoon to you, Sellers.
Hey, Al, how are you?
Really
Beautiful
well,
day.
thank you.
Beautiful day out here. Sensational. It's an interesting game because Sydney haven't really been tested by someone. They had Brisbane, they beat Brisbane, and I think then they beat Adelaide, and now, where are they going to go now? They're going to go against the best side in the competition, and we know how they play. Rama, you and I know exactly what they're going to do every time. So does every other team. But who can stop them?
They've forgotten to play the Richmond Club song when the Tigers run out today. They're out on the ground. There we go.
There it goes.
There's that familiar theme that accompanies Richmond as they charge down to their fans at the punt road end of the ground. Adam Ramanauskas alongside Mark McClure, as always, on a Saturday afternoon. G'day, Rama.
Yes, good afternoon. It is a glorious day. 32 degrees in April at the MCG is absolutely stunning. The ground looks a picture. And Sellers is spot on. We know how Richmond are going to play, just no one can beat it yet. That's the reality.
But
and
the youth
you've got
might.
to chase.
The youth might. They're untouched. They haven't been here before. They haven't been hurt by them. But youth have carried this club from 16th to almost, they're in the 8 after 2 games. 2 rounds, it's extraordinary.
I'm really looking forward to see. Sydney have been spectacular over the opening 2 rounds. That round 1 win of against Brisbane, when I think a lot of us were sitting going, I think Sydney can be okay this year. I think. And now we know that they can definitely be more than okay. They can really compete and potentially push for a final 8 spot. Now, yep, they're a young team. They've got young players, so they are going to get tired at some stage. Resting Lance Franklin today after only 1 game, that raised my eyebrows a little bit. But as John Longmire said, they're playing the long game with him for the season, which I think is smart, because if they are going to compete at the pointy end of the season, he needs to be playing. Al.
And they're playing on Thursday at the SCG against Essendon, so the quick turnaround didn't help Buddy's chances as much as I think Richmond feels like they've been dudded out of 4,000 or 5,000 extra fans here at the game today, because that would have been something, Martin and Franklin at the MCG.
I think we're just happy to be back here, aren't we?
Yep.
It doesn't really matter if the people don't come, because every time I've come here, the football's been great. The game's changed in how they actually operate and how you play and how they move the ball.
Yes.
You're not moving it sideways now. We're not moving it backwards. We're moving it with positivity. There's not many ball ups. There's not many throw-ins. They're actually using the middle of the ground more. And we're seeing tall forwards back in the game. They've been gone for 10 years.
It is probably one of the great contrasts this season with last season. Last season was probably one of the worst games you'll see of the year, Richmond and Sydney, so much so both coaches were lamenting each other as to how the game was being played and who was responsible for it. Damien Hardwick.
They apologised to
put it out on John Longmire, and they apologised in the end. So
it was you, no, it was me. It was horrendous, Damien Hardwick had said, and suggested that Sydney had brought overly negative tactics. But
you wouldn't believe
if anything, Sydney are playing some of the most up-tempo, exciting football of any team at the moment.
That's a product of the talent they're putting out on the field. Now, okay, Sydney, as we've known over many years, are more of a dour team, but now they've got some exciting players, some exciting ball users, some great runners. The 3 boys that they drafted this year in McDonald, Campbell and Goulden are sensational with ball in hand. Logan McDonald looks like he's going to be, that next key forward after Buddy. Goulden and Campbell. Campbell's already one of the best kicks in the competition. This is only game 3 for him.
Yeah, he's a star. They got some good kids who've got talent and got some gall. They're not frightened. They're happy to be out there and they can play against men. I think the AFL need a little bit of applaud here too, because they made some gutsy moves, and I like that one that they made about stand on the mark, because it actually has changed the way it looks. And they wound back the interchange by 15. They should wind it back more, because when you get tired, things open up. And they've been playing like that for a million years, and it got softer and softer by 180 at one stage. We're doing 180 interchange, which was ridiculous. You can't wear anyone out doing that. So I hope they wind it back more and be more gutsy, so that the coaches don't dominate the game as they have in the past.
Sellers, you mentioned less stoppages.
Yes.
We've got some numbers on this in the first couple of rounds, so not including the matches we've seen so far. You need to compare it to 2019 when we last had full-length quarters. We reverted back to those this season. So average scores were 80.9 in 2019. Through the opening 2 rounds, 84.4 of this season. But stoppages, there were on average 87.9 per game. This season down to 77.8. So that's a significant change.
I think it'll get less as they get better with their foot skills and use of ball and that one-on-one almost, because we're actually almost playing a one-on-one game. And that gives the forwards a chance. That's why they're kicking goals.
The funny thing is,
that was what Josh Bruce spoke about earlier.
Exactly. On the lead on ABC Grandstand earlier today, if you didn't hear us, he was talking about the delivery of the ball into the forward line now with the standing the mark rule, Rammer.
And he's saying now players, because they're able to roll off, they don't have to kick over hands.
No.
So the ball's going in flatter and lower. So those guys that are leading at the leg, as Josh put it, are getting rewarded. He obviously got rewarded last night, but not just him. You look at Tex Walker, the way he's going, Jack Revolt, the way he's going. Those leading forwards now, Sellers.
Tex was gone.
Yeah,
he couldn't cope with 5 blokes around him.
His retirement papers were stamped.
Yeah. So the interesting thing about today's game will be Sydney have kicked 37 goals in their first 2 weeks. They kicked 19 goals against the Brisbane Lions and 11-22 last week. So if they kicked straight, it could have been an absolute, scoring frenzy. So will Richmond be happy to play that style of game, or, as we know, the premier defenders of the competition no doubt will have their ideas as to how they stop Sydney scoring?
What's underrated with Richmond is when the opposition have the ball, Richmond are always pressing up. They're always making the person with the ball in hand make a decision very quickly. That's what forces turnovers. So everyone sees Richmond just,
I understand
push the ball forward, but their pressure is, I've always felt, what's most underrated in their game.
The great teams are the best when they haven't got the ball. That's the great teams. And that's what you're just saying. And that's what they're good at. And you've got to watch them, how they move. But when they get the ball, then they hurt. They bruise you.
That's where, obviously the talent's there. But you're watching last week against Hawthorn. It was a 30-odd point margin in the end. I never felt like Hawthorn were at any stage in the game against Richmond.
But they coasted
I was
almost.
calling. I felt exactly the same way. Like a big brother holding them at arm's length.
Yep. Yeah. And that's what they do. They strangle you when you have the ball. So they're making you make a decision quicker than you normally have. Whether it's a split second, whether it's a couple of seconds, you have to make a decision quicker and you have to be precise. We've said it so many times against the Tigers. You need to separate their defenders.
And then you look at the poor teams and they don't have any tough love. But you look at the Tigers, they're banging at each other all the time. You should be doing this. You should be doing that. You got to be here. You got to be there. And that's what it's all about.
A couple of key points for Richmond. Jason Castagna plays his 100th game. So you talk about pressure, and he's one of the small forwards who started as a defender, now leads the way for the Tigers. And it feels like there's a real emphasis to try and get the footy in Jack Revolt's hands after last year not quite having the same penetration in his kick. This year they're looking for him on the lead, maybe more than Tom Lynch.
He looks fitter and stronger this year, Jack. Now, Jack spoke about during the COVID lockdown last year, he lost a lot of weight. He tried to lose weight, and he obviously lost that strength, and he didn't look like a player. Yeah,
he looked frail.
Now he looks strong again. He's kicking the ball outside 50. Last year you were wondering whether he was going to make the distance from 40 metres at times. So again, a leading forward, as Jack has always played. He's a smart player, so he's got the rewards with 2 little bags of 4 goals in the opening rounds.
Grandstand AFL at the MCG for Richmond and Sydney. Both teams undefeated so far this season in the competition. The Swans having that superb win over Brisbane at the Gabba to get their campaign underway, and another big test here against the Tigers.
Just on Jason Castagna, 100 games today, 3 premierships in 100 games. You guys won those 3 premierships. Do you have anyone that inexperienced or under 100 games in playing all 3?
there was a lot of guys who walked in the year before and then won 3 in a row in 60, 70 games, So
Wayne Harms wouldn't have played a lot of games, would he?
The Pig,
by 79.
Piggy came in about halfway through 79, and he played we played down at St Kilda. I didn't even know who he was, to tell you the truth. He came to the under-19s. I said, who is this kid? Little fat kid.
Learned.
Well, I tell you what, he destroyed the St Kilda defence. He absolutely destroyed him. I went, hello, how are you? And he went on from there.
The final member of our team is down on the boundary. It's a great place to be today in the front row for the Swans and the Tigers. Alicia Muling, welcome.
Hello, absolutely stunning, glorious, absolutely all of the adjectives here at ground level. There is not a cloud in the sky, not a breath of wind. As you said, we are in for a hot day, 32 degrees expected.
Yeah, it's going to be a sticky one. You can see a few players with the zinc cream on this afternoon. On the SMS 0437 774 774, we love you being part of the fun as part of the Saturday afternoon broadcast. Fran is a regular contributor. Great to have you with us, Fran, and happy Easter to you. She says, hi, Saturday afternoon team. So happy to hear the game from you all. Looking forward to a competitive game. I'm a Pies supporter. However, I believe the Swans are under the radar. The dark horse, says Fran.
I agree.
What do you reckon, sellers?
Well, I look at the Tigers, and what I see is they have a relationship build you can't beat, and they trust and respect each other. I think Sydney are on the way to that. I mean, they have their own culture that they really love and they employ. But you know what? They're the up and comers, and I want to see them actually test themselves. Don't go back in your shell. Go hard at it, and if you get beaten, well, that's no shame in that at all, because they've been fantastic.
You could not ask for a better afternoon at the footy. 2 undefeated teams, perfect conditions, good crowd in. Here's Matt Clinch on Grandstand AFL.
Luke Parker starting alongside Dustin Martin for the opening bounce. Saturday afternoon footy on this Easter weekend. Bounce favours Nankervis, who wins down the tap against Hickey, but it's Parker who roves it. Kicks to half forward. Tough half volley for Reid, who couldn't take the mark for Sydney. Hand pass just a tad sharp for Warner. Cochin's hand pass to Martin could have almost been pushed in the back. No free kick. Pickett tries to knock it out. Heaney for Sydney to Warner. Kick only as far as Broad at half back. He can kick out to the southern side, but Castagna in his 100th game takes a mark.
Defensive side of the southern wing, he plays on. Man on the mark, had to stand a long time, and he gains metres. A sweeping ball out to the wing for Baker. Kicks Richmond to half forward. Lynch on the lead. 55 from goal. Rewalt's first lead ignored. Lynch plays on, runs to the 50. Has a look at them. Long kick for goal. Misses on the left-hand side. Opening scores are behind. It comes in the opening 40 seconds of frenetic, fast footy at the MCG.
Jordan Dawson has become the designated kicker for Sydney with his lethal left boot straight in the middle of the ground for Reid. Asprey thought he was potentially whole. Grimes as well was there, but the Tigers come up with it through Prestia. A dribbling kick inside the 50 was pushed as he got his kick away. So it'll come back to right half forward with the Tigers with a chance to go inside 50 for the second time inside 90 seconds. Does allow Sydney to get numbers back into defence though. Prestia at right half forward, called to play on. Centres the ball into the corridor to work. Bolton in front, just spoiled by Parker at the last moment. Back onto it, up and under kick to the right forward pocket. Rampy in front, dropped the mark. Parker has to tap it towards the boundary line. Dawson under pressure, squeezed the kick to half back. It might work. Happily underneath it, but Baker flew back with the flight. Made the spoil. Bolter onto it. Back to Baker. Kicks to Nankervis at centre half forward.
Brilliant by Baker. Went back with the fly of the ball, just knocked it down. All of a sudden, it's back in the Richmond hands.
Nankervis, who started his career at the Swans, played the 12 games for them. Kicks to full forward for Richmond to the pack. Off hands and through for a minor score. A second behind to Richmond. 2 minutes into the first quarter at the MCG. The Tigers 2 behind, Sydney yet to score.
0437 774 774 is the SMS line to get in touch with the Saturday afternoon grandstand team at the MCG this afternoon. As Lloyd brings Sydney back into play. Long kick towards Hickey on the southern wing. Up against McIntosh. Couldn't complete the mark. Lambert tries to knock it on for Richmond. Mills onto it though. Hand pass into the path of Hewitt. Couldn't pick it up cleanly. Stevens rips it, Warner in fact it was, ripped it away from Cochin. Kicks towards, well, in the end, the Tigers have the numbers as Asprey gathers. The hand pass is short. Through the hands of Mills. It found Nankervis and then Martin with a hand pass back to McIntosh.
He kicks towards the attacking 50. McCartan comes out to meet it. He's tackled from behind. Got his boot to ball out towards the wing. Goulden's first touch. Dinky little kick's a good one to Wicks. He marks on the southern wing.
Swans need to control the ball for a while. Just hold on to it. It's pretty frenetic at the moment. And every time they've lost it, the Tigers just rush straight back up forward.
Wicks to Cunningham, goes to McLean into the Swans lineup for this clash. He has it bashed away from him by Bolter over the boundary line at right half forward. The Swans going to the punt road end in the first quarter.
No late changes for either side. Dan Rioli and James Bell, the respective medical subs for their side. Nankervis wins down the tap, straight to Parker, spins out of traffic, gives the hand pass to Papley. Rushed as he got his kick away. It bounces offline to the right. Through for Sydney's first score, a minor score. They're one behind. Richmond 2 behinds through 3 minutes.
Just watching Dustin Martin, looks like George Hewitt is going to go with him everywhere. Now, Dustin Martin's the only Richmond player inside their forward 50. So Hewitt won't be comfortable there, but it's not a handover where we see Dustin Martin find so much space usually.
He's done a few good jobs.
Intercepted by Dawson. He's at left half forward. He's a long raking left foot kick. Here he goes short though.
That's it. Good stuff.
Mark taken by Goulden. Still 60 from goal. Errol Goulden urging players to move for him. He kicks towards the hot spot. McLean's the target. He's edged out by Grimes. Nankervis didn't mark it. Gets to the back and Broad has to delicately and promptly see it through for a rush behind. 2 behinds apiece through 4 minutes.
You've got to love the Tigers. 2 blokes there working on the one tall. Push him out of the way so it doesn't become a mark. They're very good at it.
James Short plays on, finds Bolter, who signed a new contract during the week. Hand pass to Asprey, who sockers it off the ground, trying to find Lambert. It rolls out of play and it's deliberate.
No, it's deliberate for sure.
It was a skill error, but it was penalised nevertheless. Parker quickly into Warner. Gets the hand pass to Dawson on his favoured left side.
Good
Kicks
kick.
towards McLean. Up with one arm. Couldn't take the mark. Baker at the back cleans it up. Tough hand pass to Nankervis, who gives it back to Baker. To Grimes in the right back pocket. And now to Short. Under the pressure. Somehow squeezes a barrel around the boundary line. And Dawson punches it back over the line. Just inside the 50-metre arc at the punt road end. Scores level at a couple of behinds apiece.
Umpire Burrows from the ABC prepares to throw the ball back into play in the left forward pocket for Sydney. Nankervis edged out Reid, got it away to Prestia, off to Lambert, kicks the Tigers to the wing. Rewalt collects on the bounce, his hand pass intercepted by Hickey. Hickey kicks terribly back to half forward and Broad takes the mark. 3 Tigers could have raffled it. Broad plays on, switches the play towards the left back pocket. Sun was in the eyes of Baker, didn't mark, did control it at ground level though. Off to Short, and Short goes short, and McIntosh marks on the southern side, half-back flank.
Doesn't have a lot of options long, the one of which is Tom Lynch. He drives it long to him. He lost Tom McCartan with body movement. Takes the mark under the great southern stand side. Long towards Dusty, one-on-one. It clears he and Hewitt. Racing back Cunningham. It's almost kept in by Arts. Martin tries to tap it to the advantage of Lambert. Back to Martin. Kick smothered. Rampy did well and wins the footy. Hand pass to Warner on the defensive 50. Drives a kick to the southern wing, but straight to Asprey, who was waiting for that kick for the Tigers.
Into the middle with his ball to Nankervis. This ball is pinging around in the early stages. Nankervis wide towards the members' wing. Broad takes possession of it. Balks around Heaney. Hand pass put Bolter in a bind. Reid gets him. Hand pass back to Broad. Puts him in a bind. He jams it on his boot towards the wing under the pressure of Heaney. It dribbles out of play in front of Caddy. Boundary throw in. Richmond's attacking side of the interchange. 2 behinds apiece through the opening 6 minutes.
Toss back in. Nankervis in front position against Hickey. Ricochets to Kennedy, who gets the hand pass to Warner, who's had a bit of it early. High kick to half forward. Grimes flies in from the side, punches it down for Richmond. Prestia gathers, tackled by Heaney. Logan McDonald can't keep it in play as Broad sees him across the boundary line. Left half forward in front of the members and the Olympic stand. The scores level at 2 behinds apiece through 7 minutes.
Baker's had 6 possessions in 6 minutes. Liam Baker, he's had a huge influence already.
Hickey took front position in the ruck, knocked it down. Mills a hand pass for Sydney, collected by Florence. Gets around one, kicks inside the attacking 50. Floating across the front, Grimes read it best. Took the mark for Richmond. Squares to the left back pocket. Short marks. He goes out wide to the back flank. McIntosh can run onto this. Feeds the hand pass infield to Lambert. Lambert kicks to the southern wing. Castagna on here takes the mark near the boundary line. Richmond looking to move it quickly. The next pass was for Graham. It missed him. Graham still a chance being held by Dawson without the ball. No free kick, said the umpire. Well, he didn't say anything really. Picked up over near the boundary line. McInerney
Could
tackle.
you hear him?
No, not from here, Sellers. Still in dispute on the wing. Going through hard, Kennedy. That's how he's played his whole career. Scrubs a kick. McLean wasn't clean, but it's knocked away. And Gordon can kick it inside 50. Kick smothered by Baker. Well played. Hand pass out for Egmalise Smith.
Egmalise Smith kicks towards Castagna, who's caught behind, and Dawson not realising that. Spoils it out of play. It is coming back, though.
Pushing the back.
Egmalise
on kick.
Smith will take the free kick. Under the Great Southern Stand, he can come inboard to Asprey. 2 behinds apiece through the opening 8.5 minutes here at the MCG. But the footy has moved from side to side. Asprey now decides to drive it long towards Lynch at half forward. Tom McCartan there with him, spoils it down. McCartan taps it forward. Castagna rode the bump of Warner. Kennedy gathers though for Sydney. Away to Warner. Feeds the hand pass over the top. Here's a chance. Wicks looks to kick into the middle of the ground where McLean has it at centre half forward. He's got Papley short, goes to that lead. It's wide of him and missed him, and Grimes will gather the footy for Richmond. Feeds the hand pass away, and Caddy out of defence for the Tigers.
Uses it beautifully to the wing. Arts, members side, goes short. Lambert had to wait. Hickey read it well, intercepted. Plays on immediately. A kick on the bounce, collected by Florence. Kicks the Swans inside 50. Mark. Logan McDonald. 40 out to the left of centre.
If we keep up this tempo for the entire 4 quarters in 32-degree heat in Melbourne today, there's going to be some exhausted players come the last quarter.
Mate, they can run from here to Warrnambool. You know that. They can go forever, these guys. That's the first time they've actually executed something to go inside 50 cleanly.
He's made quite the impression in his opening 2 games of AFL football. The West Australian kicking for the first of the afternoon. It's right all the way. Only narrowly missing, but was never on target. The Swans by a point at the 10-minute mark. Still, we search for our first goal. It's 3 behinds, plays 2.
Short quickly into Broad to the back pocket. Went for the kick to McIntosh on the southern wing. Dawson got it. Free kick over the shoulder, and Wicks decides not to take the advantage. So between wing and half forward, Jordan Dawson has it with that long and penetrating left boot. Kicks towards Reid over his head. McDonald was there as well. Parker cleverly trying to tap it down. Rampy
high.
That was taken high. Papley was trying to slip under the tackle. He was still taken high. Tom Papley out to the right will have a shot on goal.
Yeah, that was definitely high.
Jack Graham, who only knows one way, trying to lay the tackle, but Papley aware of the contact that was coming.
Sydney's had 8 inside 50s to 4 so far, and this is their best opportunity so far.
So Tom Papley, the 2-time leading goal scorer for the Sydney Swans. Can he get things going at the MCG? Out to the right from 48. Papley strikes it well and steers it through. Sydney with the opening goal of the match through 11 minutes at the MCG. They're 1-3-9 to the Tigers, 2 behinds on Grandstand AFL with Mark McClure and Adam Ramanaskas.
You just look the way the game is playing at the moment. We've gone 11 minutes to get our first goal, and you're trying to figure out, okay, what's Richmond do? Well, they're doing what they always do. You know, they're surging, they're pressuring, they're doing normal Richmond. Sydney, on the other hand, though, the way I'm watching them, okay, so we've got Hewitt and Martin sitting inside forward 50 by himself. So Hewitt's going to go with Martin everywhere today. Now he's back in the middle of the ground. Hewitt will get him after the centre bounce. But Sydney are pushing the field up. They're making the field smaller at the moment for the Tigers. They're not allowing Richmond. Richmond love to switch, carry the ball over the top into their forward line, but they're making the field quite small at the minute, and that's forcing Richmond into error early in this game.
Down on the boundary, Alicia Muling.
Dion Prestia has just gone into the rooms, and we just saw a few moments ago Daniel Rioli, the medical sub, warming up, so we'll keep you abreast of that.
Let's see what happens there. It's a worry for Richmond early in the game. Patley swooping on a ball inside the 50 again, but couldn't take it with him. Short wins it for Richmond. Hand pass to Caddy, back to Short. Tumble punt towards the southern wing. Knocked off it was Arts. Kennedy gets it. He's tackled by Rewalt. Got the arms clear. A hand pass to Rampy. Away to Mills. Defensive side of the southern wing. Hand pass back to Rampy. They negotiated it well, Sellers. Kick goes to half forward, and the mark's been taken by Wicks. 48 from goal. Open forward line. Wicks to the pocket. Yes, Reid marks. 48. 40 out. And about a 60-degree angle to the right.
Very interesting, Sellers. That's the 3rd time now Sydney have hit up inside forward 50. So You can see their clear tactic because they don't want to bomb the ball long. They know Richmond just destroy the ball.
Well, they push and shove you out of the way.
Yeah, they do. But these little hit-ups are dangerous.
Yeah, I agree.
For the second of the afternoon, Reid has pushed his kick hard right and missed the lot. 139 Sydney, the Tigers 2 behind 13 minutes in. On the SMS 0437774774. Deb from Dandy says Saturday Arvo footy, looking forward to a good game and the usual great commentary, but currently squeezing lots of lemons on the Bellarine Peninsula. Go Tigers. So Deb's got out to the beach for the Easter weekend. Great to have you with us, Deb.
Egmaley Smith with a long kick
all
to
over
half
him,
back. Arts had it a long time, was tackled, somehow got the hand pass clear. Revolt gathers on the southern wing, kicks to Castagna and Lloyd. Castagna took it clean as a whistle, spirals it inside the 50. Lynch going back, work McCartan underneath it. He's got 3 to beat now as the reinforcements arrive. Hewitt got there, good support. And Blakey gathers, kicks smothered, regathers, kicks to half back where Wicks down low takes the mark just outside the defensive 50.
Wicks assessed the corridor, saw Little on, went towards Reid. Pickett able to spoil away from him. Now Pickett picks up. He's on the logo. Hand pass to Graham. Away to Cochin. Cochin confronted by Wicks. His squaring ball is over the head of the intended target, Arts. But it lands and bounces up obligingly for Caddy. Kick inside the 50 for Richmond. No mark. Hewitt clears. Back towards the middle. Parker couldn't take it. Reid roves it. Hand pass to Parker. Off to Wicks. Caught from behind. Just got boots a ball. The centre half forward. Papley's there. Not much ahead of him. Takes them on. A hand pass out. Lloyd took it. Got away from Baker. Hand pass hits the ground. Parker's caught. Got a hand pass out.
That's a tackle.
Asprey a chance at centre half back. Off the short. Dribble kick into the middle. Pickett had it. Lost it. Tackled by Blakey. Baker the same. The ball's a hot footy at the moment. Bashed forward by Lloyd. Asprey in the way. He's under the pump. Knocked it out. Caddy breaks the line.
They're going to be exhausted by quarter time at this rate. Caddy's kick to Lambert on the members' wing. Taps it to his own advantage. Ran into Dawson. Good work by the Swans defence as Mills and Dawson combine. Kicks to Goulden, who takes the mark in front of the Swans bench. Kinnear Beatson told us in the lead-in on no excuse. He thinks he's as good a kick as Lockie Whitfield. How's that for setting the bar high? Goes short to Lloyd, who has it between wing and half forward on the members' side. 15 minutes gone, opening term. Sydney by 7 points. Lloyd looks at options, drives a kick long towards McDonald, who comes at a run, but position in front was Nankervis, who takes the mark for Richmond inside the defensive 50.
Swans by 7 points. 15 played of the first quarter. Richmond without a goal. Nankervis kicks towards the wing. Lynch has got the run at this. Over the back, McCartan the spoil. Lloyd rose for Sydney. Hand pass to Hewitt, who brushed the Castagna tackle. Hand pass to Rampy into the middle. Good pass. Campbell's got it. He goes short, almost turned it over. Cochin dives, couldn't spoil it. Kennedy marks, kicks to the pocket. McLean down low. Ricochets off his boots. Heaney's a chance, couldn't win it, but he's held without it, said the umpire. Free kick Heaney, 35 from goal to the right of centre.
So inside 50s now, 13-6 Sydney's way, and they've had 1 or 2. They've had 3 shots on goal to 2. So this could be a really interesting time. They've kept pumping it in there. They've tried to find options. They've now worked out they can't kick long into the square, so they run up towards the ball carrier, and that's the way to play. And they're doing it well.
High tackle was definitely there.
Swans
decision by the umpire.
Often been renowned for their defensive qualities, but they look potent in attack today. And Isaac Heaney hits the post. They should be far further in front than the 8-point lead. The Swans 1-4-10 plays 2 behinds. 17 played of the first quarter.
The tackle counts 6-3. I can't believe it. I thought I saw 10 in front of me just then.
Noah Bolter brings Richmond back into play. Wide to Broad, who's off with a dash out of the defensive 50. Kicks long towards Lynch. Couple to beat. Reid in front. Juggles the mark. Sam has such an injury play career, Sam Reid, but when he is there, he can have a presence. Short to Parker on the AFL logo on the members' side. Asprey and Grimes are both loose inside the defensive 50, so Parker has to be careful. Kicks into the middle of the ground. Florent takes the mark. Further lateral. Out to Cunningham on the southern wing, and then further still as Rampy takes the mark.
Just switching the play across the ground, trying to move them around.
News from the boundary sellers that we should get to quickly with Alicia Mewling.
So Richmond has activated their medical sub. Dion Prestia is out of the game. Still not sure why, guys, but Daniel Rioli will take his place on the MCG shortly.
Okay, we'll get the latest information as it comes through from Alicia Muling. The ball's out of play at right half forward for the Swans. Different players, Rioli and Prestia. That changes the makeup for Richmond.
Small forward, yeah.
On the 50, at half-back, Cochin feeds a hand pass out from the stoppage, off to Broad. Broad to Graham. Graham feeds it further afield. Arts infield. Great run, Richmond. Hand pass to Caddy. Caddy to Riewoldt inside 50. Bouncing ball. It was an errant kick. Riewoldt still pursuing. Leaves it for Castagna. Castagna on the left. Snaps for goal. It's way across the face. Out of bounds on the full. And a free kick to Sydney in the left back pocket to be taken by Lloyd.
He was directly in front with that snapshot. He's missed the goals by 20 metres.
Lloyd short to Blakey and then to McInerney. You can only imagine it's the fatigue of players under the pressure.
That's simple.
That's an excuse.
That's simple execution.
Don't make excuses again.
Righto. End up walking home. Lloyd comes in
Probably
board.
get the train, wouldn't you?
Yeah, maybe. Florent takes the mark on the defensive 50. Sydney by 8 points at the 19-minute mark of the opening term. Florence long kick towards Hickey. Flying from the bat was McLean. Could take the mark. Baker onto it for Richmond. Hand pass to Egmally Smith to Pickett. Inboard back to Baker. Coming the other direction was McInerney. Richmond somehow end up with it again. Edwards, low hand pass to Graham. Couldn't find it. And Sydney repel once more as Rampy gives the hand pass back to Florent, who looks to centre half back. He'll come back to Campbell, who has it on the back edge of the centre square.
Hayden Campbell looks to the members' side. Got two short options. Lloyd is one of them. Lloyd marks on the left half-back flank. Goes infield. Finds the chest of McInerney.
Just trying to control the ball at this stage.
Very kick mark at the moment, the Swans.
Yeah, but that's the game now, isn't it, almost?
Told to play on. McInerney from the members' wing. Kicks to the half-forward flank. Logan McDonald up early. Couldn't mark. Broad roves. Will kick Richmond to the back pocket. It's close to the boundary line, but it is marked on the chest by Josh Caddy. Left back pocket for Richmond, trailing by 8 points the Tigers through 20 minutes. Dangerous ball, not marked, intended for short. McDonald the spoil, off to Reid, right foot snap, hits the post again. We saw this from Gold Coast in the opening term last night when they were on. They did not make it count. Sydney's doing the same. 1-5-11 to 2 behinds through 20 minutes, and Reid was only 25 metres out.
Short to Grimes and then to Asprey. Back to Short, still inside the defensive 50. Richmond take their turn to control the footy. Wide out to McIntosh, who marks inside the Richmond bench. Veers out to the left, sends it long towards Tom Lynch. He sets himself, spoiled down from the front by Tom McCartan. Dusty runs onto it, screws a kick back to Lynch, who barely moves. 50 out, couldn't take it cleanly. McCartan gathers, hand pass to Hewitt, back to McCartan, kicks into the corridor. The mark's taken by Florent. And Sydney with no real intent to move it quickly, so he'll chip it over the top to Lloyd, who has it at centre half back on the defensive 50. Be interesting with Grimes and Asprey on half back whether this style of play will work for Sydney.
Short pass Lloyd to Parker. Parker on the southern side of the ground, kicks to the wing, well weighted for Goulden.
Sydney's had 31 marks already.
Hickey's all on his own. Here comes another Sellers.
32.
Goulden kicked inside the 50 to Hickey, who marks 40 from goal, almost directly in front.
He just didn't see him, McIntosh. He's a terrific defensive winger, McIntosh, but he didn't turn his head. Hickey just had floated down inside forward 50. Terrific kick by Goulden on that left foot. Only his third game.
I think he's got half a clue.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty good.
Tom Hickey. Sydney needs to maximise its early advantage against the two-time reigning Premier. And Tom Hickey says, I'll step up and do it. Beautiful finish. A highly promising start from the Swans. 2-5-17 placed 2 behinds at the 22-minute mark of the first quarter. Your experts are Adam Ramanauskas and Mark McClure.
They should have probably kicked a couple more than the 2 they've had. They should be 3 or 4 at this stage. I mean, Gee, Reed's missed a couple of easy ones. I mean, Papley's missed one. They've hit the post. They've done all these little things, but they've controlled the game, which is more important. They haven't been intimidated by the great Richmond side, who's won the last three of the last 4 premierships. I love the way they've gone about it. They've attacked them. They've worked them over. They've chipped around them. They haven't actually given the opportunity to, when they kick high into the forward line, that the defenders push everyone away, and they've actually starting to win. They've won the quarter, and that's the key for them. Really good start by the Swans. Good stuff. Could be better.
Tom Hickey, picked up by the Swans at the end of last season. He's a bit of the I've been everywhere man. He's played in 4 different states. Kicking a goal for the Swans there. When was the last time Richmond were held goalless in an opening quarter? Hickey to do battle with Nankervis. Hickey wins down the tap beautifully to Florent. Kicks inside the 50. Reed in front. Up Pickett spoils it down. McDonald knocks it forward. McInerney couldn't take it cleanly. Wicks overran the footy. Broad's hand pass to Pickett. Ricochets to McInerney. Hand pass to Papley. 30 metres out from goal. Can't get it forward. Cochin tries to duck out of a tackle. Papley shovels a hand pass forward. McInerney couldn't take it. And Caddy gathers on the last line for Richmond. Feeds the hand pass to the left back pocket to Bolter. And over the top to McIntosh.
McIntosh kicks Richmond through defensive 50. The mark's taken by Rioli, originally left out of the side. The medical sub on for Dion Prestia. He kicks to the wing. Riewoldt gathers, has a bounce. Deep kick to the pocket. Poor kick to the pocket. Castagna was the target over the back. It went out on the full. Uncharacteristic from Jack Riewoldt.
To answer your question, Clinchy, about Richmond being goalless in the first quarter, when that had happened last, almost every week when I supported him in the 80s and 90s.
I thought he was going to answer my question. I was so impressed.
Cunningham to Campbell. Campbell's dangerous ball out of defence, intercepted by Lambert. He dishes it off. Edwards goes for home and puts it through from outside the arc. How Richmond needed its cream to rise. Under trying circumstances early, the Tigers have found their first. Sydney 2-5-17, the Tigers 1-2-8. 24, nearly 25 played of the first quarter.
Oh, it's just a simple turnover there from Mills, who usually uses the ball so well. But again, that's the perceived pressure that Richmond are always putting you under. That Mills had more space around him to make an easier decision, but he wanted to get that ball out of his hands as quickly as he can. Edwards, so cat-like with his movement in defence particularly, was able to intercept that for an easy goal.
So the Tigers strike back late in the opening quarter. Sydney leading by 9 points. Back in the middle. Hickey up against Nankervis. Hickey beautifully tapped it down, got it to the advantage of Mills. The kick off the outside of the boot is marked by McIntosh in front of Warner. It's just to the left of the 2 centre circles, still inside the centre square. McIntosh gets full toll in his kick to Caddy. Spots him free at right half forward. Good vision. Caddy looks into the corridor, had Lambert on, now he spots him. In fact, he can go shorter than that. And the mark's taken by Edwards. Can he double up here?
It's a handy player, this bloke.
Oh, more than handy.
Yeah, very handy. Yeah. Unassuming in a sense. Not up one of the stars, but just continues to rack up stats and move and work and
plays
one of the winners.
Plays whatever role the coach asks. So, he's been across half back. He's been in the midfield. He plays forward.
Had that tough decision to stay in Melbourne during the COVID period last year for the birth of his child. Came back in the grand final and dominated from 50. Edwards for 2 in a couple of minutes. It's out to the right. And a minor score just as the siren sounds for quarter time. So Sydney's lead is 8 points. 2-5-17 to the Tigers. 1-3-9. So nothing to take away from the Swans so far. Goals through Papley and Hickey. And Edwards, the goal scorer for the Tigers.
News from the boundary, an update, Alicia Muling. Anything further on the injury sustained by Dion Prestia? He's been subbed out of the game for Daniel Rioli.
Yeah, Richmond have just confirmed that Dion Prestia has strained his hamstring. Not sure if it's the same one that he has had problems with in the off-season, but he missed a lot of pre-season action with that hammy, so bad news for the Tigers.
Thanks, Alicia. So the Tigers without a key-on baller and down at quarter time. An 8-point lead to the Swans. Keep those texts coming in on 0437 774 774. On the text message, Simon from Larks Bay says, the new rule sometimes gives games the feel of circle work back in the low divisions of Adelaide uni training. Skill and speed a bit different though, says Simon. Yeah, that's certainly the case. It's a fast, skillful game. It has opened up, but there's still a lot of contest around the ball when it hits the ground. They're unflinching, these AFL footballers. 2-5-17 the Swans, the Tigers 1-3-9. You're listening to Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and the AFL Extra button on the ABC Listen app for our pre-games.
Hi, I'm Emma from the Wiggles. We're celebrating 30 years with our friends at the ABC. Join us for We're All Fruit Salad, a collection of our favourite Wiggly tunes from the last 3 decades, featuring original classics like Hot Potato and Rockabye Bear, plus new favourites from Anthony, Simon, Lockie and me, Emma. We're All Fruit Salad, the Wiggles' greatest hits. Watch the collection on digital or DVD and listen to the album wherever you get your music.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
So Tom Papley, 2-time leading goal scorer for the Sydney Swans. Can he get things going at the MCG? Out to the right from 48. Papley strikes it well and steers it through.
They look potent in attack today, and Isaac Heaney hits the post. They should be far further in front than the 8-point lead. The Swans, left back pocket for Richmond, trailing by 8 points the Tigers through 20 minutes. Dangerous ball, not marked, intended for short. McDonald the spoil, off to Reid, right foot snap, hits the post again. Tom Hickey. Sydney needs to maximise its early advantage against the 2-time reigning Premier, and Tom Hickey says, I'll step up and do it. Well, Campbell's dangerous ball out of defence, intercepted by Lambert. He dishes it off. Edwards goes for home and puts it through from outside the arc.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Beautiful conditions at the MCG. Pretty warm, actually. It looks beautiful. I'm sure it's very hot and taxing out on the field. Sydney 2-5-17, Richmond 1-3-9. The quarter-time break at Casey Fields in the AFLW, the first of 2 elimination finals being played today. Melbourne is leading Fremantle by 11 points midway through the third quarter. And at the completion of that match, Victoria Park hosting the next clash between Collingwood and the Kangaroos. There is a call available of that match between Melbourne and the Dockers at Casey. If you go to the AFL app, click on the Match Centre and you can get the ABC call there with Joel Peterson, Jess Webster, Nathan Burke and Kieran Harrington. Here at the MCG, though, Alistair Nicholson and Matt Clinch calling the action. Alicia Muelling's down on the boundary with the news coming through that Dion Prestia has strained his hamstring. Was subbed out of the game in the first quarter. Daniel Rioli subbed in. Adam Ramanauskas and Mark McClure are our experts in the grandstand commentary box.
Would you think that Sydney would be in front at quarter time last year when you finished the round of football and they win the premiership? No, you wouldn't think that. They've had 7 shots at goal. They probably have had more than that. They've had 8 because they've kicked one out in the full, to 3 or 4 for the opposition. So they're actually playing a strange game of football. Not strange, but different style of football of chipping the ball around and controlling it. At the first part, they kicked it long, Sydney. They banged it into the forward line. And their defensive area, their mechanism of the Richmond side, which I really love with Bolter and Broad and those sorts of guys, and Grime, who actually push, shove, and Asprey, who just run it around and just sort of open it up. And then all of a sudden someone takes the mark, you go, because they pushed everyone out of the way. So what you've got to do is shorten your game. Short chip passes, move it in quickly, spread their defence is what you have to do, and they've done that. They've been let down by some poor kicking in the area with 5 points, and they should be only 2. They've hit the post once or twice. They've missed a couple. So to mine, I love the way that they've approached the game. Their defence has held up pretty well. A late goal to Edwards was the only one that really was a certainty. Other than that, the defensive mechanism of McCartan and Dawson and Cunningham and those sorts of guys, Lloyd and Rampy, it's been brilliant, been fantastic. They've controlled them well through the middle of the ground. They've done very well as well, Sydney. So they're right in this. They're right in this, and they're not playing a game that Richmond like at the moment. They want them to kick long, and they're not going to do it.
The interesting part, what Sydney are trying to do that quarter, is they just own possession. Marks were 34-27 in Sydney's favour, but there was a number of times where they just slowed the whole game down. Took the mark, went back, waited 5 seconds, 10 seconds or so, then looked for the next kick.
They want you to play fast, Richmond.
Exactly.
Don't do it.
They want to force. They want to force you into mistake, into error. Sydney, by slowing it down, at times kicking down the line, taking your medicine there. I like it. I like what Sydney are trying to achieve in that first quarter. Clearly worked. They should probably be 4 or 5 goals rather than the 2 only. So see if they can continue to maintain that, the Swans, or the Richmond now really start to push up hard on them.
Don't back down.
No.
Nankervis and Hickey contest the first bounce at the start of the second quarter. Rove by Mills, off to Kennedy. Hand pass away to Warner. He kicks Sydney forward inside the attacking 50. Reid at the front. Ball hits the deck. Goulden soccers it out. Papley pursues it. He's got Short for company. Bumped off it. Short played it well. Baker picks it up. A hand pass to Grimes. His kick to centre half back. Intercepted.
He can kick
Dawson
this.
within range.
That is a poor kick.
55 out. He doesn't want to go for goal. He goes to short pass instead, and Wicks marks. 35 out directly in front. A chance to extend the lead to 14 points.
That was a horrible kick out of defence. You've got to go wide if you're going to kick it high and lobby like that. It was an easy mark, easy push out of the way, and a super mark. And then a little chip pass was great.
Sam Wicks, 3 goals straight for the season. On approach to the city end of the MCG. Wicks, low drop punt. He pulled it a fraction. It's another behind. This is proving costly for Sydney. 2-6-18 to 1-3-9 through a minute of the second, Adam Ramanaskas.
That's the 4th set shot now that they've missed.
Grimes brings Richmond back into play. Hand pass to Short. Enough pressure from Reid. The kick is wide of Bolter and
Free
out
kick.
on the full. And he's going to get another metre or 2 as well, as Bolter's going to be brought back to right up against the boundary, but 40 metres out from the city end. So this is going to be a tough shot from Hayden McLean. Gets the opportunity with Lance Franklin out of the lineup. He'll start up against the fence. The third-year rookie from Sandringham in the VFL puts it to the top of the goal square. Richmond had the numbers there with Grimes and Asprey. The hand pass from Grimes comes out towards Edwards. Hickey rips it clear. Hand pass to Mills under pressure. Graham's kick was smothered. It spills to Warner, who fires on goal and puts it through.
Good plan.
Sydney will take them anyway they'll come at this stage. And Chad Warner was able to jam it onto the boot and find the major opening. Sydney extend their lead back out to 15 points. 3-6-24 to the Tigers, 1-3-9.
And he's another young player for Sydney. The others, McDonald, Goulden and Campbell, are getting probably all the headlines, but Warner's had a really good start to the season. Really hard at it there, the finish. But it was a smart kick by McLean.
Very smart.
I think most would have 40 metres out on the boundary. You know, I'll have a shot, but put it to the top of the square, lock the ball in. And that's how they got the opportunity. It was just a flat kick, nice.
No, nice and flat.
So Richmond's interceptors couldn't get to that contest. And then it was just a scramble. It was a real scramble of plenty of players, and Warner, really smart goal around the corner.
This has been something from Sydney early on. Richmond looking a little rattled. Nankervis knocks it down. Edwards gets it. Gives to Martin, who's been quiet. Wobbly clearance towards the attacking 50. Lloyd stole front position on Rioli. Didn't mark Rioli. Farmed out a hand pass. Intercepted by Dawson. Caught by Rioli. Good night. Don't take on a Rioli. Never ends well. Rioli 55 from goal at right half forward. He wants to send it deep. He goes to full forward. Up in front, Bolton and Curvis crashed in. Didn't mark Graham, off to Lambert. Lambert's banana attempted goal from 20 out. Misses on the left. Richmond are 4th behind. 1-4-10 plays 3-6-24 Sydney at the 3-minute mark of the second.
Just looking at some of the leading individual possession getters for their respective sides. For Richmond, Short, Baker and Broad. So no Martin, no Constant.
All defenders, mate.
All the defenders. Kick into the middle of the ground, marked by Sam Reid, who got it from Dawson. Now looking for options at half forward.
Just take your time. No rush.
Has Hickey wide on the southern wing. Caddy peeled off him. Hickey takes an uncontested mark between wing and half forward. Kicks to Papley, who marks on his chest.
So this is good. You spread their defence again. See what they're doing? They're moving them out, spreading their defence. And you need to get... If they get together, they beat you. If they don't, you beat them.
Papley into the pocket looking for Heaney. Baker's there, spoils it away from him. Heaney tries to keep it in play, hard against the boundary. Kennedy tried to tap it back to him, missed it. Baker took it. Tough bouncing ball for Dan Rioli, the medical sub. Blakey gathers, hand pass to his own advantage at left half forward. Reloads back towards Heaney. Spoiled away by Asprey over his head. Papley hit it with speed. Gets it forward to Goulden. He's tackled by a couple of Tigers and brought to a halt. The umpire will toss it up left forward pocket for the Swans at the City end. Sydney leading by 14.
In the AFLW elimination final, almost three-quarter time, Melbourne leading Fremantle by 4 points. The Dockers were goalless in the first two quarters, have kicked 3-3 to 1 straight in the third term. Off the pack, Nankervis gets it, a hand pass to Caddy. Out come the Tigers, but a free kick coming back.
Yeah.
Dumped.
Free kick to Sydney.
Dangerous tackle.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Left back pocket. The tackle was made. Tom Papley will get the free kick. So he's 25 metres from goal. Left forward pocket for the Swans. This could make the margin 20 points. Tom Papley opens up the angle and bends it through. This Swan side, no flash in the pan. They're legit, it seems. And they're taking it right up and beyond Richmond at the moment. 4-6-30 the Swans. The Tigers 1-4-10. 6 played second quarter.
They got 6 kids who've played 11 games or less in this team. They've got a forward line that fights like hell, and Papley was in amongst it. They get it in there and they've chipped it around. They've kept it away from the high kicks into the forward line, and then they fight. And they've got some good scrappers up forward, some really good ones. And Heaney's one of them, and Goulding's one of them, Wicks is one of them, and so's Papley. And that's what you need in those sort of cases. And if you pluck a free kick, and then you've got to finish it, Tom Papley's your man.
He's always involved, Papley. Does he stage for free kicks, and he does all that sort of stuff, but he's always involved. He's always there. He's always where the action is. Inside forward 50.
Tough nut, isn't he?
Had the failed move to Carlton in 2019, had to come back to the Swans and explain to them it was a family circumstance that brought the move. Martin gets the clearance. He's worked his way back to centre half back. The hand pass to Short, who was taken high. And the ball will come back to Jaden Short. Parker over the shoulder with his tackle.
They're starting to get a little worried, the Tigers, by the look of them. And they're doing it too easy.
Short looks wide to the southern wing. Egmalisi Smith takes it. He's still at right half back with Sydney leading by 20 points. And a lot of stationary players further ahead for the Tigers. Egmalisi Smith drives a long kick towards Lynch. McCartan flies, can't take the mark. Lynch gathers, gets the hand pass to Graham. Further still, the hand pass to Caddy at right half forward. Pokes the kick around the boundary line to Lambert, who has it still 55 metres out from home.
He goes backwards 25 metres to Jaden Short. Attacking side of the southern wing. He goes long. Lynch the target. Rises in front though. McCartan got it down to ground level. Bolton had it tackled, dispossessed. Hewitt a hand pass out to Campbell. His clearing ball is out on the full. And Richmond can have a shot from the right forward pocket 40 metres out. Josh Caddy's got possession of it. 2 white plastic chairs just impeding him going back to take his shot at the moment. They're being moved. So Josh Caddy needing to thread the needle.
This will be interesting to see what they do with this kick from that side.
Banana attempt from Josh Caddy. He hasn't, has he? Or he hit the near goal post. That must have looked good for a fair while off the boot of Josh Caddy. 1-5-11 Richmond. Sydney 4-6-30. A 9-point lead to the Swans. 8-minute mark of the second. Repeating, Dion Prestia out of the game with a hamstring injury in the first quarter. Daniel Rioli subbed in.
Lloyd brings Sydney back into play towards McDonald. Baker nudged him underneath at the smaller player. Nankervis gathers at the back. Hand pass to Pickett, spinning out of traffic. Parker laid the tackle. And McDonald takes Nankervis over the boundary line. So throw in front of the Richmond bench just below our broadcast spot here at the MCG. Sydney by 19 points. Hickey and Nankervis from the throw-in. Hickey works his way to the front. Nankervis wins it down to Pickett. The hand pass to Dusty. Bends off one, spins onto the right boot, a wobbly kick inside the 50, Dawson underneath it, Bolton made the spoil, Hewitt can't gather, Rioli can't, hand pass it straight to Blakey, the lizard is off, kicks into the middle of the ground, Kennedy has it, back to Blakey, takes another bounce, and a second, gets to 50, come on, finish it! Blakey fires on goal and hits the post.
That's the third one.
Slams into the right goal post and deserved a better finish.
Fourth.
As Bolter wastes no time taking the kick out of defence. Finds Pickett who turns it over and Hickey takes the mark on the members' wing.
Hickey short to Lloyd. What a dash from Blakey.
Can lizards go that quick?
Oof. Flat out like a lizard drinking.
Yeah, that one can.
Kennedy now received it. Gave it off to Warner. Warner,
in the middle
right
there.
half forward. Near the boundary line, McDonald's called for it. Kick goes in his direction. He rises up on the shoulder of Baker and takes the mark. He's 47 from goal, a few metres in from the boundary on the right side. In front of the members. Logan McDonald. He's had one shot today for a behind. 5 goals, 3 for the season. A look here at Sydney's 5th goal. Have not been the least bit overawed coming up against Richmond at the Tiger Fortress. The young Swans, one of their brightest prospects, kicks at goal and misses on the right. Another behind for Sydney, 4-7-31, becomes 4-8-32. 1-5-11 Richmond, 10 played second quarter, Sellers.
Their shots on goal are double to the opposition already. If they had a kick straight, the game's over almost.
4-8 to Richmond 1-5. It hasn't quite been the heavyweight clash we'd hoped for in front of goal. Pressure has been good.
Just got to wait and see what they do, the Tigers, because they'll readjust at half time and find out another plan to do, because they're not allowing them to play the way they want to play, which is a very good move by Sydney.
Martin with just the 6 disposals now in the midfield as it's thrown back in. Nankervis wins down the tap. Overrunning the footy was Pickett. Warner gets a hand pass out to Parker. He gets it to Kennedy. Screws a kick towards almost a juggling effort from McDonald. Couldn't take it. Papley onto it.
Not another
Hit
one.
the fat part of the footy. It's across the face and Bolter didn't get it through. He went to rush it through and missed it. Has to regain it in the defensive goal square. McLean onto it. Caddy comes in to lay the tackle. McLean can't break clear. The umpire will toss it up right up against the left behind post. Sydney leading by 21 points. Alicia Muley on the boundary.
In Hardwick has now joined John Longmire coaching from the boundary line, very animated and looking a little bit agitated.
From the stoppage, Reid gets it, flicked it out the side. Heaney in the traffic, kicked it into Egmalise Smith. Goulden there, Baker picked up, tackled by Goulden. Ball goes over the boundary line. Well, has it stayed in? It's a stoppage. Either a throw in or a ball up. I think it's going to be a ball up. That ball never went over the line. It's in the left forward pocket for Sydney at the city end. Reid the tap, Heaney the rove, tackle, didn't get boot to ball. Clearing kick out of defence. Asprey just wants to get it out of there. Big pack pushing the pack. Free kick Richmond going to Lynch. And play on to advantage to the Tigers.
Let him off the hook. Revolt who takes the mark on the southern wing. The two forwards are up the ground, so who to? Bolton was working back to the goal mouth, although overrunning the footy was Cunningham. Bolton quick as a flash back onto it.
There's no one there.
Hand pass to Martin. They're going to have to retreat back as Dusty veers out to the left. Kicks over the umpire and Graham, and Lambert takes the mark. At the edge of the centre square, Kane Lambert kicks to Revolt. He's back in the 50 and he's marking on his chest. Jack Revolt 40 metres out to the right. To kick for Richmond's second goal at the 13-minute mark of the second term. Such has been the pressure from the Swans and the dominance around the ball. Revolt and Lynch both found themselves on the wing and at half-back. Revolt now with a couple of deep breaths. 8 goals, 3 so far for Jack. A great start to season 2021. Revolt comes in, hits it sweetly, and puts it through. Jack stands up when the Tigers need a leader and cuts the margin back to 15 points Sydney's way. 4-8-32 to the Tigers, 2-5-17. 14 minutes gone, second term. You're with Mark McClure and Adam Ramanaskas.
Well, it's totally against the flow of the game. Sydney, totally. They've really dominated the ball in their forward half in this quarter. It was the push from McCartan on Tom Lynch that let Richmond off the hook, because the ball was trapped inside forward 50. Asprey's a quick kick out. It was to a contest. McCartan gives a push in the back to Lynch. Then the ball goes up the other end. Now, you can't give Richmond, obviously, too many opportunities. We know how good they are, and it's one little opportunity Jack scores, just takes the pressure, releases the pressure from Richmond now for a moment where they can take a deep breath, reset themselves.
That's the only easy goal they've got.
Yeah.
It's set play. The rest of them have been a scramble.
In the AFLW elimination final, Melbourne leading Fremantle by 4 points, early stages of the last quarter. Out of the middle, Edwards toe pokes. Bolter gets it, flicked it up. Martin emerges, runs to centre half forward. Helicopter kick, worked out. Arts didn't mark down low, did gather. Tackled, gave to Castagna. Right foot snap, 2 minutes. They're never down long, the Tigers. 15-minute mark, second quarter on Grandstand AFL on ABC Sports. Sydney 4-8-32, Richmond 3-5-23.
One of the things about this game is you don't have to be perfect. It wasn't a perfect kick from Dusty Martin. It was a scrambly, low, bouncy kick. All of a sudden, the small forwards take control. Their talls have been bashed up there. They've been pushed out of the way, but the smalls now have kicked back in. Jack's got one, and now Castagna picks up a little scrambly ball inside 50, hard to handle, lots of people round, and finishes it off. So 2 in a row, 2 in 2 minutes. Really good start to the quarter by these guys. The champs are back in it.
Sydney with the first 2 goals of the quarter. Richmond with 2 in a minute. Back to a 9-point advantage Sydney's way. Bounce favours Reader, wins down the tap to Parker. Pinched though by Bolter for Richmond. Hand pass to Graham. Here they go again, the Tigers. Kicks towards Shea Bolton, who comes charging out. McCartan was up to the challenge. He takes a good contested mark. In the left back pocket for the Swans.
Running backwards.
Yeah.
It is a really dangerous skill, and he did it super well.
Short to Mills, who's getting his chance in the midfield. Following a good run last year. He spreads it wide, and Dawson has it just outside the defensive 50.
He chips to the next free man in the chain. Florent tumbles and marks. Outside defensive 50. Hand pass back to Dawson. Dawson chips around the southern wing. Sliding in. Parker didn't mark it. He tries to take on McIntosh. Court got a hand pass out. Collected by McInerney. Under pressure. Hand pass to Dawson. He kicks towards half forward. And a free kick for a push in the back that's coming back. After McInerney got rid of it, he was pushed in the back. Goes very short to Dawson. He's racking them up. Centre of the southern wing. A 20-metre hand pass round the boundary. Parker kicks Sydney inside the 50. McLean! Edged out. Grimes takes the mark. 30 from goal. No real angle.
Good mark.
Well, it's the only real way that you can get Grimes. He's so good usually when players are on the lead because of his speed. But he's a touch undersized. Dylan Grimes. So in that contest, McLean's clearly got the reach over Grimes and used it to his advantage that time.
So Richmond went bang bang just to put a little pressure on Sydney. Can the Swans respond through McLean? Yes. He bangs it into the cheer squad with those red and white flags waving away down at the city end in delight. The Swans fans are pretty happy with the start they've made. 5-8-38 Sydney, Richmond 3-5-23, 18-minute mark, second quarter.
He is heavily involved, Jordan Dawson. You can just see they want to give him the ball.
They use him, yeah.
What Sydney are doing is honouring the lead. They're making Richmond go the whole way. So usually we see Richmond just drop back, they drop off, their defenders drop off and help inside their defensive 50. But Sydney are just honouring the lead. They see a lead. If it's 15 metres, 20 metres, the kick goes to them. They want Richmond to keep coming up. So then when the long kick does go inside forward 50, as we saw there with McLean, it's even numbers. It's 2-on-2 or, because usually Vlosten, who's not out there today, he just drifts across. Or Grimes drifts across or Broad drifts across. They're not allowed to today.
Adam Ramanauskas with you on Grandstand AFL. Bolter one down the tap. Cochin was pushed in the back. Ollie Florent, and he'll take the free kick in the middle of the MCG. The Tigers captain dashes forward, drives a high kick towards Revolt, spoiled away from him. Overrunning the footy was Campbell. He gave the hand pass in the end straight to McIntosh when he did gather it. McIntosh off balance. Deep kick towards Pickett. Couple to beat. Blakey in from the side. Hickey as well. Tough bouncing ball for Hickey. The ruckman gathers. Mills into a dead end. Ran into Hickey. The hand pass comes straight to Edwards. He hand passes it to Mills. Under the pressure. McInerney gets it to Cunningham. Just clears the defensive 50. And Reid offers chase against Baker. Uses his body. Baker slides in. Up for the fight. Then lost his footing. Reid over the top. Tries to knock it in. McInerney and McIntosh get there. They're all Max involved here. Egmalisi Smith with a tackle which surely was high on Goulden, and he won't waste any time moving it forward by foot.
He brushed it anyway and found McLean with a lovely laces out pass. McLean on the wing, goes towards the boundary line.
Stick to the plan. You don't have to bash it long.
Wicks looks infield. Short pass finds Kennedy. Kennedy, 60 from goal. Now the thumping kick towards the goal square. Almost had the journey. It's off the hand of Grimes. Through for a minor score. Sydney's lead, 16 points. We've just ticked into time on of the second quarter at the MCG. AFLW action. Melbourne leading Fremantle by 8 points at the 8-minute mark of the last quarter in that elimination final at Casey Field.
What a beautiful kick. Straight to Wicks, who takes the mark on 50. Quickly moves it to Reid, who dropped the mark. Had the mismatch on Egmalisi Smith, and Edwards takes it straight through the middle. This is what Richmond can make you do. Martin takes the mark. He's in no urgency. Now he wants to move. Kicks towards Castagna out wide. It bounces just outside the 50 and clean bowls him and rolls out a play at right half forward. Sam Reid will take a deep breath after that ball rolls out of play.
Bit of a nothing kick by Martin to Sam Reid.
Sometimes you don't know whether you got him or you haven't.
That was a absolute soda.
Boundary throw in. Asprey knocked it down. Florent rows it for Sydney. Hand pass through the pack to McInerney. Back to Florent. His hand pass to Kennedy. Back of the square. Off to Blakey. Blakey's bursting again. Jinking, zigging, zagging. Bounced it eventually. Pickett got him. Hand pass to McInerney. Pickett got him too.
Blakey.
Pickett picked a couple of them off and is rewarded holding the ball. He goes short too high. Cochin couldn't take the mark. Kennedy gets a tackle by Cochin. It spills to Martin. It's a holding the ball free kick again. Richmond's ratcheted up the pressure stakes at the MCG. The captain with the free kick on the southern wing.
Kennedy and Cochin. Good battle. Couple of warriors.
The Richmond captain looks at options further afield, drives a kick long towards Revolt and Lynch. Lynch got rid of his opponent, McCartan, with a push. And the umpire saw it. It's looked good. Tom McCartan, who spent time in attack, in defence.
He's found his spot now, Clichy.
Looks like he's settled. Short kick to Florent, had to get down low to Clayton Lamarck. And a forward line last year for Sydney that missed.
He moved.
Lance Franklin and Sam Reid. And Florent's going to get a 50-metre penalty because Edwards took a step forward. So from defensive 50 to the middle of the MCG, no one's on the mark. So Florent runs his full measure, goes for Wicks, who takes the mark. I think Reid was actually the intended target, but Wicks, like a good small forward, popped up at the right time to claim the mark.
Very interesting what Sydney are doing. Just these little leads. They're hitting them up every time. So Richmond's defenders have simply got to get closer at the moment. They're allowing them too much space.
Sam Wicks, another one from the Swans Academy. Kicked 3 goals last year in his 7 games from directly in front. 40 metres out. Great finish. Couple in a row for the Swans to steer the margin back to 22 points approaching half-time. They're 6-9-45 to the Tigers. 3-5-23. 23 minutes gone, second term.
Well, the Swans have come with a plan, and it's working. The little chip pass, separate the defenders, separate the midfield, separate everything you can, and just chip it around because they're no good when they're on their own. They're not no good on their own, but they're not as good. When they've got 2 there with you or 3 and they kick it long and high, they beat you every time. They don't beat you when the chip pass, and they've just dissected the whole place and actually put themselves in a really good position. They're 22 points up at this stage. It's a very good lead against the Premiers the last 3 years. It reminds me of a game when Richmond did exactly the same to Adelaide in their first premiership. They didn't kick long in the forward line. They chipped it round, they moved it, and they separated their defence and destroyed them.
That'll be a recalled bounce.
And Al, to back up what Sellers and I are saying here, marks this quarter 22-7 in Sydney's favour. So, you know, we're 5 minutes remaining in this quarter. They're dominating that area of the game.
Umpire goes again. Hickey tapped it down. Strong tackle, dislodged the ball from Florent's grasp. Still the Swans come forward. Oh, Asprey comes out, smashes it out of defence, but straight to Parker at half forward. Hand pass to Heaney. Heaney 60 out at right half forward, kicks to the pocket, perfectly weighted and marked. Goulden in the right forward pocket was opposed to Egmalise Smith, and he took it 20 out, hard angle to the right.
Pre-game, he was practicing these exact shots, Goulden, from this exact same spot. So he's going to snap it around his body right on the boundary, but he didn't miss in the pre-game.
For a 28-point lead. One of the most exciting prospects in the competition, a fifth poster. He bent it on the left boot, didn't bend enough, and it hit the far goal post. We've had 5 posters in this game, and we're still not at half-time. 6-10-46 Sydney, Richmond 3-5-23.
We spoke to his mum, Brian Sellers, in the
filthy about that one.
Lead-in of no excuses. She was in the Pontford stand, so she would have had a good look at that kick. Long kick towards Lynch. It's spoiled away from him. Came straight to McDonald, who squares it up beautifully.
See, now they've lost their partners now, the Tigers. They can't pick them up.
Wicks gives off the hand pass to Campbell. It's smothered by Nankervis. Good awareness from the Richmond ruckman. Edwards with the hand pass to Egmalise Smith, who feeds it to Broad on the defensive 50 in the moment's loss for Sydney. Long to Lynch, who's got 3 to compete against. And Sydney sees it out of play. The Swans by 23 points, 6-10-46 to Richmond, 3-5-23, nudging towards half-time, 26 minutes gone.
What are you making of it all?
Exciting.
Let us know. 0437774774. Off the stoppage, Edwards couldn't find a teammate. Picked up by Hewitt. He's nailed. Ball dislodged. Martin's hand pass set a task of Lambert. Rode the bump courageously. Picked up the hand pass from Graham. Off to Rioli. Sweeping ball. A chance for Arts. Arts has chipped to Castagna. Got always met heavily front on free kick. Florent has given it away. Castagna free kick, 30 out, 45-degree angle to the left. What about Kane Lambert? He got the hospital hand pass, took the contact and farmed out the hand pass to create the passage.
Well, Ollie Florent had to do that. Had to have a go.
Jason Castagna, a chance to open up the angle, moves it on quickly, and he just scrapes it through. For the 3rd week in a row, Castagna's kicked a couple. The margin cut to 17 points. 26-minute mark, second term. The Swans 6-10-46, Richmond 4-5-29. They're into the last minute of the clash between Melbourne and Fremantle in the AFLW elimination final. And Melbourne is leading by 11 points. So the D's are going to go through despite not having Daisy Pearce, who's out through injury. And they're going to have the last kick of the game as well, it would appear. A shot at goal, so a chance to make it a 17-point lead. That shot has missed. No, not touched on the line. It should have been. It's a goal to Melbourne, so they move to 5-10-40. Plays 3-5-23. The D's will go through to play Adelaide next week.
How many monitors you got going there?
Oh, too many, Clinchy. And the internet broke down. I had to swap it over. Got the races going for the Drew Morphett Memorial Quaddie. That's the main thing.
Like a teenager's bedroom. We've got so many screens that are monitoring everything. Either that or a casino late at night. Florent kicks it in the middle of the ground. Finds Reid.
Take your time.
He takes the mark just outside 50. At his best, he's probably got this. Instead, he puts it to the pocket, looking for Heaney, who lost his opponent. Pickett and takes the mark. Got it. Right forward pocket. Isaac Heaney comes up with a footy.
He actually created the contact here, Heaney, too, when you look at it. That's a poor decision by the umpire because it's actually, and he dropped the mark as well.
Whether it was
and he gets a free kick.
I don't know, but he did drop it.
Now he's going to kick it around the corner. You want to make certain he gets it.
Left forward pocket. Heaney steps out, snaps, puts it through. How good are the Swans? They're out by 23 points, a game high as we approach half-time. 7-10-52 to the Tigers, 4-5-29.
Just the hit up again. Sam Reid right at the top of the 50. Now, easily that ball could have went long. Easily. But the Swans lower their eyes again, find the free target sellers.
See them down there in the back, the little bunch together. They're going, well, what are we going to do here? How are we going to handle this?
Well, pretty easy.
How can we stop this? Because they're used to going back and all as one.
It's proven over years. Richmond play a whole team defence. That's how they've always played. Sydney are trying to eliminate that now. They're saying, we want you to play one-on-one today.
Of course.
Otherwise, we're just going to continue to hit up targets.
In that match last season that Damien Hardwick described as horrendous, Sydney scored 26 points for the entire game. They have doubled that inside the opening half of football at the MCG.
Thank God.
Perfect bounce in the middle. And Curvis couldn't take it. Took it forward by Kennedy. Running onto it, Warner. He'll be caught by Graham. Brushed Graham. Goes for goal. No way. They're not to be underestimated, Sydney. This takes your breath away, the way this game's going at the moment. 8-10-58 Sydney. Richmond 4-5-29 through 30 minutes of the second quarter. He brushed their best tackler.
Well, it's more the pickup. I think the ball's running away from you.
Like on your tail.
Yeah, it's always a tricky one, that one. So one clean pickup, then to break and brush the tackle of Graham, as you said, Al, one of Richmond's very best tacklers. But then to steady himself. And he knew it was through. As soon as he hit his left the boot, he knew it was a goal.
The best part about this game is it's youth-driven. It's driven by youth. They've got some senior players around, but the youth is standing up powerfully.
Chad Warner, the Western Australian, with 2 second-quarter goals. The reigning premiers are being challenged here at the MCG. Hickey wins down the tap. Dusty races after it. Gathers at centre-half back for the Tigers. Hand pass and Dan Curvis to the run and Pickett, who gets to the southern wing. Drives a kick towards Castagna, trying to work Dawson underneath. Great mark. He has it 45 metres out to the right.
That might be his limit, I reckon.
Well, he can't kick a snapshot from there. Well, that's what he does. All his set shots are snaps.
Why doesn't he go to the top?
Mix it up, sellers.
Oh, well, why not?
This is normally we'd expect someone to run around the back, but there's no one within 15 metres of him. So Jason Castagna will have to take the responsibility himself. Wheels in, gives it everything he's got. It's towards the goal mouth. It's offline and through for a minor score to the left. Sydney's lead is 28 points at the 31-minute mark.
Jack disappoints me sometimes, Jack, because he's not leading up, opening up the play, taking someone with him. So there's a whole lot back there. They've got to actually move people around in the forward line to help somebody else. Still there standing on the line trying to outmark everybody, and that's not the way to do it.
Lloyd will bring the ball back into play. Has a bounce through the right back pocket. And kicks around towards the members' wing. McLean there. Punched away by Grimes. It's out of play in front of the Olympic stand. Sydney 8-10-58. Richmond 4-6-30 through 32 minutes of the second quarter.
28 points in front. Massive.
Thrown back into play. Hickey knocks it down. Warner couldn't take it this time. Cochin emerges. 60 out. Kicks towards full forward. Castagna's there one-on-one with Dawson. Couldn't mark. Picked up by Bolton. He's caught. Fantastic stuff from Cunningham. Ball comes out. Campbell clears for Sydney towards the southern wing. Baker flies. Couldn't take it. Swans have it. Papley bangs it towards the top of the 50. Reid back with a flight. Couldn't mark. McLean got an awkward bounce. Roundhouse left. Tap by Wicks. Off to Logan McDonald, who dribbles it through. Sensational. Sydney is carving up Richmond at the Tiger Fortress. What play. What method. Relentless in their approach, the Swans at the moment. 34 points is the lead. 9-10-64 to 4-6-30. 33 played of the second quarter. Mark McClure sum it up on Grandstand AFL.
Well, it's one of the greatest team goals I've actually seen. From half back to full forward. 10 players would have touched it at some stage during that way, and it was all positive to go forward, and then finished off in the goal square with a dribble kick by McDonald, wasn't it?
Yep.
And McDonald finished it off in the centre of the ground, but it was done. It was all helped because of the defence, the midfield and the forwards, and then now's to actually tap it, push it along, keep it moving forward. You know, we wouldn't have seen that the last 5 years by any team, but we are doing it now by Sydney. They're special.
They lead by 34 points approaching half-time.
Go again.
Bursts out of the middle, gets to centre-half forward, gives it everything. McLean backpedaling against a couple, and it stays in play for the moment as Grimes walks it over the boundary line up against the right behind post. 34 minutes gone. It's been a long quarter because Sydney have kicked 7 goals to 3.
Is the Memorial Quaddie we on Sydney or we not?
Are you talking horse racing? Or we might sort this out during the news.
You can bet on this, can't you?
Reid wins down the tap to Papley. No, you can't.
Okay, sorry.
Not, Sellers.
Understand your excitement around Sydney, but we are impartial.
You might be doing the quaddie from a different location if you're going to pursue punting on the footy.
Well, check my account. I haven't had one.
Boundary throw in. Swans attacking. Reid down to Papley. Papley a fumble. Wicks picks up under pressure. He's got a hand pass out. Egmont Smith over it. He couldn't win it. Mills farmed it out. Heaney's kick smothered. Top of the 50 for Sydney. Picked up by Lambert. His little hand pass. Lloyd gets in the road of it. Hand pass back towards the 50. McIntosh for Richmond. Hand pass pinched by Mills. Off to Florence. Kick inside the 50 again. No mark.
As a shepherd there. They've got to pick them out as shepherd, which is they do all the time, and I'm glad the umpires are starting to pick them off.
Free kick Sydney, 35 metres out, just as Richmond fans who've had their heads in their hands were about to breathe a sigh of relief for half-time. There'll be one more act in the half with Wicks a chance to kick a goal that would put Sydney extraordinarily 40 points up at the break.
Bolter.
Well, it was obvious because Bolter's eyes weren't on the ball. They were on McInerney. So it was a simple decision for the umpire.
Richmond's not experienced this for a long time. Wicks on approach, straight through the middle, and every Sydney player engulfs young Sam Wicks. He's got his second. There's a young group emerging in front of our eyes. Brilliant to watch from the Bloods. 10-10-70 to 4-6-30 at half-time. You can barely believe what you're seeing. The two-time reigning premiers, Richmond, winners of 3 flags in the past 4 years, are being belted by the Swans. The goal kickers for Sydney, 2 to Warner, 2 to Wicks, 2 to Papley, singles to McDonald, Heaney, Hickey and McLean. For Richmond, 2 goals to Castagna, singles to Edwards and Rewalt. In that quarter, Richmond 3 goals 3, Sydney 8 goals 5. So this defensive Sydney lineup has added serious attacking flair. 10-10-70 to 4-6-30, repeating in the AFLW elimination final. Melbourne defeated Fremantle 5-10-40 to 3-5-23. The Demons to play the Crows next week. And getting underway shortly, the clash between North Melbourne and Collingwood at Victoria Park that will keep you across as well. But that was euphoric as Wicks kicked that goal and every player came to him. And they deserve their 40-point lead. How have they got there, Mark McClure and Adam Ramanaskas? What have they done?
Well, they're honouring the lead. I think that's the real noticeable tactic that Sydney are using today. As soon as they see a free target lead, 25, 20 metres away, bang, hit it up. Make Richmond, they want Richmond to come. They want Richmond to be defending one-on-one. They don't want Richmond defending as we're so used to seeing as a back six where they're intercepting, coming over the top. But the other part of that is to be honour the lead, you've got to execute. Their foot skills have been terrific in this game, the Swans. So whether it's Dawson, whether it's Mills, whether it's Warner, Jake Lloyd, obviously, they've just been hitting these targets. But the thing is, they're not intimidated. No. Usually a young team comes in against the champs and there's an intimidation factor. But they're taking it right. Every contest you see, like young Warner there, out of the centre square, just taking it up to the Tiger Stars.
Did you have a look at the contest? There's 4, 5 and 6 red and white jumpers around the ball. And that's the key to being an honest side. You all get to the contest and you help one another. And they do. That goal they kicked, that team goal from back line to the forward line.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a better one than that. That was just brilliant. And it was all the kids and the senior players as well. And they blacked it on and they pushed it here and they did. That wasn't pretty, but it was spectacular. And it sent a message to Richmond, hey, we're not going away. Be interesting to see what Damien Hardwick says at halftime. That sometimes the champs fall, and they fall quickly. They do. They fall quickly once you start to go down. And Sydney's taken them on with this style of game. So who's going to play this against them every time now, if you can actually handle it? These guys who 8 of them who have never played any more than 11 games are dominating, which is extraordinary, really. And it's because of the style of play. And you've got to applaud Longmire for his gall and his opportunity to give these guys a chance to win a game of football on the biggest stage in Australia, the MCG. Love it.
And you look at it, the top of Richmond's stat sheet is Short, Baker, Broad. All defenders.
All defenders, yeah.
Then you look at the top of Sydney, Florent, Kennedy, Mills, Warner, Dawson.
Midfielders.
More midfield.
Forwarders.
Richmond are getting hammered in the midfield at the moment.
They sure
They're
are.
getting outworked. Well, it's a super effort.
I have a look at one of the counts that we used to look at all the time to see if we're effort. 17 to 28 in tackles. And you know who's had 17? Sydney's had 17. All they've done is just chase and push and shove. 17 tackles to 28. That's extraordinary.
It's a team that won just 5 games last season. It's hard to recognise them given the changes in the off-season.
And the other reality is, what do they hit the post 4 times?
5.
5 in total in the game, of which the Swans have hit the post 4 times.
Yeah. Contested possession, 69-63, Sydney's way. I mean, they're dominating in lots of areas. The marking area was just huge, Rammer.
And again, they're young.
59 to 35. That is massive.
They're owning the tempo. They're owning Richmond. They're making Richmond play the way they want them to play. Usually Richmond force you into error so often, but now they're forcing Richmond to come up, and Richmond can't do it. They're not used to that.
So do you imagine Damien Hardwick will challenge his leaders, or will he give them a bit of a spray?
He'll tear paint off the wall, particularly with that lead stuff. That's laziness by Richmond's defenders, Al.
Yeah, extraordinary first half of football. You can't discount the Tigers. We know what they're capable of, but they have been squarely challenged so far by the Sydney Swans. 10-10-70 to 4-6-30. At the half-time break, Sydney will be delighted with where they stand in the game at the moment. In the AFLW, Melbourne has defeated Fremantle 5-10-40 to 3-5-23 in the elimination final at Casey Fields. Getting underway very shortly is the second final of the day at Victoria Park. And that final pits Collingwood up against North Melbourne. We'll keep you across that match as it unfolds throughout the afternoon.
Good afternoon. ABC News with David Rowlands. Queensland health authorities say a locally acquired coronavirus infection recorded overnight poses no risk to the wider public. Leah Walsh has the story.
Health authorities say Greater Brisbane's snap lockdown has served its purpose. The locally acquired case is a close contact linked to one of the 2 recent clusters. He visited a potential exposure site, Black Hops Brewery in East Brisbane, and went into quarantine testing positive last night. Chief Health Officer Dr. Jeanette Young says she's grateful for about 2,000 others who are quarantining as potential contacts.
We never know which is the person who's going to end up infectious, but here we have one who's been in quarantine.
More than 25,000 Queenslanders were tested in the last 24 hours.
European health regulators are continuing to investigate cases of rare blood clots forming in people who have received the AstraZeneca vaccine against COVID-19. Medicines agencies insist, however, that the vaccine's benefits still outweigh any risks, as the BBC's Rebecca Morell reports.
The clots are unusual. They're accompanied by low levels of platelets, a type of blood cell, and they can affect the brain. And they're serious. Out of 30 cases reported, 7 people have died. But it's not yet known whether these clots have happened naturally or are a very rare reaction to the AstraZeneca jab. And their incidence is extremely low, 30 cases out of more than 18 million jabs. 2 cases of brain blood clots have also been reported for the Pfizer vaccine, but these do not have the same low platelet levels.
US network CNN is reporting that the suspect involved in the latest attack near the Capitol building in Washington has been identified as 25-year-old Noah Green. The BBC is reporting he quit his job last month, partly for what he called spiritual reasons. The suspect was shot dead after driving his car into 2 offices near the Capitol building before getting out and lunging at them with a knife. William Billy Evans, an 18-year veteran of the Capitol Police Force, is the second officer to be killed protecting the Capitol building this year after another officer died when rioters stormed it in January. A tropical low near Timor could develop into a cyclone this weekend. Peter Lacey has the details.
The Bureau of Meteorology says the tropical low located southwest of Timor could possibly form into a tropical cyclone by tomorrow morning, but is anticipated to move further west. Meteorologist Moses Reiko says if the low continues to intensify, it is unlikely that it will affect the Northern Territory.
It may develop, intensify, but will be moving across the Indian Ocean away from the Northern Territory.
However, if the low develops into a tropical cyclone, it could possibly impact parts of Indonesia.
4 people have been taken to hospital and another 10 have been treated by paramedics following a chlorine leak on Victoria's southwest. It happened at an aquatic centre at Apollo Bay just before 11 o'clock this morning. Ambulance Victoria says 2 women aged in their 60s and 20s were flown to hospital for treatment but are in a stable condition. Another 2 patients were taken by road to hospital. A little boy is among the 3 people killed in a car crash on the New South Wales south coast. Danuta Kazaki reports.
The accident happened at 4:30 this morning in Lake Tabari, south of Ulladulla, after a car swerved off the Princess Highway and hit a tree. Police Superintendent Greg Moore says the female driver, a man and the young boy died at the scene. He says a 4th person was rushed to Canberra Hospital.
Another male occupant of the vehicle has been airlifted to a local hospital in critical injuries. Police are trying to piece together what's happened at the scene here this morning.
Meanwhile, traffic authorities are urging holidaymakers to take it easy on the state's roads after gridlock yesterday as people left Sydney for the Easter weekend.
Tributes are being paid to iconic Australian fashion designer Carla Zampatti, who has died in Sydney aged 78. Ms Zampatti fell on some stairs at an outdoor opera performance on Sydney Harbour last week and was rushed to hospital after losing consciousness. ABC chairwoman Ita Buttrose says she was important for Australian women, designing clothes that were timeless. Ms Buttrose says she was at the premiere of La Traviata 2 and knew someone had fallen.
I didn't see Carla fall, but it was apparent somebody had fallen, and it was only later that I learned that it was Carla. The stairs are very dangerous at the Handa Opera, and I think they need to do something about the safety and install some rails, because otherwise other people might fall as well.
Opera Australia has responded on Twitter to the news of Ms Zampatti's death, saying, Opera Australia is deeply saddened by the news of Carla Zampatti's passing. Ms Zampatti was an Australian fashion icon and a passionate supporter of the arts who will be greatly missed. Our thoughts and heartfelt sympathies are with her family at this time. ABC News.
To watch the latest stories from ABC News and clips from our current affairs shows online, it's time to go direct to the source. Australia's most reliable news can be found on ABC Radio, the ABC News app and the ABC News website. Download the free app now and stay across local breaking stories, updates and analysis from Australia's most trusted news. What matters to you matters to us, and it's all on the ABC News app and news.abc.net.au.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Graham's kick was smothered. It spills to Warner, who fires on goal and puts it through.
Good plan.
Sydney will take them anyway they'll come at this stage.
This could make the margin 20 points. Tom Papley opens up the angle and bends it through.
Revolt comes in, hits it sweetly and puts it through.
Martin emerges, runs to centre-half forward, helicopter kick, worked out, Arts, didn't mark down low, did gather, tackled, gave to Castagna, right foot snap, 2 in a minute. They're never down long, the Tigers. Parker kicks Sydney inside the 50, McLean, edged out, Grimes takes the mark. Can the Swans respond through McLean? Yes.
Left forward pocket, Heaney steps out, snaps, puts it through. How good are the Swans?
Perfect bounce in the middle, and Curvis couldn't take it, so good forward by Kennedy. Running onto it, Warner. He'll be caught by Graham. Brushed Graham. Goes for goal. No way. Papley bangs it towards the top of the 50. Reid back with a flight, couldn't mark. McLean got an awkward bounce. Roundhouse left. Tap by Wicks. Off to Logan McDonald, who dribbles it through. Richmond's not experienced this for a long time. Wicks on approach, straight through the middle, and every Sydney player engulfs young Sam Wicks.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Our West Australian audience is joining us for the first time. We greet you with a quite extraordinary scenario here at the MCG because the Sydney Swans are thumping Richmond 10-10-70 to 4-6-30 at half-time. Warner's kicked a couple, Papley's kicked a couple, Wicks has kicked a couple. In that second quarter, Sydney kicked 8 goals 5 to Richmond's 3 goals 3, a 40-point lead to the Swans over Richmond on a perfect afternoon for football at the MCG. About 45,000 people in. Swans fans have had a lot to cheer about down at the city end of the ground where they're heavily populated down there. In the NRL this afternoon, we'll have a look at the scores in just a moment. First on the SMS 0437 774 774. Harry from Buninyong says, have the Swans and the Dogs ever played each other in a grand final? Get on, punters, he says. Well, 2016, Harry, but they're both playing very good footy. There's no doubt about that at the moment. I'm all at sea as a Tigers fan, says Peter from Tambo Upper, hoping for a comeback in the second half. And another listener says, calm the Bloods. They are playing like the Bloods, but with a real attacking flair as well. 0437 774 774 is the SMS number. So the NRL match is getting underway a little later this afternoon. Cronulla and North Queensland starting at 5:15 Australian Eastern Standard Time, and the Gold Coast Titans and the Raiders later tonight. In the AFLW, 5:10:40 Richmond Fremantle 3-5-23. The Demons go through to take on Adelaide in the finals next week. The Dockers are out of season 2021. Collingwood and North Melbourne about to get underway at Victoria Park, and we'll keep you across those scores. So half-time here, 10-10-70 Sydney, Richmond 4-6-30. If you weren't with us earlier, Dion Prestia was subbed out of the match in the first quarter with a hamstring injury, replaced on the field by the medical sub, Daniel Rioli. Adam Ramanauskas and Mark McClure have been taking in all the action, just going out into the foyer out the back where all the experts and journos mingle. There's a real shared joy in what Sydney has been able to bring today, but also an element of shock about how far in front they are at half-time.
Well, it's interesting if you're the Premiership team, and they were of last year, and they've had 3 and 4 years, do you get a bit complacent? Do you actually feel as though you're entitled? Because that's how I think they're playing. They're playing like they're the top of the tree, and they're actually allowing the opposition too much room. They're playing an unusual style. They're stopping them. They're stopping Richmond with their defensive mechanism, which has been so strong because they've chipped the ball around and controlled it into their forward line. They've got some really good small forwards that are tough and strong. And these kids are just terrific. Wicks and Warner and Heaney and Goulding and you know, gee whiz, Papley. I mean, can you get any better than a bunch like that who have got good skill, and they separated the defence. So all of a sudden they're at 6s and 7s. Then they can't win out of the centre of the bounce either. Hickey's been really good. Hickey's been terrific in the centre bounce and moving the ball forward with their you know, they're just unbelievable. To me, they look lazy to me, Richmond. They don't know how to work out what they're supposed to do. They don't like playing on a man because they've been so used to, for so long, playing on a space. And in this game now, you have to play man on man if you're a defender. And if you don't do that, this is what happens.
Well, as we said just before the break, they play a system, Richmond. And now the system is being questioned by the Swans today. So,
correct.
You know, we're not saying the system's broken by any means, but Sydney are showing an example of the way to potentially beat this system by hitting up targets. And they've done it. They did it time and time again in the first half.
You know, when you guys were flying and you've won a few things and you're up in the Premiership window, and then all of a sudden you get a bit of a halt.
Yep.
Someone hits you over the head with something and says, you know, you're not going any good anymore. That's what it looks like to me. Happened to us, happened to you, happens to everyone. Is this it? Is this the day when we all work out that Tigers can't handle this? Well, they're going to get more of it. Well, that's what they're going to get.
Well, they have to, because simply if teams don't, Richmond just win again. That's how simple it is. But It's not necessarily Luke Parker and Josh Kennedy doing the damage.
No way.
They've got a spread of players over the ground that are all like Jordan Dawson as a defender. Tom McCartan's doing an absolute number on Tom Lynch at the minute. Lynch hasn't started the season well at all, but he's barely gone near it. Tom Lynch in today's game. So I'm just looking for his...
See, Wicks has had 7 games or 8 games.
Yeah.
They've got kids on the top of the area that had won 1 and 2 and 3 games.
Lynch has had 3 possessions.
3 possessions
for the half.
And they've blunted Dustin Martin, who's had a bit of the ball, but hasn't had his usual impact.
No damage.
Well, he's going to start forward in this quarter, so Hewitt will go straight to him. But the Tigers look flat. They look flat at the moment. Yeah.
Well, they can't do what they like to do. Yeah. That's the problem. That's how you look flat.
Now, Castagna's their only winning forward at the minute. He's kicked 2, but they're not getting much out of Rioli or Lambert.
See, they kicked 4 goals.
Yep.
And they kicked an 8-goal quarter there, Swans. 8 goals to 2.
So what
is a flogging.
So what changes for Richmond in this second half? Well, simply on your man. That's the starting point now. The Swans need to push harder now. This first half of this third quarter, you push harder.
Break them.
Yep, break them.
It's not their natural thought, though, is it?
Because Richmond can still win this game.
Oh, yeah. 40 points,
no doubt.
No doubt about that. But they want to get their skates on.
So exhilarating from the Swans. They're out by 40 as we start the second half. Can the Tigers mount the comeback? Hickey takes the clearance out of the middle to kick to half forward, bouncing end over end. Short onto it for the Tigers. Gathers, gives the hand pass to Baker, to Cochin, who is being held by Mills. Already in a bind before he gathered the footy. Hand pass to Caddy. Works it to Asprey. Kicked into Blakey. Good smother by the Swans midfielder. Gets the hand pass away to Wicks, to Parker, who veers out to the right. Kick smothered, but Caddy with a push in the back. It'll come back, and Parker will have the shot on goal. And 50.
Yep.
I can only imagine Caddy said something because...
Well, the interesting part here is, Clinchy, so it's either Caddy said something and remonstrated with Sam Reid, or the umpire said hold on the mark, and he's moving.
So it means it's a Monty for Parker taken to the goal line. He'll put through the first of the second half. Sydney's lead is 46 points as they kick their 11th goal of the match, 11-10-76. The Tigers 4-6-30, so a couple of challenges now. Richmond are going to have to score, and they're going to have to stop Sydney scoring.
Now, ill-discipline is another thing that comes into the play. Once you start to get hurt on the scoreboard and hurt as a team, and you think you're entitled to be winning things, is actually how they feel. They have some ill-discipline now, and then it all falls apart.
You're just looking at Josh Caddy now. He's given away the free kick and he's still talking to the umpire.
Yeah.
Damien Hardwick will not like that at all.
The 50 was for grabbing Sam Reid by the jumper and shoving him. Now, Caddy's got history here, and he's a player who's been in and out of the side. That discipline breach isn't going to help his cause of staying in the Tiger lineup, particularly, and they could be headed for defeat.
And you have a look at his body language now. It's one of not really care.
Bounce favoured Nankervis in the middle. He palmed it down Edwards. Maybe in the back.
Have a look at tackling.
No
3 or 4.
Kick. Nankervis knocked it out. Cochin flicked out a hand pass towards the wing. Caddy gets it. Off to Bolton. Bolton's 50th game. Not going as he'd planned. He kicks inside the 50, and there's a win for Lynch. One-on-one opposed to Rampy. He marks 35 from goal. 45-degree angle to the right.
Oh, he needed that.
Good mark too.
Yeah, terrific
Big
mark. 3 possessions in the first half, and... Yeah, McCartan had a really good first half, so he needed that early Lynch.
One behind to his name so far. Tom Lynch kicking from the shadows of the members' stand towards the city end. From 45, perfect drop punts. It just drew ever so slightly, to use golfing parlance, towards that left goalpost, but it did go through for a major, and how Richmond desperately needed that. 11-10-76 Sydney, Richmond 5-6-36 Lynch with his first at the 3-minute mark of the second.
Well, as we said, he was very quiet in that first half, Tom Lynch. Tom McCartan had a terrific first half with his intercept mark. Well, the brothers, so I was close. But he doesn't, I don't know, he just doesn't look right. He hasn't looked right in these opening rounds, Tom Lynch. You know, his work rate is what separates him. Yeah, he's big and strong, there's no doubt about that, but we're so often seeing his work rate up to the wing to get possessions. He just hasn't been doing that in the early part of the season. You wonder if he possibly is carrying some sort of a little injury.
I like him when he's super aggressive.
Yeah.
He's right on the edge. He's not that.
Richmond answer back following the opening goal from the Swans. That bounce should have been recalled. Sprawled out to the right.
They've got a high one there.
Free kick for too high. And
or
it's
is
going
that
to go.
Weeks?
That's Mills.
Oh, Mills, is it?
Callum Mills in the midfield. Season 2021. He takes it on the back edge of the square. Kicks towards Heaney, who flies in from the side and takes the mark against the shorter Baker. Looks into the pocket. Hickey's on his own. And Curvis, who's running right down the middle of the ground to the goal line, and Hickey's smart enough to peel off to the left forward pocket.
That's work rate by Hickey and laziness by Nankervis. He was nowhere in sight with Hickey.
He's already kicked a goal so far this afternoon. Spent time at the Gold Coast, St Kilda, West Coast, and now at the Sydney Swans. And the Swans have needed a ruckman in previous years. Hickey left forward pocket, 30 metres out. Beautiful finish. Steers it straight over the goal umpire's hat. Goal for goal to start this third quarter. Sydney back out by 46 points at the 5-minute mark of the third term. 12-10-82 to the Tigers, 5-6-36.
Well, McIntyre, the ruckman who... Nankervis it is, and Hickey, you judge them on their ruck work, but this bloke's kicked 2 goals. 2 goals to a ruckman is a massive number when they do it, and his actual centre bounce work's been really good. He's actually strong. Their midfield's been powerful. They've cleared out their centre clearances are really good. All of a sudden you go, Nankervis, they're all a bit flat, aren't they? Every one of them is a tad flat. They've sort of lost. Have they lost their urge? Have they lost their urge to actually win, or are they just worn out?
In the AFLW elimination final, Collingwood with the opening goal against North Melbourne at Victoria Park 6 minutes in earlier today. Melbourne ended Fremantle's season with a 17-point win. The D's through to play Adelaide next week. From the middle of the ground, Sydney get it again. Parker fends away from Bolton, kicks inside 50. Papley almost juggled the mark. It was an awkward one to take. Short emerges off the back flank. 2 bounces to the southern wing, kicks Richmond towards half forward. Cochin takes the mark, comes into the middle. Lambert next in line on the edge of the centre square. There's a pigeon creating a bit of a distraction in all of that. And now Edwards receives and kicks to Lynch inside the 50. 47 from goal. Lynch to have another shot within range. The angle is insignificant. Can he find a second goal at the start of this third term? Tom Lynch goes back inside the centre square to take the set shot. Slow walk in through the front of the square. He'll kick from right on the paint of 50. Lynch, good looking drop punt again. It's fading this time. It's away to the right. Behind to Lynch. He's got 1 goal too. Richmond trails by 45 at the 6-minute mark of the third.
Jordan Dawson to bring Sydney back into play. Hands his full measure and then pulls his kick to the right back pocket. A good option to Cunningham. He kicks the ball short to Hewitt. He's had Dustin Martin whenever he's gone forward. Playing across half back.
Hey, Rama, they're still playing zone. Yep. Why are they doing that? So it makes it easy for them.
Hewitt short to Chad Warner, who kicks long around the wing. McLean the target, brought it to the front. Cunningham, the hand pass to Mills, to McInerney, who kicks to Papley. He marks 55 from home, pokes it over the top, and Wicks takes the mark.
Untouched from full back to full forward. And they're still playing zone. They refuse to pick up a man.
Jeff on the SMS sellers is saying, are we seeing a brand of footy being overtaken?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Like the opening 2 rounds, it worked. Yeah, it's a very good question.
Sam Wicks had 3 goals before today's match. He's got 2 goals, 1. A chance for his third. He comes in and hits the post. Slams into the left goal post. A 5th post up for the Sydney Swans. They lead by 46 points at the 8-minute mark of the third term.
Lucky for Richmond. They have hit the post. Short to Baker. Baker to the members' wing and Rampy. loses Lynch and takes the mark. He's in front of the Sydney bench. Rampy into the middle. Missed Mills with his kick. Mills does gather under pressure. Hand pass didn't hit a target. Hewitt clean through the traffic off to Mills. In tight hand pass to Florence. He negotiates it well. A hand pass to Hewitt. Back to Florence. Back point of the square.
Numbers.
A hand pass away to Lloyd. Beautifully worked by the Swans. They're in a bind. Off to McCartan. McCartan to the wing. Papley marks southern side of the MCG.
We can work it over the top to Mills. Baker got in there to make the spoil and then dives on the footy. Knocks it out to Graham. Gets the hand pass to Lambert over the top to McIntosh. Southern wing. McIntosh takes a bounce and looks further afield. Lynch on a long lead. He's out. Spoiled away by Rampy. Clears the pack. At the back, McCartan and Dawson. Although Revolt slipped in the middle, won it, got a hand pass back towards the goal mouth. Harts couldn't get it. McCartan could. Kicks to half back where McIntosh dropped it in the sun. Dodges and weaves around McInerney. Turns back on his right. Kicks back towards Revolt. Touched by McCartan. Gets to Lynch in the goal square. He tried to feed the hand pass where he had to just kick it over his shoulder. And on the bottom of the pack is Braden Campbell. He's locked up. A throw up in the left forward pocket for Richmond.
Scrambly, isn't it?
46-point lead to the Swans. Tigers deep in attack. Dusty's lurking around the stoppage. Hickey took it out of the ruck, banged it on his boot. He's popped that over the boundary line on the full. Free kick to Richmond, about 10 metres out in the left forward pocket. It was bizarre from Big Hickey. Just pulled it out of the ruck, facing the grandstand, slammed it on his boot and kicked it out of bounds on the full. High up and under. So Lynch will have the kick. It'll be a right foot snap as he opens up the angle, bends the ball and bends it to perfection. You just can't discount Richmond. They still trail by 40 points, but it's Richmond. 10-minute mark, third term, Sydney 12-11-83. The Tigers 6-7-43. Lynch with his second of the quarter.
Oh, just a simple mistake, simple error by Sydney, but you take the ball back to the middle of the ground where they've been so clean and clinical with their disposal and hitting targets. The ball started to hit the ground. That's when Richmond are at their best. When the ball hits the ground, that's when they apply the pressure. They force you into turnovers. That's what it was there. Richmond forced Sydney into turnover through the middle of the ground. Ball then gets locked in your forward line. Yep, mistake by Hickey, but it's from the ball's in the forward line because Richmond forced a turnover through the middle of the ground.
Muzzers in Dongara in WA. Hi guys, happy and Easter and great commentary. Richmond did this last year, Sellers. They were the last one standing and they will win in 2021, says Muzzer. So he's still confident.
Not certain about that.
Here's Dusty on cue, gets the clearance for the Tigers, kicks towards half forward. Rioli forced to spoil from behind, sees the ball away from Lloyd, and Rioli trying to keep it alive, but it goes across. Well, they won just one of their first four last year. It was the Blues in the opening round and then a draw against Collingwood. Losses against Hawthorn and St Kilda. But they were able to turn it around really from the middle of the season onwards. Nankervis wins down the tap, but Hickey's able to rove it, gets the hand pass to Parker, who turns back and has to snap over his shoulder around the members' wing. Grimes is there, able to spoil the ball away from Wicks, and it goes out in front of the two benches. Sydney by 40 points.
So we'll throw in centre wing, broadcast side of the ground. And Curvis and Hickey. And Curvis the tap. McIntosh runs into Papley. Papley takes the ball.
Was
strong.
that good?
Excellent hand pass to Florence. Shoots it through to Kennedy. Slick hand pass out to Papley. One-handed pickup. Left foot squaring ball along the ground. Broad takes possession. He's immediately tackled. Warner nabbed him. Umpire says mine. A ball up 25 metres from the Sydney goal at the punt road end.
It's a scrubby kick. He didn't play. He didn't try and knock it out.
Up it goes. Nankervis down. Graham tackled by Goulden. Just got boot to ball. Punched high in the air. Slapped down. Only as far as Egmalise Smith, who clears towards the wing. Lynch with a couple to beat. Gather's got a hand pass. Tackled. Picked up by McLean. He's tackled. Got the hand pass but didn't hit a target with it. McIntosh for Richmond fighting for it. McLean for the Swans. Dishes it out to Hewitt, off to Kennedy. Kennedy back towards half forward. Reid held out of the contest. Nankervis didn't mark. Reid spoiled. Kick to an unguarded goal. One bounce, no. Awkward bounce. Not for Logan McDonald, though, who gathers, snaps, finds Wicks in the goal square. Wicks has three. Richmond fans felt the spoil on Nankervis was late. It should have been paid a mark in their eyes. Umpire let them play. In the lead-up, Reid denied when he couldn't get a run at the ball. There was no free kick there either. 13-11-89 Sydney. Richmond 6-7-43 at the 13-minute mark of the third quarter.
Even the Tigers fans can see every contest they're outnumbered at. The Sydney Swans are running in numbers and they just go to every contest. Sometimes they get beaten, but not too often because they've got 2 or 3 or 4 around them. And when there's a mistake, bang, they're there to pick it up. And that's what's happening to your side because they're not coming to the contest. They're waiting for that easy one outside, the Tigers. And if you watch it closely, that's what they do.
That was a shocker, Rammer. That was a clear mark. Probably, but it could have also been shepherding against Bolter again.
Hey, Pinchy, the world's not fair.
Reid's going to get a free kick in the middle of the ground, so that'll just add to the angst of the Richmond fans who felt like they were hardly done by. Sydney with no time to waste, chips it forward and Kennedy takes the mark, gets the hand pass away to Dawson, kicks inside the 50, up towards Parker, couldn't take the mark. Pickett couldn't claim it either. Nankervis over the footy. Pickett has another go at it. Brushes the tackle of Parker. His hand pass to Short, who gathers inside the defensive 50 and takes a bounce. Looks out to the southern wing, where the options are Arts, who takes the mark at left half back.
Goes by hand to Rioli. Rioli's hand pass, good low pick-up caddy. He works it forward to Arts. This is all happening under pressure on the southern wing. Arts, though, a precise kick back infield to Cochin. Cochin wants to switch the play. Goes cruising through the centre square. Hits Pickett near the AFL logo. He's got Asprey drifting up from defence. A 25-metre hand pass. Asprey kicks inside the 50 to full forward. Lynch can't impose. Blakey got in the hole and marked for the Swans in defence. Swans by 46 points.
Kicks towards Warner. He's got a couple to beat as Pickett's right there with him. Bolter gathers. Trying to get around McLean and then almost worked his way into trouble. Grimes hit it with pace and gathers. The hand pass to Lambert, 60 from home. Looks to the right forward pocket. Bolton comes out. He's got a couple of metres on McCartan and he takes the mark. In the right forward pocket, Shea Bolton was able to push forward and almost slipped through unnoticed. He's going to be on a tight angle though, just a couple of feet in from the boundary in the right forward pocket. Taking his time to take a few deep breaths. Bolton steps out, snaps on the left, and it's right all the way. Overcooked at a minor score. Sydney's lead is 45 points at the 16-minute mark of the third term.
Kick-in duties for Sydney with Dawson. As the shadows creep across from the members' side of the ground. He goes short. Taken by Campbell in the left back pocket. Almost quarter time in the AFLW elimination final. A 14-point lead to Collingwood over North Melbourne at Victoria Park. Kick comes out from Campbell to the wing. Reid up, can't take it. Cochin roves for Richmond. A hand pass to Pickett near the boundary line on the wing. His kick to half forward, not well weighted. Castagna edged out. Dawson, though, got to the back. Hand pass to Graham. Caught! Nailed! Florent
No
not
free
rewarded.
kick.
Bolton gets it off to Castagna. Slapped it out to the side. Hit of a throw. In the pocket, Kennedy for Sydney. Gives it up to Campbell, to Florence. Florence high kick to the back flank. Parker rises. There's a push in the back in the marking contest anyway. Play onto advantage. Sydney go to the back flank and Goulden.
Yeah, good stuff.
The round one rising star kicks to right half back. It's a good kick to McInerney. He doesn't have a lot of options around the wing, so went for the $1 million kick to Mills and missed him. Broad takes the intercepting mark into the middle of the ground. Clean pick up from Castagna. Great blind turn as well. Hand pass to Rioli. Good tackle, McInerney. Hand pass came out to Lambert. He tries to knock it on for Richmond. But Sydney have the numbers. Kennedy to Blakey. Got the hand pass just in the nick of time to Dawson. To McCartan out of defence with a kick to Wicks.
Well done.
He marks it left half back for Sydney. They've got the overlap. The kick to McLean. He marks in front of the Swans bench on the members' side.
Dave at Swanpool reckons the Swans are almost out of steam. Let's see, Dave. McLean goes short. Hickey marks. Infield kick. Worked out well. Wicks. 3 goals to his name, matching the 3 that he had coming into the game for the season.
Take your time. No rush.
Wicks is going to chip short towards the boundary line. Lloyd.
See, they're all now going back. Richmond are even going back, so they're easier for them to do the chip pass around.
Lloyd to Goulden. Goulden in good hands, runs towards the 50. He kicks long towards the goal square. Chance of a mark. McInerney almost got a good piece of it. Picked up for Richmond by Arts. Hand pass comes out to Igmalise Smith. His kick to the back pocket. Rewalt's gone up to help out. Rewalt's clearing ball to the wings. A beauty. Caddy's away.
Gives the hand pass to Castagna, who tries to find a way through traffic. Feeds the hand pass to Caddy's run down. Great tackle from Dane Rampy. It's been great fight and vigour from Sydney all afternoon.
Yeah, the beauty of it is they're not looking at the scoreboard, the Swans. Yeah, they've got a nice lead, but the effort and the energy's still there.
Good,
when you see the tackling still up.
Campbell turns it over for Sydney. McIntosh takes it and a bounce on the members' wing. Feeds it in ball by hand to Martin, who draws the opponent to Castagna by hand. Vacant goalmouth went for it all himself, and it squeezed out to the right. And it bounces out of play, so not a bad result in the end, but just shows the pressure in which Richmond feel like they're under. A throw-in up against the right behind post at the City end. The Swans leading by 45 points.
Shortly down to Alicia Mewling on the boundary, but will stay with his throw-in. Inside the attacking 50 for Richmond. Off hands it goes to Mills by hand to Rampy. Rampy to McCartan. McCartan to Florent. Florent's defensive hand pass to Mills. Mills chips to the right back pocket. Lloyd. Lloyd to half back for Sydney. Florent takes the mark. How's the atmosphere down there, Alicia? I imagine a few Richmond fans are getting a fraction frustrated.
They are, and Damien Hardwick getting a fraction frustrated too, and so is Tom Lynch. He went off the bench and then momentarily just went back on, so a little bit of frustration on the bench for the Tigers.
So just
They're doing it beautifully, aren't they?
Wicks by hand to McInerney to Heaney. Heaney inside the 50. Pick it up to make the spoil on Logan McDonald. It's out of play, 45 metres from the Sydney goal.
They're toying with them.
You just don't say that about Richmond.
But you can
this
now.
Is something different.
It's you can see it clearly.
Yeah, the game is just completely on Sydney's terms at the moment.
Yeah, the ability to zone off and protect space is being questioned now. Florent kick inside the 50. Bolter in front position. Takes the mark. Quickly released the hand pass to Lambert, who made a good effort to get the hand pass to McIntosh. Kicks to the members' wing. Rioli up, takes the mark. Over the top for Braden Campbell. There's a rare highlight for Richmond fans this afternoon. Kicks towards Bolton. Coming out was Rampy. He spoils it down. Bolton still fights for it. Revolt dives in. Bolton over the top. They turn to the umpire. He's going to play hold the footy. Dane Rampy dragged it back in, so Jack Revolt will take it at right half forward. He's 60 from home though.
It was a good field kick, Jack Revolt. Can he hit a target in a cluttered forward line? He's told to play on. Revolt kicks to the hot spot, a disciplined kick. Up they rise, no mark. Lynch at the back doing the roving here. Couldn't take it. Caddy could. No again. Free kick with Lynch being held. Caddy's hand pass gave it up. He's had a dirty day. Warner to Mills by hand to Lloyd. And now to Florent, who goes towards the wing. There's a 50-metre penalty, surely.
Yeah. Absolutely.
The mark was taken by Warner. Cochin then pushed him in the back. And Warner is going to be marched beyond the centre of the southern wing. 13-11-89 Sydney. Richmond 6-8-44. So 22-minute mark of the quarter.
So the captain's ill-disciplined too.
Warner chips it wide to Lloyd. He continues on that path to right half forward, and Wicks takes the mark. What an afternoon he's had. 3 goals the Swans Academy. Now Lloyd just waltzes forward, chips it into his path, around the boundary line. Heaney.
They are jogging, Richmond. Seriously jogging.
They're being challenged, the Tigers, at the moment for a lack of accountability. And Sydney are finding the free players and making them pay. Isaac Heaney's kick 1 this afternoon. Right up against the boundary in the right forward pocket. Steps out, snaps across his body. It's not
Don't
bad.
tell me.
It's better than that. A piece of brilliance from Isaac Heaney. And the Swans are going to be hard to stop this afternoon if they're kicking goals like that. 51 points, Sydney's lead. 14-11-95 to the Tigers, 6-8-44. 23 minutes gone, third term.
Well, you can look around, their heads are going down now, the Tigers. They're now being outplayed with this style of football that's just crucified them. They play this zoning area, and at this moment, that's too easy to chip pass around. And then all of a sudden, Heaney puts one around from the 40 metres on the boundary on his wrong side. It's impossible. You couldn't see that happen ever, but he kicks a goal there, and they are having a day out, the Swans. They are flogging them. Are they having a day out, or is this just what the new is? The new good sides do. Is this what it is? Certainly looks good.
Richmond have only had 4 tackles for the quarter.
Yeah.
Again, marks 31 Sydney, 16 only to Richmond.
Nearly 90 marks.
Possession this quarter, 90 to Sydney, 62 to Richmond.
They're not working, mate.
Secondary ball up in the middle of the ground. Hickey and Nankervis. Nankervis takes it out of the ruck, runs into Hickey, just got his arm free to hand pass. Off to Martin. Martin releases Edwards. Kicks Richmond inside the attacking 50. Lynch at the back. Punched down by McCartan. Lynch near the boundary. Got Campbell for company. McCartan comes in to help. He's caught by Lynch. Hand passed it over the boundary line under the pressure of the Lynch tackle. A boundary throw in 25 metres from the Tigers' goal at the City end. The Swans by 51 points at the 24-minute mark of the third.
And we're going to have a pause in proceedings for a blood rule. So just having a look back at last season where the Tigers lost 2 of their first 4. They only lost a handful from that point onwards. Lost to the Hawks in a surprise loss in round 3, to the Saints in round 4. And then would only lose to GWS, Port Adelaide and the Brisbane Lions for the rest of the year. Alicia Milling, it's Tom Hickey who's coming from the ground.
Yeah, Tom Hickey's coming from the ground. Just a bit of blood on his right eye, but getting a round of applause from the Sydney Swans fans.
He's been impressive, Tom Hickey, thrown in.
Terrific.
Out the back, Dawson gathers deep in defence. Hand pass to Lloyd under pressure. Martin's kick smothered by Reid. Dawson gathers. Hand pass to Parker, to Warner under pressure. Dusty up against the boundary. Hand pass to Edwards. Snaps off the outside of the boot. It's across the face. Underneath it, Rioli dropped the mark. Caddy onto it. Tackle, dispossessed. Lloyd in there. Could have been tackled, but didn't have the footy. Cunningham locked up by Rioli. And the umpire does say there was a hold when not in possession. It'll come back to Sydney. It'll be taken in the right back pocket by Jake Lloyd.
The Swans already have 95 on the board. Could crack the ton before three-quarter time.
Very rare that teams kick 100 against Richmond.
18 goals the week before and 18 the week before that, wasn't it? It's extraordinary.
Florent marked at half-back and then went to Reid.
This is not a fluke, is it?
19 and 11. 37 in 2 weeks, plus 14.
Yeah, but this is not a fluke then, is it?
Grimes gets it. His hand pass, though, pinched by Parker. Hand pass off to Heaney. Hand pass to Goulden. Goulden fends away from Bolter. Audacious, but effective. Hand pass to Mills. Mills inside the 50. Logan McDonald up, can't mark a post to Baker. Hits the ground. Papley crashes through. Goes for goal and dribbles it through for another. These swarming Swans, infused with energy and confidence, caning Richmond. 15-11-101 to 6-8-44. 26-minute mark of the third quarter. Tom Papley's got his third.
Just look there. Logan McDonald, okay, first year, but he's a centre. He's their key forward. Up against Liam Baker. You don't see Richmond's structure being questioned like it is today.
They zone. They're still zoning.
So that was all. Even if that ball, even if he didn't mark it, McDonald, which he didn't, he was always going to win it because of just the size difference. So it's their structure's really been called into question. There'll be a lot of other football clubs watching how Sydney are playing right now.
I reckon it's fantastic. Sometimes you just had your time.
Edwards with the clearance in the middle of the ground. Bounces a kick to half forward. Dawson onto it. He's tackled by Lambert and Bolton. The umpire will toss it up at centre half forward for the Tigers, who trail by 57 points. Reid shoved out of it by Nankervis. Legally, said the umpire. Jams a kick towards Revolt and Lynch. Revolt back with the flight. Takes the mark. All eyes were on Lynch, so it was a great mark. And he claims it in the right forward pocket under the Ponsford stand. Had a bit of the footy early, Jack. He's been quiet since half-time. 1 goal so far. 25 metres out. He walks in and he's going to start on the angle. Uses his full 30 seconds. Jack steps out, snaps across the body, hits the post. Felt like he made that harder than it needed to be, but that is
Certainly
sometimes the
did.
preferred option for players to kick across their body. Sydney by 56 points.
We've had 7 posters inside the opening 3 quarters of
Maybe
the game.
they're fatter this year.
Reckon Sellers? I think they're trying to increase the goal scoring Sellers. If anything, they'd make them like a toothpick, wouldn't they? Or a matchstick.
I got no idea.
Free kick, Richmond on the outer side from the kick in. Asprey will receive it. David Asprey drives Richmond as far as he can towards Rewalt and Lynch. Lynch in the pack, hands to it, not the mark. Great little rove in the pack from Arts. And his left foot snap bounces through. Arts got creative. Richmond needed something. And Arts squeezed his kick through the pack from 20 metres out, and it bounced home for Richmond's 7th. The margin back to 50 points. Sydney 15-11-101. Richmond 7-9-51 at the 29-minute mark of the 3rd quarter on Grandstand AFL. And the AFLW elimination final taking place at Victoria Park 4 minutes into the 2nd quarter. Collingwood 3-4-22, North Melbourne 1 straight 6 earlier. Melbourne by 17 over Fremantle.
Well, they got a goal there. Arts has been around for a while. He's been on the bench half the time and comes back on. Hasn't touched it a lot, but they pushed it in 3 or 4 times in a row, and eventually they got a little something went their way, and Arts picked it up and finished it off. But they're not the story of the day. The story of the day is the Swans. They've been spectacular. Super.
Sydney by 50 points. Nankervis in the middle of the ground trying to knock it down to Edwards. Almost an awkward collision there with Cochin and Mills. A chance for Sydney as they break forward.
Perfect.
Parker with the kick to Goulden.
Perfect.
Who marks on his chest 55 metres out. Gives the hand pass to Dawson. The long raking left boot. Puts it to the goal mouth. It might be Shepard through. Bolter just got a hand to it. As he was wrestling in the goal mouth with McLean through for a minor score. Sydney by 51.
You can hear the gasps and groans of the Richmond army. Bolter kicks in a good one to the back flank. Caddy towards the southern wing, and Lambert. Lambert assesses. Goes with a long kick. Rewalt and Rampy across the front. Dawson hands to it, no mark. Rampy takes it, he's tackled, dragged down. Egmalise Smith gets a hold of it. Hand pass towards Bolton. Bolton lost it though. And from defensive 50, Goulden kicks into the middle of the ground and hits Heaney. He was under serious pressure and still found his target. Heaney on the edge of the centre square.
His mum taught him everything.
Kicks to Parker, couldn't quite take the mark. Diving on the footy, Blakey. It comes clear. Heaney tries to charge his way through. He's tackled by Grimes and also Lambert. The umpire will toss it up on the members' wing. Sydney have led every quarter by 8 points at quarter time, by 40 at half time, after an 8-goal-to-3 second quarter, and then a 5-goal-to-3 third term. Free kick for a hold going Sydney's way, and Luke Parker to take it. Between wing and half forward, and that'll do us 3 quarters in the books. Wow. The Swans with 15 goals to 3-quarter time, and they brought up the ton as Parker goes for a barrel from about 100 metres out. Failed to make half the distance. So the Swans by 51 points at 3-quarter time. 15-12, 102. So the Tigers 7-9-51. For the Swans, 3 goals to Wicks and to Papley. 2 goals to Warner and to Heaney. Tom Hickey also with a couple individual goals to Parker, Logan McDonald and McLean. Meanwhile for the Tigers, 2 goals to Castagna and 2 goals to Tom Lynch, individuals to Revolt, Edwards and Arts.
It's been a surprising afternoon at the football with the Swans really running rampant against the reigning premier. 51 points is the lead at 3-quarter time on Grandstand AFL. Coming up for you at the completion of this match, we'll take you to Docklands for St Kilda and Essendon. A preview coming up in a moment with Corbin Middlemass. In the AFLW this afternoon, 1 elimination final completed at Casey Fields. Melbourne 5-10-40 ended Fremantle season 3-5-23. 8 minutes into the second quarter at Victoria Park, Collingwood 3-4-22, North Melbourne 1 straight 6. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Out now from ABC Books.
How do greenhouse gases trap 400,000 Hiroshima bombs worth of heat each day? And who did the early research into climate change only to spend billions trying to cover it up? G'day, Dr. Karl here. Find out the answers to these questions and more with my new book, Dr. Karl's Little Book of Climate Change Science. Plus, how we can stop and even reverse global warming.
Dr. Karl's Little Book of Climate Change Science. Book and audiobook available in bookshops and online.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Wedge to Parker, who veers out to the right. Kick smothered, but Caddy with a push in the back. It'll come back, and Parker will have the shot on goal. And 50.
Yep.
So it means it's a Monty for Parker taken to the goal line. He'll put through the first of the second half. Sydney's lead is 46 points. Hickey left forward pocket, 30 metres out. Beautiful finish. Steers it straight over the goal umpire's hat.
So Lynch will have the kick. It'll be a right foot snap as he opens up the angle, bends the ball and bends it to perfection. You just can't discount Richmond. Kennedy back towards half forward. Reid held out of the contest and Curvis didn't mark. Reid spoiled. Kick to an unguarded goal. One bounce, no. Awkward bounce. Not for Logan McDonald, though, who gathers, snaps, finds Wicks in the goal square. Wicks has 3.
Isaac Heaney's kicked one this afternoon. Right up against the boundary in the right forward pocket. Steps out, snaps across his body. It's not bad. It's better than that.
Mills inside the 50. Logan McDonald up, can't mark a post to Baker. Hits the ground. Papley crashes through, goes for goal and dribbles it through for another.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
There is a side blossoming in front of our eyes. The Sydney Swans, the young kids, have taken the game on and taken the reigning premier on from the word go, and they have not deviated from their cause. 15-12, 102 Sydney. Richmond 7-9-51 at three-quarter time. On the SMS 0437 774 774. Hi, Grandstand. Happy Easter. Richmond, welcome to Carlton's pain. Go Blue, says Adrian.
Not certainly going that bad.
Standing over. You'd kill for a premiership, Sellers. Hi, team. Will the Swans be able to find a spot for Buddy Franklin, says Stan. I'm sure they will. Who let the kids out, says Kirsty B. Great radio, Tar, ever so, she says. Thanks for all of your texts. 0437 774 774. Coming up next on Grandstand AFL for you, Essendon and St Kilda from the Docklands. Corbin Middlemass to head up the call team. Corby.
Well, both these teams were pretty ordinary last week. The Bombers pumped by Port over in Adelaide. Meanwhile, St Kilda a bit listless coming back from GWS, of course, where they played in the Big Wet the week before. Well beaten by Melbourne in the end last Saturday night. So can they both bounce back here? No late change. The subs of both teams. Tom Cutler fast becoming the super sub for Essendon. 3 straight weeks. He's going to be the medical sub, while Ben Long, who was dropped, keeps his place in the end as the medical sub for St Kilda. There's been a host of changes from last week, which means we'll see Alec Waterman for the first time in the red sash, making his debut for the Bombers. Archie Perkins, pick number 9. He'll be stoked at the games played here in Melbourne, making his debut for the Bombers. And Brad Crouch, after his 2-game suspension imposed by the club after his off-field indiscretion late last year before becoming a Saint, he's going to make his debut in his new colours. Tony Armstrong, Brett Delidio, Brendan Goddard to join me for the call. A special game for Beach, of course, with his 2 former teams. And both Nick Hind and Sean McKernan coming up against their old mob today. So it's our next stop, Al, on Grandstand AFL, under the roof, the Dons and the Saints.
We'll be with you soon, Corby. The medical sub was used very early here for Richmond with Dion Prestia injuring his hamstring. Daniel Rioli injected into the game in the first quarter. Just updating the AFLW score at Victoria Park in the elimination final. Collingwood 3-4-22 leading North Melbourne 2-1-13. The Kangas have just kicked their second goal. They're at the 12-minute mark of the second quarter. Adam Ramanaskas and Mark McClure, your experts at the MCG.
Do you think they can come back, Al?
Richmond?
50 points they've got to score.
No, I don't. Not based on the evidence of what we've seen today. As a collective, can they come back in the season? I still think yes, but today they're well off it. Sydney have been superb.
Yeah, but they are well off it. And Sydney have gained so much confidence out of this, Rama. This has been a huge confidence boost for a young team and a team that's come from 16th to be pushing themselves all the way up to the top almost after this game. Wow,
it's belief now. I think that
totally.
You look at round 1, they beat Brisbane. Prelim finalists last year. Now round 3, they're going to beat the reigning premier.
But it's all built on hard work.
Yeah, that's right.
And youth.
Yep.
A 51-point lead to Sydney as we start the final term on Grandstand AFL on ABC Sport. Hickey and Nankervis knocked down to Kennedy. Kennedy shoots the hand pass to Mills. Kicks round the corner to half forward. Reid flies up, can't mark. Baker collects his hand pass. Pinched by Papley. Swooped. Snapped. Drives a dagger into the heart of every Richmond player and fan. Papley read it so well. He sprints back into the middle to celebrate faster than he sprinted onto the ball. 16-12, 108 Sydney. Richmond 7-9-51. But that sums up the day, Adam Ramanaskas. At no stage has Sydney dropped off in its effort, its intensity, its exuberance. Superb.
And that's the most impressive part, albeit, they've come with a game plan that's clearly going to defeat Richmond, but still they're pressuring their speed inside forward, their forward 50 to apply pressure to Richmond's defenders. A terrific play. I'm just looking here. Trent Cotchin's on a halfback flank, which I don't think he would have ever played that position in his life. It's up against Isaac Heaney.
He played there most of his first 3 or 4 years, picked up 40 possessions most weeks.
4 goals for Papley.
Yeah, he's been terrific.
He's been very good.
It's got a little bit of throw the team around at this stage of the match. Hickey wins down the tap.
Which is very rare for Richmond.
Absolutely.
So, but I'm watching now. They actually are playing on each other.
Yeah.
There's a one-on-one everywhere. They're picking up someone. They're not standing around in space hoping that they're going to kick up high.
Kennedy couldn't break clear, so it's tossed up once more. Hickey wins down the tap. Lambert rows it. Hand pass to Martin. Kicks towards Lynch. Up against Rampy. Rampy lost his footing. Lynch didn't. Feeds the hand pass to Rioli. Snaps on the right boot. Is able to finish it. We haven't seen that often enough from Richmond this afternoon. Dan Rioli with his first. And the Tigers answer straight back to cut the margin back to 51 points. 16-12, 108 the Swans to Richmond 8-9-57.
I don't know what to say. Well, at least they're still at it, and that's the biggest point, because they look disappointed to me. Their heads are dropped in the third quarter. They couldn't get anything right. They've lost their way. They can't. They're being outplayed in every angle of this game or in every position in this game. I don't see too many winners for Richmond. Can you pick a winner in their team?
No.
Well, gee whiz. So a nice little goal by Rioli there is a good start. Now listen, you can work on this for the next 30 minutes to get to your next game. That's the big key for Tigers.
Jamie in Far East Gippsland says, go the fast-rising young blood. Scott Meander says, AFL is the new perfect. Out of the middle of the ground. Kennedy gets the Swans going forward again. Trying to burst onto it, Papley. Beaten this time by Baker. Baker was clean on defensive 50 for Richmond. Off to Graham. Back to Baker. Barreled by Heaney. No free kick for holding the ball. That's a surprise. Goulden shoots the hand pass out towards Parker. It's knocked down. Goulden takes possession, has his head ripped off. Free kick against Edwards. This kid plays with serious composure for a third gamer.
He's honest.
And he's a good kick. To full 40 goes. Up they fly, no mark. Pickett went without it at ground level. Nankervis shoots it out for Richmond. To Cochin. By-hander Broad in the back pocket. Almost caught by Heaney. Gets a clearing kick to the back flank. Rampy and Lynch. Lynch didn't mark. Rampy tapped it down to Cunningham, off to Hewitt.
Hewitt able to dance around Arts and then cleverly chipped it to Parker at right half forward. He's got Goulden all by himself. He can run into 50. Brought to a halt by Cochin, then back retreats around Caddy. Clever little chip kick. And finds Wicks.
Doesn't waste the ball. Goulden.
No, he's not frightened at all. No. He's just calm and collective, skillful.
Caddy had him cornered, but he wasn't beaten, as he showed patience and composure to find Sam Wicks.
Been very good today, Wicks.
My word, he
lively
has.
Inside forward 50 with Papley.
Had 6 goals through 9 matches before today. This shot on goal out to the right across the face, and Nankervis is going to take an uncontested mark. Sam Reid a bit frustrated he couldn't get a fly at it. With a push and a shove, and the ball drops out of his hands. Sydney by 51.
Nankervis goes short to the back pocket and Grimes. Dylan Grimes told to play on. Measures his pass low to Castagna, still inside defensive 50 at the City end of the ground. He's told to go. Hand pass to Short. Short kicks to the southern wing. Wanted Rioli. It was wide of him. Just little moments summing up Richmond's day. Jaden Short missing a target terribly there. Free kick Sydney taken on the outer side. Lloyd brings it infield.
Just these little chip kicks all day.
To Parker.
They're almost listless, aren't they? They're just not.
Man on the mark is 50 from goal. Parker's a penetrating kick. Is he going to have a go? No, he's not. He chips to Dawson. Dawson inside the centre square, further out, 65 from goal.
That should have been 50.
Grabbed by Rewalt. Short pass. They're being taunted. Cunningham marks. Goes inside the 50. Didn't hit the target. Cochin comes out. Gathers. Flicks up the hand pass. Releases Bolter going for a gallop on the members' wing. Two bounces. Didn't come back. Gone. There was no hand pass there. He got caught after bouncing twice. There was no free kick. Caddy gets it anyway for Richmond.
Baker receives a hand pass at left half back, drives a kick towards Tom Lynch. One-on-one with Rampy, got rid of Rampy but dropped the mark. Hand pass missed Arts. Allows Mills to get in there for Sydney. He can't take it cleanly. Arts slides in, wins the footy. Hand pass to Martin, gets around Hewitt. The hand pass to Lambert, underground hand pass to Graham. Too snazzy, lost it. Wicks takes it for Sydney. He bursts clear on the members' wing, kicks to Goulden, who marks it right half forward, and they have no one inside the attacking 50, so it's good composure just to push back behind his mark. Wait for players to push into attack. Drives a long kick towards Reed. He's got Asprey to fly with against the air. Papley over around the footy. Reed taps it out to the advantage of Kennedy against the boundary. Trying to fend off Pickett. Pickett got him and took him over the line. He was holding the ball before that, though. Pickett to take it in the left back pocket for the Tigers at the City end. They trail by 51 points.
Marlon Pickett goes towards the corridor. McIntosh the target. Blakey the spoil. Rampy presses in and nails McIntosh. He's taken him out.
Be careful.
He is out. Has not moved. Rampy's over him, calling for medical attention. It was ugly. Accidental.
Really
Two players going hard at the ball, and one has been left badly hurt on the MCG. Camden McIntosh flat on his back, has not moved a muscle. Concern for him everywhere. I think in all of that there was a free kick paid to Sydney. The stretcher is coming out quickly onto the ground. Have you seen a replay out of Ranganascus, Mark McClure?
Yes, we have. Let me tell you, he didn't protect himself at all, McIntosh. He was wide open, and Rampy went for the ball as well. I don't know what to make of it. I'm sure the AFL will look at it because
the ball
was
in Rampy's hands.
Yeah.
So it's purely accidental, but it was a massive collision.
Dane Rampy is still standing around McIntosh. The level of concern for his opponent here is very high.
He's up and moving. McIntosh is set up.
You've got to protect yourself.
At his own. Well, yeah, that's right.
That's the game.
That was a brutal collision between two players with eyes fixated on the ball. McIntosh to his feet. Encouraging, but nevertheless he's not overly stable. He's going to walk from the field.
And they've used their sub already, haven't they? Oh, I suppose they can't use it. That's all you can do. He can't come back on.
So McIntosh won't be seen for a while at the AFL level, at the minimum the 12 days. With the concussion protocol, he was knocked out. Flat on his back alarmingly for quite some time without moving. McIntosh walks off to warm applause. A courageous football act, but one that has ended his day.
They're brave, aren't they?
Now Sydney has possession after all of that. Parker at the top of the 50. Man on the mark, 45 metres from goal. Luke Parker. In times when he had to lift the entire team on his shoulders at Sydney, not anymore. He's just a contributor amongst many. He's missed this kick on the left-hand side. The margin 52 to the Swans at the 9-minute mark of the last.
Jaden Short looks to bring the Tigers back into play, runs his full measure and then drives a long kick towards a revolt on the members' wing. Tangling with Rampy, had him before the ball was within the legal
There was a free
range
kick
of
there for sure.
being able to wrestle. Rampy stepped off his mark. He's called to play on. Lambert now away to that. So Rampy drives a kick towards Reid. Broad in front position, couldn't take the mark. It bounces off Goulden. Parker wasn't in possession when he was tackled. Short picks it up for Richmond. Hand pass to Cochin. Out to Caddy, who has it left half back. Looks for options. Through the hands of Arts. Couldn't take it. Kennedy trying to spin out of a tackle. Gets the hand pass to Warner and now to Hewitt. Back to Kennedy on the members' wing. Under pressure. Squeeze the kick towards Parker. Going back. Broad charging out. Parker backed out of the contest, which was a wide move. Broad's punching in the middle of the ground, but Sydney have numbers everywhere. Rampy gathers, gets the hand pass to Campbell, to McInerney, who can't take the mark. A bouncing ball for the Tigers, in which Graham gathers. Lambert with a hand pass to Bolter.
Bolter's hand pass goes over the head of Graham. Martin's got to come through, takes on McInerney, beats him from centre half 40, chips inside the 50 to Bolton. Just a rare flash from Dusty today. He's not been able to work his way into it consistently. Bolton, 35 out directly in front.
That was nearly a massive hit. Broad was coming at absolute full pace. And thank God, it was Luke Parker, wasn't it? That pulled out. Because he would have been...
Shea Bolton to the punt road end. A stuttering approach. He misses right, hits the post. An 8th poster. So 3 posters for Richmond this afternoon and 5 for Sydney.
Jeez, take those
16-13, 109 to 8-10, 58. The Swans over the Tigers at the 11-minute mark of the last.
Lloyd to bring the Swans back in from the punt road end.
If this is a boxing match, they would have called it off.
Lloyd long to half back. Donald almost juggled the mark, couldn't take it. Florent was tackled, dropped the footy. Shea Bolton onto it for Richmond. Broad chips it back. When do you see Richmond do that? Back another 25 metres to Grimes, who takes the mark on the southern wing. Sydney by 51 points. Dylan Grimes called to play on. Sends it wide towards the boundary line, and Marlon Pickett takes the mark.
Just thinking what's not out there for Richmond today. Hawley, Vlosten.
There's not.
Pickett towards Bolter. It's spoiled away by Rampy, and it rolls out of play in front of Warner and Graham for a throw.
Hawley played in a VFL practice match today. Played 3 quarters and got through unscathed. Ball's on the outer side. Boundary throw in. Right half forward for the Swans. Nankervis attacked a shallow throw and got caught by Hickey. He managed to get out a belated hand pass. Graham goes in, can't win it for the Tigers. Mills is there, picks up, caught by Graham, and the umpire says he's copped one over the shoulder. So Mills at left half back. Southern side of the MCG. 16-13, 109 Sydney, Richmond 8-10, 58. At the 12-minute mark of the last, kick from Mills is errant. Out of bounds on the full. That's a rare poor moment for Sydney today. Baker takes the kick back infield to Pickett. Pickett assesses, goes to the forward pocket. Bolter's gone forward. It's marked, but beyond the boundary line, Sellers. Out on the full. Free kick, Sydney in the left back pocket.
See, that Sydney forcing the kick to that wide is ridiculous, and they just can't find a spot up the middle. It's good.
Lloyd short to Mills, who has it in the left back pocket. There's questions early in the match whether Sydney's inaccurate kicking would prove costly, but they've been maniacal afternoon in their endeavour at the footy and their ability to take it up to the Tigers. Goulden fights for it at ground level. Umpire will give the benefit of the doubt to Liam Baker, who was on the bottom of the pack, right up against the boundary under the Great Southern stand. Sydney by 51 points. As it rolled out of play, so it's tossed back in. Nankervis and Hickey. Nankervis taps it to the front. Castagna runs onto it, kicks towards Bolter. Inside the attacking 50 in this final term. Dusty trying to rip it away from Hewitt. Graham with a hand pass. Castagna on the left, kicks to the goal mouth. It'll work. Lynch takes the mark. Had a couple of metres on McCartan. Runs into the open goal and puts through his third. It's consolation for Richmond at this stage, as the Tigers kick their 9th, the margin under the half century, 45 points once more. 16-13, 109 to the Tigers, 9-10, 64. 14 minutes go on final turn.
Oh, they just keep coming, don't they? They're trying.
We spun the magnets though, Dimmer, at three-quarter time. Bolter's now forward. We've seen Cochin across half-back in this last quarter. So, moving players around to see, okay, if they can play in those positions, I think, is really important. If you get a few injuries, you've got to spin the magnets a little bit.
Yeah, and they also picked up one-on-one too. They stayed with their man instead of zoning, and they've done that pretty well. It stopped the flow of goals, hasn't it?
Yeah, because it could have blown out
to
70, 80 points
I know.
quite comfortably this for the Swans.
Castagna's in the middle for Richmond. Bounce favours Bolter in the centre for the Tigers. Knocked it down, but Parker roved at his hand pass. Slapped down by Rioli. Lambert gets it. In heavy traffic, his hand pass pinched. Warner besieged from all angles. Tackle, dragged down, and ball up. Richmond's attacking side of the square.
So Richmond's midfield now, at that centre bounce, was Rioli, Castagna and Shane Edwards.
Up it goes. Hickey tapped it down perfectly to Parker. Off to Heaney. Borks, kick partially smothered. Well done by Lambert. Free kick against Pickett. He's dragged down his opponent on the edge of the centre square, and Goulden will have the free kick for the Swans near the AFL logo. He uses it short to Dawson laterally.
Here they are. One's free again.
Dawson wide to Cunningham. He's found a spot in John Longmire's best 22.
104 marks Sydney have taken today.
5.
Yeah. There's going to be a few more.
A few more in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
They may have stopped the scoring, but they can't stop Sydney controlling possession. As Dawson and Lloyd share it, Dawson has it back on the AFL logo members' side. Kicks towards McDonald and Hickey. Hickey flies from the side. Could mark Tom Lynch in defence. Takes the mark at left half back.
They push Lynch back, or is he just run down there?
Hickey's trying to help the defence. Call to play on. Lynch with a long kick to the members' wing. Bolter behind. Dawson flew in from the side, spoiled it down. Cunningham with a hand pass to Lloyd. Parker into a dead end, holding the footy. It's a good tackle laid in the end by Jake Arts.
Arts goes defensively to Grimes. Grimes on the left half-back flank for Richmond. Looks to the corridor. Low kicks a beauty. Castagna shields the sun from his eyes. Marks near the centre circle. His chip kick sideways to Short. Short to the southern side. They've linked up well here. Caddy, a bounce, can have another. Runs to the 50. Caddy from 55 out, goes for goal. Did Hickey get a hand to it? Just. They have just consistently denied Richmond on all fronts all day. That was going through, and millimetres from crossing the line. Hickey got the outstretched right hand to it. There is...
I don't know about that.
No, that's definitely not over the line. It's a matter of a centimetre or two. A behind to Richmond, the margin 44 to Sydney.
Campbell brings the Swans back into play. Kicks towards Blake. He couldn't complete the mark as Grimes spoils it across the boundary line. Sydney by 44 points. 18 minutes gone, final turn. Swans to take the Bombers next Thursday night. So a chance for Sydney to continue this unbeaten run. Nankervis wins down the tap. Pickett cleverly on to Edwards. Turns and kicks inside the 50. Bolton worked from the back and dropped the mark off his chest in the end. Having got to the front, Arts tries to crash his way through. He's tackled by Hewitt. And a ball up 35 metres out from the Tigers' goal.
Umpire assesses who's going here. Throws it in the air. Lynch knocks it down. Picked up by Parker again. That's a throw by Florence. Spotted. Free kick Richmond directly in front. 25 metres from goal. Florence pleading his innocence here. Not sure he has a case. Rioli, the set shot, Rammer.
You do sit here now and wonder the possibilities for Sydney this year.
Of course you do.
This form looks real.
Oh, it is real.
Against Brisbane, against Richmond. So it looks like they're scoring heavily now, which is
against Adelaide.
Adelaide's a different team this year.
Yeah, they're different, so they beat them off.
So it looks real. It looks sustainable.
Rioli for his second goal. Pops it through. Rioli with a couple in the last quarter. The Tigers trying to salvage a little pride and respectability. 16-13, 109 Sydney. Richmond 10-11, 71. Sydney with one goal and Richmond with three in this last quarter.
And I say that about about Sydney, because then you're starting to think, well, okay, who's going to drop out? Who's going to drop out of the 8 from last year? If Sydney are going to be the team to replace somebody in there, so could it be Collingwood? Could it be West Coast?
Change of play has changed the dynamics of the whole competition.
What I love about it, we're so used to seeing Sydney, this dour team. John Longmire's recognised the talent that he has at his disposal, and he's coaching appropriately to that talent. Not saying we're going to be this defensive-minded team. We're going to attack now. We're going to kick over 100 points, and we're going to show our talents.
Picked up Don Pike to join their coaching crew in the off-season. And you think back to Adelaide at their absolute best. They were one of the highest scoring sides, so they found the right mix between defence and attack. Broad takes the mark on the members' wing, receives it from Graham. He chips it over the top. Short has it between wing and half forward to Graham, who dropped the mark. Blakey slides in from the side. Graham tries to lay the tackle and redeem himself. Blakey's over the footy, trying to make enough of an effort. No, the umpire's the other side of him. He won't think that's enough. Holding the ball. Jack Graham to take it at left half forward for the Tigers. Comes inboard to Cochin, not 15, so called to play on. Corralled by Kennedy. Cochin kicks to Reebok.
What a kick.
Hits him on his chest. Turned right and then left, and a bullet pass to the chest of Jack Reebok. Veers out to the right, just puts it into the teeth of goal. McCartan came out, lost it in the sun. Spoils it towards the boundary line, and Hewitt in the end takes it across.
Better get a roof on this stadium. The sun's getting in people's eyes.
So Sydney's next couple of weeks, they've got Essendon, GWS, the Gold Coast Suns, the Cats and Melbourne. Richmond have got Port Adelaide next Friday night.
All winnable games for Sydney. Socket out of defence. Florence kick. Well marked by Mills on defensive 50. He goes short to the wing. McDonald. He's the defensive side of the members' wing in front of the Olympic stand. Logan McDonald short to Dawson. Dawson's been a real connector today.
He's had 29 possessions, Mills, but he hasn't stood out.
Well, this is the thing, Rammer. They're so even, Sydney, in their contribution. Kick goes around the wing. Asprey stands in the road. And now multiple avenues in attack as well. Not just one or two, but this brigade of fleet-footed smaller players. Wicks and Papley. Goulden's dangerous. Franklin's not even playing. Richmond into the middle of the ground. Graham kick to Bolter, top of the 50. Doesn't go the shot at goal. Kicks to Lynch. Lynch marks. McCartan barrels him after he does so. And Lynch in the right forward pocket has a chance to kick his 4th goal of the afternoon.
It's a bit of a shame for McCartan, because I think he's had a good game, but you know, you look at the stat sheet, your opponent's kick 4.
Tom Lynch had 3 goals to his name coming into the afternoon. For his best return of the season, Sydney's been a bit of a bogey side for him. He's missed. He's missed on the right-hand side. Body language, they're just so deflated, Richmond, with their performance today, but they have looked flat for a large chunk of the afternoon. 16-13, 109 Sydney, Richmond, 10-12, 72, 23-minute mark of the last quarter. Most of you headed next to Docklands for Essendon and St Kilda.
Cunningham thought about coming out to the southern side, decides to change his mind and kick to the members' side. Parker in front, almost juggled the mark. Chopping of the arms in the eyes of the umpires, who take the free kick at right half back. Parker looks long. Backpedaling Mills. In the end, Wicks didn't fly because Mills was in a good position against Cochin. He looks forward. Papley wanting to fly, instead stood down. Heaney did the contest against 2. Papley pounced, squares it up to Warner. There's a new Chad in town, and he's directly in front, 35 metres out from goal.
And this will be his 3rd.
This will be his 3rd.
20 possessions and 3 goals. Looks good at the end of the day on the stat sheet. He's had a big impact. It's tough. Pressures when he's playing in the middle of the ground. Kicks it well.
We've seen Warner's have big days at the MCG with the cricket involved. This is Chad Warner, who set him up and he missed. Out to the right. 38 points Sydney's lead at the 24-minute mark of the final term.
Egmalay Smith is going to kick it in, but he's spotted a secondary ball on the field. He's actually going to run around it like one of those little cones. Kick through the back pocket, turn it over. Florent playing in front of Bolter takes the mark. Florent looks laterally to Rampy. Rampy 65 from goal in the centre square. Lloyd's drifted up. They've controlled the ball so well. Their tempo, known when to play it slow, known when to play it fast. Lloyd to the wing, attacking side of it, and Dawson. All short passes. Dawson's had enough of that ploy. His kick is smothered though by Arts. Ricochets to Lloyd. Lloyd couldn't take possession. Farmed up by hand. Bolter to Martin, to Castagna through the corridor. Hand pass to Lambert in the centre circle. He kicks to the edge of 50, turns it over. Rampy back with the flight of the ball, marks on his chest. Sydney by 38 at the 25-minute mark of the last.
Switches play out to McCartan, who takes the mark in the left back pocket. Chips it further afield, and McInerney has it inboard to Mills. Leading possession getter on the ground with 31 disposals. Turns onto his right, kicks to Florent. Beautiful field kicking. He's got Blakey free at right half forward. Richmond just unable to contain Sydney in their run and dash. Blakey turns on the left, long towards Hickey. Dropped the mark at the last moment. Heaney pounces, snaps on the right boot and misses.
Post again.
Just clipped the post on the way through. He was trying to gather it in his fingertips and drop it on his boot. Almost controlled it, but couldn't finish.
I don't know who's got the record, or who's kept the record. 9 posters today.
That's in the Nuffies column.
That's definitely not something I'm across.
Sir Swamp Thing.
He'll know for certain.
Well, hang on, he's not a Nuffie. He's a guru.
Guru/Nuffy. Dawson intercepted the kick coming out of defence, kicked it back inside the 50. Grimes marked, but there's a free kick for a push in the back in the marking contest going Sydney's way. And it will go to Logan McDonald, 25 metres out. He's on a tight angle in the right forward pocket. So Swamp Thing already has the answer. 11.
Not surprising.
Guru/Nuffy. I rest my case. And good bloke. Amazing with his ability to pull out the stats. Most posters in a VFL-AFL game that I have on record, he says, is 11. 1936, round 5, Footscray versus Carlton. Were you playing, Sellers?
Probably. When was it? It was in the war.
Well before your time. Logan McDonald on approach into a bay of Swans fans who are baying for more. McDonald gets his first of the afternoon. He's been a quiet achiever in this party of exciting young prospects. 17-15, 117 Sydney. Richmond 10-12, 72. The margin is 45 points at the 28-minute mark of the last quarter. Updating the score in the AFLW final between Collingwood and North. North has hit the lead by 9 points. Good fight back from them. 7 minutes into the third term earlier, Melbourne ended Fremantle's season with a 17-point win at Casey Fields.
Well, they just continue to roll, Sydney, don't they? They just keep continuing to roll, and they don't judge the person who they're going to give it to. They just judge the jumper. They give it to that jumper, whoever it is in the red and white. Doesn't matter if you're 18 years old or you're 35 years old. That's the way it works. Honour the jumper, not the person.
Mark McClure, Adam Ramanaskas with you. Some of the Tigers fans have seen enough. They're out. Hickey wins down the tap for the Swans, gets it to Kennedy, kicks straight down the middle. Asprey in front position, Heaney crumbed it beautifully. Couldn't get boot to ball. Egmalisi Smith gathers for the Tigers, hand pass to Broad, decides to switch play. And Caddy takes the mark in the right back pocket. As McInerney made up ground late. All of a sudden, Richmond's next month seems massive. They've got Port Adelaide, the Saints, the D's and the Dogs. A couple of good sides in there. Broad kicks wide to Asprey, and then the hand pass back to Caddy, who started it. Kicks towards Castagna, it's wide of him. Trying to run onto it, Cunningham. He's tackled by Rioli. The tackle was over the shoulder. They'll take it onto the Great Southern Stand, middle of the wing, with Sydney leading by 45 points.
45 points in front, and Cunningham charges in like that. Really good.
So it's in the sunshine on the southern side with Lloyd. We're feeling a bit like Richmond in here, Sellers. We're out of the Drew Morphett Memorial Quaddie. Kick goes to half forward.
Not our first start.
No mark in the pack. Parker's hand pass on the 50 out to Hickey. Hickey gets a looping ball. Mills knocked it down to Wicks to Papley. He'll be caught. Ball dislodged. Baker's clearing ball. Florent tries to run onto it. Fell over. Knocked it out. Pickett in the road. Slick hands away. He was under pressure from Heaney. Got it away to Arts, who has a bounce through half-back. Hand pass to Baker. Baker kicks Richmond to the wing. Nice pass. Lynch marks on his chest member's side. And that's it. They played like they could just about shake the thunder down from the sky today, the Swans. They've certainly taken the competition by storm through the opening 3 rounds. The reigning premiers, no match, thumped by 45 points. There was a thought that perhaps that win over Brisbane was just a bit of a bolt from the blue. Could they sustain it? They knocked off Adelaide by 33 as well. They came to the MCG with hope, with a sense of excitement around them. They offered up much, much more. Sydney is a legitimate rising side in season 2021. 17-15, 117 to Richmond, 10-12, 72.
Cheer, cheer the red and the white, honour the name by day and by night. Lift that noble banner high, shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win overall. While our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory.
It's a gobsmacking performance from the Sydney Swans. The two-time reigning premier had its game completely dismantled. In front of 43,637, the Swans win 17-15, 117 to 10-12, 72. Papley kicked 4 for the winners, 3 goals to Wicks, 2 goals to Warner, 2 goals to Heaney, 2 goals to McDonald, 2 goals to Hickey. Singles to Parker and McLean. For Richmond, Lynch kicked 3. 2 goals to Castagna and Rioli. Singles to Rewalt, Edwards and Arts. We've got a quick turnaround, 5 minutes or so to wrap things up at the MCG before we send most of you to Docklands for Essendon and St Kilda. If you're listening through the ACT, you're off to the NRL, and News Radio listeners will go back to the network. Full time here, the Swans by 45. Adam Ramanauskas and Mark McClure.
Well, the Swans came here with expectations, and we had an expectation. Could they? Would they? Can they? Well, gee whiz, they do. They're very good. I love the way they played. They came with a plan. They executed it beautifully with a short, hold the ball, chip around, separate their defence and destroy them. And they did. They lost their confidence completely, Sydney. They zoned around the place and they just kept chipping around the zone and beat them up all over the place. They outnumbered every contest, which is another one of the great things. And you stood up magnificently. That's what they did. They were sensational. They were expected to play. I don't care if you have played 1 game or 100 games, you play the same way every day. And they did so. Love what they did. They are a weapon at the moment. Good speed, good youth, good scoring. And then you've got to have a rethink there, Tigers. What are you actually doing? Someone's changed the way you want to play. Sometimes the games change completely. They were beautiful when the game was played slow because they had the same method all the time and it worked. It didn't work again. It won't work again because you'll have to change. Damien Hardwick would be upset and they'll be looking for another way to actually, they look like beaten favourites halfway through the second quarter. Heads down, oh, hang on, that's not my fault, all this sort of stuff. So they've got a little bit of work to do, the Tigers, but that was magnificent, Sydney, really magnificent. Anyone who watched them would have loved every second of them. Even the Tigers supporters would have thought, wow, these kids have got something special.
Yeah, no doubt. It's from the start, You look at the way they came. They weren't intimidated. No. They weren't scared. They didn't look in a hurry today. Richmond hurry teams up so much, but they were precise with their kicking. 124 marks for the game. They controlled the tempo.
What's
all
the biggest
day.
ever? Is that biggest?
be up there.
Yeah.
They'll be up there, no doubt about that. But they just continue to pick apart Richmond's defence. Little short kicks, 15, 20-metre kicks, forcing Richmond to come up. Richmond didn't want to do it, and they were exposed today. They were exposed enormously today, the Tigers. So I said it through the call that a number of oppositions now will be looking at how Sydney played today and going, okay, this may be the way to pick apart this Richmond team that's been so strong for so many years. But credit to John Longmire and his coaching team. They no doubt worked on it throughout the week. They found the way and they thought it would work, and the players executed it beautifully.
7 players playing their first game of the MCG, and what a game for them to remember.
Yeah.
The good news for Richmond was that Camden McIntosh was on the ground at the end, so he's up and okay. But the question for Sydney, can they sustain this given the exciting start, 3-0? The perfect start. They've just beaten the reigning premiers.
And look, the kids are going to get tight at some stage. It's just, have they got enough depth on the list?
Well, they've got a guy, Lance Franklin.
Yeah, that's
handy.
right. Yep. To bring, give a kid a rest a week. Let them play 4 or 5 games, give them a rest, and just rotate that somehow. So, but their energy...
They didn't look tired to me.
No, they didn't today.
Well, they've got guys like Hayward's not playing at the moment. Melican's not in the team. So they do appear to have a bit of depth.
Dylan Stevens, another high draft pick from the previous year.
Their small depth is solid on the ground.
We'll try and bring you the song before we finish things up here at the MCG in just a couple of minutes before most of you go to Docklands for Essendon and St Kilda. Can we get the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year, Sellers?
Yeah, it's the first time I've seen Sam Wilkes play. And I tell you now, he is a star. I love the way he played. And Sam Wicks, he kicked 3 goals. He had 22 possessions. He was lively. He got in the right spots, and they hit him every time. And he's got a lethal foot. I gave 2 to Tom Papley. He had 4 goals. He was fantastic. He's the leader of the pack of the small blokes and the kids down there, I reckon. And then I gave 3 to Ollie Florent, who really had 30-odd possessions. And he's been sensational through the middle of the ground. It's very hard because it was such an even battle in the middle of the ground to pick the best on the ground.
In the AFLW, Melbourne defeated Fremantle by 17 points in the first elimination final at Casey today. In the second elimination final at Victoria Park, North Melbourne leading Collingwood by 13 points at the 16-minute mark of the third quarter. If you're in the ACT, you're off to the build-up to the NRL match, the first match of the day between the Sharks and North Queensland. News Radio listeners heading back to the network. For everyone else, we'll send you off to Essendon and St Kilda with a few bars from the Sydney rooms after the Swans defeated Richmond by 45. $17, $15, $117 to $10, $12, $72 at the MCG. How it sets up the Swans